Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7 EP Chapter 167. Succubus Bloodline Advancement, for the help of the Gremory family, Part 3. Oh no, something has changed. We must request support. Seeing that the situation was not good and that there was a being stronger than the devil Lucifer in the parallel world that was split out, Sha Luba immediately backed down. The same thing happened to Sha Luba in the original plot. He ran away as soon as he saw that the situation was not good, so he was able to survive until the later part of the plot. Success. Just as Sha Luba was about to use the teleportation array in the X world, an invisible shadow came with a strong wind. The secret sword of the end, chasing shadow, swoosh. A strong wind blew through Sha Luba's body. Sha Luba's hands were instantly broken. After the fact that his hands were broken, the storm formed by the character's movement blew towards Sha Luba. What is this? Sha Luba's face was distorted, and he hurriedly wanted to use the tears of the phoenix to heal his wounds. Success. Swoosh, another gust of wind. This time, Sha Luba lost both his legs. Don't come near me. After losing his hands and legs one after another, Sha Luba finally broke through his defense. He roared and released all the magic power in his body, trying to stop Lin Xiu where he was. No. Next second. Swoosh, another shadow that even light couldn't catch up with flashed by. 843. Sha Luba's painful roar echoed throughout the parallel world. When everyone looked at him again, only his upper body was left, held in Lin Xiu's hands. The skill Lin Xiu just used is called Secret Sword of the End, Chasing Shadow. This move is the ultimate move that can only be developed after the true secret sword technique, water, reaches perfection. The ultimate secret sword, Chasing Shadow, born from the sword, trusting the blade, reaching beyond the limit, a strike so swift that even one's own shadow can't catch up. After practicing multi-mind communication, at the same time, Lin Xiu finally developed this ultimate move. Carrying the upper body of Sha Luba, Lin Xiu simultaneously used the most violent soul-searching and purification methods. Woo! His memories were read, his soul was cleansed, and his original power was purified. Sha Lu let out an unprecedented roar of pain. While purifying the core of evolution, in Sha Luba's body, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the world core. Quest level. Gold. Object of collection. Shiroba Beelzebub. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Bite. Succubus Bloodline, purple, has been upgraded to Succubus Bloodline, gold. Succubus Bloodline, gold. The advanced Succubus Bloodline has a significant effect on those at the main god level and below, and can also have some influence on those above the main god level. Succubus Bloodline has been elevated to the gold level? In order to get the help of the entire Gremory family, should I hide this news from Venelana first? The reason why Venelana was reluctant was because she felt that it was not good for Rias to be unable to have children. Since Lin Xiu needed the opposite S*X to improve her bloodline power, it would be better for her to do it herself instead of letting Lin Xiu find an outsider. However, once she knew that Lin Xiu had this ability, Venelana would not distance herself from Lin Xiu, but she would lose a reason to get close to Lin Xiu and indulge herself. Well, I've decided. I'd better not tell Venelana yet. Without even thinking, Lin Xiu decided not to tell Venelana. Lin Xiu was not a sadist. After reading Sha Luba's memory and purifying the core of evolution, he threw him into his own little world. The reason why Sha Luba was not killed now was because he did not play his best role. After Lin Xiu's DxD agency was established, it was necessary to establish its authority before it could smoothly carry out various subsequent actions. The two factions of the disaster group, the Old Demon King faction, and the Witch Knight, are the props used by Lin Xiu to establish his authority. The leaders of the Old Demon King faction will be judged by the underworld to demonstrate the supreme authority of the DxD agency. At this time, after the Sha Luba in Lin Xiu's world was eliminated, the Sha Luba in all parallel worlds lost their limbs at the same time and then disappeared from the spot at the same time. There are only 7 parallel world lines, but Lin Xiu had already blocked the possibilities of these 7 worlds before entering the parallel world where the Demon King Alice was, achieving the effect that Lin Xiu only needs to defeat one enemy to defeat all enemies. Next, it's your turn. After dealing with Sha Luba, Lin Xiu cast his light on Cruzier and Katria. At this time, Lin Xiu's Water of Leviathan had gradually surrounded the army of the Old Demon King from the outside. Demon King Alice was the first to notice that Lin Xiu was surrounding the surroundings with Water of Leviathan, while dealing with Sha Luba. She immediately understood Lin Xiu's approach and quietly began to fill Lin Xiu's vacancy from another direction. Currently, the demons of the White Devils faction have been completely surrounded by Lin Xiu's Water of Leviathan, and Demon Lord Alice's Blood Mold of Destruction. After realizing this, a large number of powerful members of the Old Demon King faction launched attacks all around. Their strength is quite good, and the lower limit of the Old Demon King's bloodline is still very high. At least it can ensure that most of the orthodox demons of the Old Demon King's faction become the highest level demons after they reach adulthood. If they work hard, the Demon King is not without hope. However, when facing Lin Xiu and Demon King Alice, two terrifying beings whose strength reached the pinnacle of the main god level. They found that the so-called true Demon King bloodline was simply a pure shockwave. When facing a truly powerful being, how big of a gap is there between the so-called true Demon King bloodline and the ordinary pure-blooded demon bloodline? This is the Sea of Eaters. Why do I feel like it's a little different from before? Catalia's brows were furrowed to the extreme. If the previous Lin Xiu completely perfected the Sea of Eating Heaven that the first generation Leviathan had not yet completed, then the current Lin Xiu has added some new changes to the Sea of Eating Heaven that she cannot understand. However, this is normal. The original strength of old Demon Kings like Katria was roughly between high-level Demon King and peak Demon King level. After using the evolution core, they can reach high-level Super Demon King or peak Super Demon King level. Then, using Orpheus's snake on this basis, they barely reach the main god level of combat power. Although the upper limit of her power has been raised, in terms of strength and vision, Catalia still remains at the Super Demon King level. In fact, because they relied on the core of evolution to forcibly improve themselves, most of them have not even fully understood the techniques and abilities of the Super Demon Lord level. This is actually the same for Lin Xiu. Previously, when Lin Xiu was still at the upper demon stage, although he could unleash the power of a Demon King, he still had shortcomings in his techniques and the application of his abilities. However, due to Lin Xiu's inherent talent in studying techniques and moves, and the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet's ability to enhance Lin Xiu's own qualities, he was able to minimize these shortcomings in. Lin Xiu's shortcoming was only made up after he accepted the knowledge base of the God of the Bible, and the initial integration of the cage of the Red Dragon Emperor. Katria was not mistaken. Lin Xiu's Sea of Eating Heaven was indeed different from before. It could be considered an improvement, but it had not yet reached the next stage of development. According to the conception of the first generation Leviathan, a series of ultimate moves such as Sea of Eating the Sky are completely sufficient within the range of the main god level, and this is indeed the case. But unfortunately, that was based on speculation after the first generation Leviathan himself advanced to the main god. On Lin Xiu's side, after initially fusing the bloodlines of the three major races, the strength of Lin Xiu's bloodline had already surpassed that of the first generation Leviathan by a long way. For Lin Xiu, Sea of Eating the Sky is a move that can be used at least at the sub-dragon god level. Of course, Lin Xiu estimated that before he advanced to the sub-dragon god level, he would be able to research the evolutionary moves of the ultimate series of moves such as Sea of Eating the Sky. Facing Lin Xiu, Katria felt an unprecedented despair. She had just tried, but not only was she unable to contact the outside world, she couldn't even activate the teleportation spell she had prepared to escape. Under the control of the Holy Lance, the demon lords of the old Demon Lord faction had become trapped. Katria clearly understood this. I realized my own weakness and Lin Xiu's strength. Even if she tried her best, she still couldn't catch up to Lin Xiu's footsteps. You know, Lin Xiu has only been a demon for a little over 2 months, close to Gliviadan in terms of the copy world. What's even more terrifying is that Catalia can't even see Lin Xiu's limits. Every once in a while, Lin Xiu will become stronger. Before, she could still look down on Lin Xiu and even think about using Lin Xiu as a reproductive tool. But now, facing Lin Xiu, who had performed so many miracles, Wetria was completely desperate. After extreme despair, what follows is the so-called surrender. Even if Katria herself didn't want to admit it, she did have a desire to submit to Lin Xiu. Of course, the most important reason is that Lin Xiu is a Leviathan. If Lin Xiu's bloodline wasn't the Leviathan bloodline, even if Katria faced an enemy she couldn't defeat, she would choose to risk her life and perish together with the enemy. However, if it is a pure-blooded Leviathan, that is another matter. At this moment, Katria completely recognized Lin Xiu's status as a pure-blooded Leviathan from the bottom of her heart. The Leviathan faction of the old Demon King faction is considered orthodox because they are descendants of the first generation of Leviathan. The reason why the first generation Leviathan is the most orthodox is that she was one of the strongest demons at the time and ruled the demon clan for quite a long time. At this time, Lin Xiu showed his strength in front of Katria, surpassing the devil Lucifer. So, after thinking it over, Catalia made a shocking move. Katria dropped the staff inlaid with a huge purple gem and knelt on the ground. Like Kiba Yumi before her, she placed her forehead on her hands in front of her body, a gesture of complete submission and obedience. Lin Xiu's evaluation of this is: if you take off all your clothes and put them aside while doing this action, and then put your staff aside to form a classic composition, he will like it even more. Chapter 168. Katria's Complete Surrender, Lin Xiu's Test, Part 1. Pictured. Katria, of course, considering that there were many men here, Lin Xiu also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Katria to create that classic composition. Overall, Lin Xiu was quite satisfied with Katria's voluntary submission. That's right, the leaders of other factions have no way out, but Katria is different. She still has Lin Xiu as her escape route. Nowadays, the reformist Demon King obviously wants to create Lin Xiu as a benchmark to attract the old Demon King faction's demons to join. Yes, the old Demon King faction's demons, that is, the descendants of the Demon King who have the blood of the Demon King but are not the leaders of the faction. As the ones who led the defection, the leaders of the old Demon King faction were guilty of an unforgivable crime. Even if they surrendered, they would be stripped of all their power or even executed. Therefore, they could only fight to the death. But Katria was different. If you surrender voluntarily, you can save your life no matter how bad the situation is. As for the powers that will be taken away, the other leaders of the old Demon King faction still had to worry about this kind of thing, but Catalia didn't have to worry at all. Even if she was temporarily deprived of power and all the demons under her old Demon King faction were subordinated to Lin Xiu, she would be able to make a comeback. Therefore, the stigma of Leviathan on Lin Xiu cannot be removed no matter what. From now on, Lin Xiu alone will represent the entire Leviathan clan. Lin Xiu's prosperity and strength will not only be seen as his own strength, but also as the strength of the Leviathan clan. Apart from Lin Xiu, the strongest member of the Leviathan clan is Katria. In this case, as long as she lives, she will be regarded as the second in command of the Leviathan clan. Even if she was stripped of her power, as long as Lin Xiu was still around, she would eventually regain her lost power over time. She could even gain power above Gong Na. Because, Catalia couldn't see Lin Xiu's limits at all. For demons, submitting to the strong is never a humiliation, it is a matter of course. Therefore, after all her escape routes were cut off and she knew she had no chance of catching up with Lin Xiu, a feeling called submission was born in Catalia's heart. Driven by this feeling of surrender and her own rationality, Intria made the final decision before Lin Xiu took action. She put down the staff in her hand, knelt down on her knees towards Lin Xiu, her forehead pressed against her hands, and her smooth knees were stained with dust, symbolizing the complete end of the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction. Katria, what are you doing? Seeing Katria kneel down, Cruiserye's mouth twitched, and he had an ominous premonition. Damn, is Catalia planning to sell her out? Cruiserye was right. Although Katria had no intention of selling him out, the result of her actions was no different from selling him out. While spreading her voice, Catalia sent a message to all members of the Leviathan clan. To all fellow Leviathans, as pure-blooded demons, our country should respect bloodline above all else. The Lin Xiu who now stands before us has already surpassed the first-generation ancestor. I believe that Lin Xiu Leviathan will lead the Leviathan clan to unprecedented glory. The blame for betraying the demon clan lies solely with me. I was the one who deceived all the members of the Leviathan clan. I am willing to accept the judgment of the demon clan and bear the consequences of my wrongdoings. As for you, you only need to lay down your weapons and support Lin Xiu, the strongest of the 10 weakened clans. The reason why Katria dared to say this and accept the trial of the reformist Demon King was because she knew that if she voluntarily surrendered, her life would not be in danger at all. As long as her life is not in danger, she has a great chance of making a comeback. After comprehensive consideration, Katria also admitted that becoming the second in command under Lin Xiu's leadership would definitely have a much better future than becoming the leader of a faction in a terrorist organization. Without a doubt, this was the conclusion Katria came to after combining her bloodline inspiration with her rational thinking. The other side. After receiving Katria's order, all the Leviathan demons, mostly women, lowered their staffs. They knew full well that Katria had chosen to take all the blame herself in order to cleanse them of their sins. While they might not be directly exonerated, they would certainly not face any severe punishment. All I can say is that even before Katria, many within the Leviathan faction of the old Demon King faction had begun to waver. If it weren't for Katria obtaining the evolution core, and Ophus's snake, allowing them to linger on a glimmer of hope, a large number of demons from the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction would have defected long ago. Having long considered joining Lin Xiu, the female demons of the Leviathan faction barely hesitated after receiving Katria's order. They all assumed the same posture as Katria, either kneeling on the ground or in the air, in a gesture of complete submission. Looking at the surrendering Leviathans in front of him, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I didn't expect that although Catalia's strength isn't that great, she actually has a talent for politics? Lin Xiu knew that the method Catalia was taking at this time was indeed the best option for her. Whether it is to recruit the remaining members of the old Demon King faction or to appease the Leviathan faction, the reformist Demon King is destined not to lose 10 Demon King faction leaders who voluntarily surrender. It could be said that for the reformist Demon King, Katria's surrender was far more valuable than killing her. Lin Xiu's original idea was to take Katria with him to live in Akame Killer's world for a few days or 10 days, conquering her physically and then mentally like he did with Asia, and finally using her as a maid and tool. Now it seems that Catalia's status may be slightly higher than before? Self-awareness is a rare quality in itself. Given the current performance of these Leviathans, even if they return to the Demon Clan in the future, they will still maintain a certain degree of respect for Catalia. With the respect of these Leviathans, as long as Katria survives, even if she's completely defeated in this trial, she'll eventually rise again. What Katria understood, Lin Xiu naturally understood as well. Didn't you see that Park Kaka was so good to the army that no one dared to touch him even when he was purged and imprisoned? A leader who takes the blame for his subordinates will always be supported spontaneously by his subordinates. Katria, you traitor. Seeing the other Leviathans surrender at the same time, Cruisereye finally couldn't hold back. What a woman, she sold him out just because she still had a chance to catch up. Just as Cruisereye was about to launch a surprise attack on Katria, who was kneeling on the ground. Swoosh, a golden holy sword pierced through the void and hit him directly in the chest. The holy sword of heavenly flash, loaded successfully. Transparent holy sword, loading successfully. Mimicry holy sword, loading successfully. The Esther clone that had been mimicked by Lin Xiu and placed aside was activated, activating the abilities of transparency and skyflash and instantly accelerated to Cruisereye. With its terrifying red level sharpness, even if Cruiserai's strength temporarily reached the Lord God level, his body would still be unable to withstand the Savior's holy sword. This kind of thing. Cruiserai was in great pain and stretched out his hand, trying to grab the holy sword and pull it out. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already stepped in front of Cruiserai. Explosion. He stretched out his hand, and a colorful exploding magic ball in the darkness instantly enveloped Cruiserai. This explosive magic ball is not big and has not even been concentrated at all. The only feature is concentration, extremely fast concentration. The explosive magic that could easily cover several cities was condensed by Lin Xiu to a size of 1 or 2 meters. It was condensed to the point where it just wrapped around Cruiserai's body. Because Lin Xiu controlled it very well, Cruiserai only had one head left. With the powerful vitality of a master of the main god level, even if he does not have immortality, he will not die quickly if only a head is left. Lin Xiu held Cruiserai's head with one hand and threw it towards his feet like a ball. 10 waves of soul-searching and purification combos kicked it towards his body. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the world core. Collection object. Cruiserai Asmodeus, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Bite. Weapon conceptualization, Demon Breaker, purple, has been upgraded to weapon conceptualization, Demon Breaker, gold. At this time, even the Demon King Alice was surprised by the amazing control displayed by Lin Xiu. This powerful control ability doesn't seem like the power that can be forced out after using a divine weapon. It's not that she hasn't observed Lin Xiu's battles. Lin Xiu's battles are generally based on force suppression and battlefield situation awareness. Before, Lin Xiu had never demonstrated his extremely precise control. The reason is very simple, it is simply impossible. Forbidden Hand and Tyrant Dragon are short bursts of power. In the case of a power burst, it is almost impossible to finally control the calendar area that is already in an explosive state. Only after completely integrating the Forbidden Hands mode can Lin Xiu use various refined combat methods as easily as using his fingers and arms. After dealing with Cruiserai, Lin Xiu flashed in front of Katria. Katria, if you truly surrender, don't harbor any resistance. Lin Xiu leaned forward slightly, lifted up Katria's face which was almost touching the ground, and activated his purification ability. To purify the core of evolution, the holder must completely lose the ability to resist or have no resistance at all. This was the final test that Lin Xiu was going to give Katria. Chapter 169 Demon King Alice's Confession, The End of the Battle and the Spoils of War, Part 2. To be looked at like a commodity with your chin lifted up by others is definitely a humiliating thing in the eyes of ordinary people. But, strangely enough, Katria didn't feel any humiliation. Instead, she felt extremely relieved and comfortable. She even felt a little refreshed. Obviously, after expressing her submission to Lin Xiu, Katria had completely given up her pride, and was willing to surrender both verbally and in her heart. No, not just verbally and mentally. Katria discovered that her body seemed to subconsciously submit to the young man before her. Katria discovered that ever since she had physical contact with Lin Xiu, her body had become somewhat strange, with her body temperature rising rapidly, and she was quickly preparing to reproduce. Under Lin Xiu's surprised eyes, Katria hugged his hands with both hands and took the initiative to suck his fingers. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He knew it was the effect of the succubus bloodline. But he hadn't expected that Katria would express her desires so directly, without any concealment. Holding Lin Xiu's finger, 2 pink hearts seemed to emerge from the depths of Katria's pupils. The look she gave Lin Xiu became more intense, almost like drawing. Perhaps, the devil's nature is greater than others. Is this a characteristic shared by all old devils? Compared to the reformist demons, the old demons and the old demon kings are obviously more old-fashioned, more obedient to ancient rules, and more willing to submit to demons with stronger bloodlines and strength. In this way, with Katria holding her finger, Lin Xiu completed the purification of the core of evolution in Katria's body. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the world core. Collection object. Katria Leviathan, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Bite. The immortal body, purple, has been upgraded to the immortal body, 900 gold. As the core of evolution within her body was purified, Katria's power, which had originally reached the level of the main god, quickly dissipated. Despite her disappointment, Katria's eyes revealed a hint of relief at having survived the ordeal, and the look she gave Lin Xiu was filled with submission and longing. Being able to submit to Lin Xiu is her luck, but also her destiny. The demon clan is such a jungle. The strong prey on the weak, and the Leviathan in the zone should have the qualifications to doubt Leviathan. She has been trying to resist this fate all along. Now, she finally gave up resistance and completely surrendered to Lin Xiu. After dealing with the 3 leaders of the old demon faction, Su Shu quickly started the aftermath work. Lin Xiu and Demon King Alice worked together seamlessly and quickly dealt with the demons of the old Demon King faction who had lost their leaders. Mr. Lin Xiu, these demons from the old Demon King sect are now in your care. After this battle, the DxD organization should be able to gain a foothold. I believe that under your guidance, the 3 forces will surely move towards a brighter future. Alice looked at Lin Xiu with eyes full of admiration and trust. It can be said that everything Lin Xiu has now is her acquiescence, or even her act of promotion. Whether it is the position of the Orthodox Leviathan, the leader of the DxD agency, or letting Lin Xiu deal with the captives of the old Demon King faction, these are things that cannot be done without her approval. In fact, she had long seen Grayfia's pain, entanglement, and even numbness. That was why she took the initiative to cultivate Lin Xiu and even sent Grayfia to Lin Xiu's side. Well, Lady Alice, I have now marked all the information of this world. Next, I will completely destroy these 7 separated world lines. Before that, I need to send you out first. As he spoke, Lin Xiu extended his hand towards Alice. CCEG, okay. Hearing Lin Xiu call out her real name, Demon King Alice was startled at first, then smiled with relief. The next second, the true red light dissipated, and the Demon King Alice revealed her true form in front of Lin Xiu. A few seconds later, an adult version of Rias appeared in front of Lin Xiu, with greatly enhanced temperament and strength. Gently, Demon King Alice placed her hand on Lin Xiu's, and the next second, the two of them left this cutout world line. Half a minute later, Lin Xiu returned to this cutout world line. Holding the golden holy spear, Lin Xiu stepped forward slightly. Explosion. Create the world. Boom. With Lin Xiu as the center, the entire parallel world was included in the Genesis explosion. Under the influence of the creation explosion, the rules of the world were rewritten, and the world's possibilities were blocked. The entire world group turned into golden points of light and gradually dissipated. With Lin Xiu's parallel world as the center, the impact of the Genesis explosion spread wildly, and soon spread to several surrounding parallel worlds. Soon, due to a chain reaction, all the parallel worlds disappeared, and Lin Xiu and the besieged leaders of the 3 major forces returned to the real world. Standing on the rooftop of the still intact Ju Wang College, Lin Xiu calmly looked at everything in front of him. If there was any news that made Lin Xiu happy today, it was that he learned from Sha Luba's memory that the X-World had no plans to personally take action in the short term. Otherwise, if the X-World had already sent subordinates into the DxD World, Lin Xiu would never use Genesis explosion in front of them. After returning to the real world, Michael was fine, but Azazel looked at Lin Xiu with the eyes of a hungry wolf, like a monk seeing a scripture or a pervert seeing a beautiful woman. There is no doubt that after this incident, the authority of the DxD agency and Lin Xiu has been thoroughly confirmed. Next, it is time to publicize and win over people's hearts. However, this is not Lin Xiu's business. Lin Xiu had become a very busy man, with no time to bother with publicity. He trusted the abilities of Demon King Alice and Grayfia to help him get things done. The most important thing for Lin Xiu now is to taste the spoils he just got. This time, Lin Xiu's spoils mainly include 4 items. First, there was Catalia and the Leviathan clan to which she belonged. The Leviathan clan is famous for having a large number of female members, and can be said to be both similar to and different from the Gremory clan. There is no doubt that even if all the members of the old Demon King faction were captured, Lin Xiu and the reformist Demon Kings would not be able to wipe them all out, as that would only provoke civil unrest in the underworld. Returning to the ancestral Leviathan bloodline is one of the rewards Lin Xiu received when he completed the mission in the world of Akame. In addition to its own powerful Leviathan power, it also has the ability to absorb the demon bloodline of other families to enhance its ability. Could this person be a masochist? Lin Xiu couldn't help but wonder as he watched Catalia half kneeling in front of him in a respectful squatting position. After the collection degree reaches a certain standard, the ancestral Leviathan bloodline can further evolve, moving towards the most original demon bloodline, that gathers all the laws of heaven and earth and then differentiates. Note: the Gremory family is the lineage among the 72 demons that inherited the most abilities from Lilith, the mother of demons, and possesses many characteristics of pure-blooded demons. Fourthly, there are the female demons with demon blood in the other 2 old demon lord factions, the Beelzebub faction, and the Asmodeus faction. Collecting the blood of one Gremory family member is equivalent to collecting the blood of several or even dozens of pure-blooded demons from other families. Against the backdrop of the Demon King's uniform, Kalia's tanned skin, set against the burgundy tights, shone with a dazzling oily sheen, appearing incredibly smooth. Atavistic Leviathan bloodline, gold. The product of the further advancement and atavism of the Leviathan bloodline. In addition to its own blood purity and blood power surpassing the first generation of Leviathan, it also has an awakening in the direction of atavism. The demons of the Gremory family can only choose to mate with themselves after adulthood, while the demons of the Leviathan family can choose to mate with mountains, rivers, lakes and seas that are compatible with their own bloodline. The third is the Ice Princess Lavinia, who is possessed by Yakusta. Of course, generally speaking, the Leviathan clan cannot find too many water systems that match their own frequency bands, and can usually only give birth to 1 or 2 offspring. Master Lin Xiu, you are the most powerful and greatest Leviathan. I believe that you, and only you, are qualified to be my partner. Although Yakusta was defeated by Lin Xiu, Ice Princess Lavinia also suffered great soul damage because her body was occupied by Yakusta. However, Katreya didn't mind Lin Xiu's indifference at all, and even revealed a hint of infatuation after feeling Lin Xiu's cold gaze. The similarity is that both demon families can reproduce themselves through asexual reproduction. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Yes, Master Lin Xiu. Katreya replied respectfully, her eyes full of infatuation. The second is Waboga and the Witch Knight led by Waboga. Lin Xiu's mind shifted, and a gravity ray was cast upon her, sending Katreya sliding down in an instant. Under the hundreds of times greater gravity, Katria's eyes rolled back, and her toes, painted with burgundy nail polish, twisted beyond recognition. So, that night, using the atavistic Leviathan bloodline, the host can obtain the bloodline ability of the female demon combined with the host. The stronger the bloodline and strength of the female demon combined with the host, the higher the host's collection degree. The difference is that the demons of the Gremory family are all female, while the Leviathan clan can still have some rare males. With so many demons from the old Demon King faction helping him, Lin Xiu believed that the speed of improving his atavistic Leviathan bloodline would definitely increase significantly. Witch Knight, as the name suggests, involves a large number of female rogue magicians. In the original story, they kidnapped Gaspar and forcibly activated Gaspar's forbidden hand. Lin Xiu estimated that if he kept collecting, he would most likely be able to recreate the miracle of Lilith, the mother of demons, who combined with all the ways and brought each way to its extreme. The demons of the Gremory family can only give birth to one offspring, but the Leviathan family can continue to give birth to offspring as long as they can find mountains, rivers, lakes and seas that match their own frequency band. There is no need to worry about infertility. Lin Xiu put his hands over his head, signaling Katria to fend for herself and live comfortably. Katria wasn't the woman he'd actively pursued, nor did he have any deep feelings for her, so Lin Xiu had no intention of treating her gently. Therefore, Lin Xiu planned to select the most powerful female demons from the two families on his bed, and then use them to completely control the two old demon families. The words Catalia spoke, the longing and submission in her eyes, both perfectly confirmed Lin Xiu's point. Before being conquered, she was absolutely proud and arrogant, but after being conquered, those who were originally arrogant often have a certain degree of masochism. Dressed as a demon king, Katria walked into Lin Xiu's room. Of course, in addition to this, strict rectification is definitely needed. New book launch, please give me flowers, please give me reviews, Sleepy Moon. Lin Xiu's idea was simple. Since his soul was injured, he could only heal Ice Princess Lavinia's injuries reluctantly, just like he had treated Dongcheng Se and the others. I'm quite lazy, so you know what I'm talking about. Chapter 170 Chaos Leviathan, Seek Virus Concern, Part 3. Katria hadn't expected Lin Xiu to use the gravity ray to sneak attack her. She was caught off guard and almost lost consciousness. However, even in this state where she was almost unconscious, Catalia still looked immersed in it and even took the initiative to extend her hand to Lin Xiu. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was only teasing her a little and had no intention of actually making her work under the gravity constraint. So, after the gravity spell was lifted, Katria's hand finally touched Lin Xiu's face. Gazing at the supreme being in her mind, the strongest Leviathan in history, Catalia slowly offered her red lips with the demeanor of an absolute inferior. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage-based story mission, Revenge of the Old Demon Lord Leviathan, Stage 1. Quest level. Gold. Mission description. As the host continues to grow stronger, the Old Demon Lord Leviathan has changed his policy towards the host, from having to kill or imprison the host to having to take the host away. It would be best if she could give birth to a large number of children, who would inherit the host's mutated, high-purity bloodline and bring shame to the devil Lucifer. This kind of behavior of treating people like studs should definitely be severely retaliated against. Quest. 557. Requirements. Collect the female Leviathan, Katria Leviathan, that appeared in the plot. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Evolution Direction, Chaos Leviathan, Gold. Evolution Direction, Chaos Leviathan, Gold. Adds Chaos attributes and related evolution direction to the Leviathan bloodline. Note. Leviathan bloodline originally had 3 evolutionary directions. The first one is to simply increase affinity with water attributes, thereby gaining control over all water systems. The second way is to go back to one's ancestors, walk along the intersecting roads of all the avenues, collect the demon blood of other pure-blooded demons, and fuse them into the original demon blood. When fighting, one can resonate with all the avenues, and bring each avenue to its full potential. The third, Chaos, is similar to atavism, but a different branch. Like the second evolutionary direction, it can absorb the blood of other pure-blooded demons to increase its fusion. During battle, it can absorb chaos and dimensional energy from the dimensional space, achieving a kind of pseudo-infinity. Looking at this new direction of evolution, Lin Xiu thought for a long time. The first evolutionary direction is chosen by all pure-blooded Leviathans. Even if you don't specifically cultivate in this direction, as long as you continuously improve your affinity for water, you're evolving in the first direction. As for the second and third evolutionary directions, the second evolutionary direction can manifest every principle of the 10,000 Taos to the greatest extent possible. It is the legacy of the connection between Lilith, the mother of demons, and heaven and earth. The third evolutionary direction is to fuse all the myriad paths to form chaos. Without a doubt, this evolutionary direction is most similar to the evolutionary direction of my current saint and demon fusion. It is similar to the evolutionary direction of Chaos Body and Infinite Dragon God Orpheus. Wait. If integration of all Tao and fusion of Yin and Yang are the evolutionary directions of the Chaos Body, then the second direction of manifestation of all Tao to the greatest extent is not the evolutionary direction of the innate holy body Tao embryo. After coming to the conclusions that Demon Mother Lilith represents the path of the innate holy body, and Infinite Dragon God Orpheus represents the path of the Chaos Body, Lin Xiu's expression became subtle. In general, if I can achieve pseudo-infinity, I can at least raise my strength to the sub-dragon god level, and even the dragon god level is not impossible. If you want to achieve pseudo-infinity faster, in addition to practicing under the blessing of multi-heart communication, collecting the blood of other demons is also a way to accelerate evolution. When he thought of this, Lin Xiu felt that it was a great honor that he did not kill those descendants of the Demon King of the Japanese Demon King faction. The pure-blooded demons of the underworld were both bound by and protected by the rules. Before becoming the complete rule-maker, if Lin Xiu attacked the pure-blooded demons of the underworld, he would inevitably be held responsible by the other party. But the members of the old Demon King faction were different. Now, Lin Xiu was the sky over these members of the old Demon King faction and had the highest degree of control. In the case of a cleansing and screening process that is destined to take place, a large number of descendants of the Demon King are bound to climb into his bed in order to save their lives and become stronger. Kshatriya, the leader of the Leviathan faction, serves as a role model and benchmark for the other descendants of King Guang. At this moment, Kshatriya hugged Lin Xiu and felt unprecedented ease and freedom, as well as unprecedented happiness. She has always been so self-deprecating and yet so proud. However, from now on, she no longer has to think about such things. Normally, pure-blooded female Leviathans of the Leviathan clan would never seek a mate. They would only mate with water-type creatures like mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas that matched their frequency bands, and then give birth to the next 10 generations of pure-blooded Leviathans. Because, if they found other pure-blooded demons to give birth to offspring, it would simply pollute their bloodline. But Lin Xiu is different. As a rare male descendant of the Leviathan clan, when male Leviathans are unable to give birth to offspring with mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, other female pure-blooded Leviathans are responsible for helping him give birth to offspring. Soon, the dark-skinned queen named Kalia let out the most satisfying sigh of her life. The Leviathan blood in her body surged like a tide, impacting the flood control dam. As time passed, the Leviathan blood in both Kshatriya and Lin Xiu continued to grow stronger. Kshatriya's strength was due to Lin Xiu's blood infusion and the deepening of the symbiont. Lin Xiu's strength was also due to the fact that his ancestral Leviathan bloodline was absorbing the properties of Kshatriya's demonic bloodline. Although it was just a little bit, Lin Xiu was very interested in this kind of training method that could make him stronger without any effort. After who knows how long, after who knows how many times of blood infusion, the shackles that had been sealed within Kshatriya were finally broken by Lin Xiu's blood infusion technique. Kshatriya's beautiful eyes slightly opened, and the aura around her instantly became much stronger. Just now, she successfully broke through and became a super demon king, and she also awakened the tail-dropping sea snake dragon, characteristic that she had not awakened before. In addition to her awakened magical properties, Kshatriya was also concerned about her breakthrough in her own strength. Come to think of it, it's already morning, and the urgent news from the major media outlets in the underworld should have come out by now. After receiving Lin Xiu's response, Kshatriya was stunned for a few seconds, then revealed an expression of piety that could be described as faith. On the one hand, this can help her broaden her horizons, identify her own strengths and weaknesses, and thus make improvements and reforms to her own newspaper. So, Kshatriya hugged Lin Xiu tightly, as if she never wanted her to leave. The Duchess of Agaras picked up the photo in her hand and looked at her daughter with a smile. Grand Duke. An unknown amount of time passed as Kshatriya felt the awakening of her magical ability, the tail-dropping sea serpent dragon, and the surge of Lin Xiu's evolutionary energy. Her long, voluptuous thighs instantly straightened, and her snake-like pupils instantly turned white. Fortunately, the meeting was held successfully. If the peace talks failed or a leader was captured by the enemy, she would have been kicked out of bed by her mother in the middle of the night. Walking to the door of her office, Seekvera picked up a few newspapers that had been automatically delivered to her mailbox. Seekvilla's mother was in charge of the Grand Duke's newspaper, so when she published the news, she also informed her daughter. Seeing the newspaper in Duchess Agras's hand, Seekvera-san froze, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. After entering the office with the newspaper, Seekvera-san was greeted by her mother. As the next head of the Grand Duke's family, even though she has her own newspaper, Seekvera still has the habit of reading other families' newspapers every day. However, even so, Kshatriya still locked Lin Xiu tightly, maintaining this final state. As she said, she believed that if other Leviathans knew that establishing a substantial relationship with Lin Xiu would help awaken their magical properties and improve their strength, they would definitely flock to her. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, it is an honor for the entire Leviathan lineage to be chosen by you. Kshatriya's words clearly tacitly acknowledged that Lin Xiu would inherit the entire Leviathan clan. Although she had not told all the pure-blooded demons that the tripartite meeting would be held in Zhuang Town, she, as the next head of the Grand Duke's family, still knew about it. The meeting between the three forces was attacked, but the talks were still successful. This news spread throughout the underworld. Obviously, she could only think that all this was because of Lin Xiu. Suspicious, Kshatriya cast a questioning look at Lin Xiu. Before that, she must cherish the time she has alone with Lin Xiu. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Seekvera, who had just woken up, became nervous when she saw the message from her mother. Seekvera-san, can you tell me who the photo on your desk is of? Yes, it's because of me. Besides you, I also plan to use the blood infusion method on the entire Leviathan clan. What do you think? Lin Xiu said as he supported Kalia's curvy waist. Although Lin Xiu really wanted to deal with the remaining members of the Leviathan clan as quickly as possible, seeing how crazy Katria was, Lin Xiu simply transferred the two of them to the Akame/world and fell asleep with her in his arms. After losing the evolution core and Orpheus's snake, Lin Xiu did not give Katria the demon pawn, so her strength quickly fell back to the peak of the demon lord level. It can be said that the current Old Demon King faction is not well received by the old demons in the underworld because they have not awakened the same magical characteristics as the first and second generation demon kings, and have only inherited the magic itself. The next day, clearly, being close to Lin Xiu and being possessed by Lin Xiu had become part of Katria's underlying code. On the other hand, the Grand Duke's newspaper is not omnipotent. Many newspapers have their own exclusive sources of information, and there is absolutely no harm in reading more. Now, with the repeated infusion of Lin Xiu's divine bloodline, Katria finally broke through that shackle. There are only two people in the photo, her daughter and a man wearing crimson armor. Chapter 171. Blind Date Conference. The complete collection of the Leviathan clan, updated? Pictured. Silkwila, in today's underworld, everyone can recognize the identity of this man in red armor at a glance. That's right, this photo is of Seekvera and Lin Xiu. The night before yesterday, Seekvera delivered the soul-returning grass and netherworld Ganoderma to Lin Xiu as quickly as possible. Then, she made a request to Lin Xiu. Seekvera's request was to have Lin Xiu take a photo with her while wearing the forbidden hand armor. After hearing Seekvera's request, Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then he remembered the information about Seekvera. He remembered that Seekvera was a huge fan of the robot series. Apparently, Seekvera-kun treated the photo with him as some kind of peripheral collection activity. Since Seekvera-san had made such a request, Lin Xiu naturally couldn't refuse. So, he let Seekvera-san lean against him and took a photo. Taking advantage of this photo opportunity, Lin Xiu made physical contact with Seekvera-san and touched her arm. Seekvera was stunned for a moment, then acted as if nothing had happened and continued talking to Lin Xiu. However, from her slightly flushed face afterwards, it could be seen that her mood was not as calm as she appeared. By now, Lin Xiu's strength had risen to a level that the younger generation couldn't even begin to match. This held a great appeal to Seekvera, a pure-blooded female demon who had always believed in the principle of the strong are respected since childhood. If the powerful effect of the gold-level succubus bloodline is added, Seekvera might be even more unable to withstand it. Succubus bloodline, gold. The advanced succubus bloodline has obvious effects on the main god level and below, and can also have some influence on the strong ones above the main god level. Even if you only like a part of the host, you can eventually extend your affection from the object to the person, and gradually increase your favorability towards the host himself. For example, even if one only likes the host's excellent academic performance, outstanding appearance, or strong strength, etc., ultimately, under the influence of biological instinct, it will evolve into the host's own appreciation and liking. It can be said that Seekvera perfectly fits the characteristic of only liking some of Lin Xiu's characteristics but not completely liking Lin Xiu himself, and is right in the good zone of the gold-level succubus bloodline. Seekvera-san hadn't seen Lin Xiu since their last separation. If she were to see her again and have contact with her, she would probably be much more excited than last time. After taking this photo with Lin Xiu, Seekvera was thrilled the entire evening. She eventually decided to put the photo on her desk so she could admire it whenever she felt tired. Unexpectedly, just 2 days after it was put up, her mother discovered the photo. Looking at the photo in her mother's hand, Seekvera-san nodded slightly and uttered a cute, Seeing her daughter's girlish reaction, the Duchess of Agaras smiled happily. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Red Dragon Emperor, right? You actually asked for a photo on our first transaction. Daughter, are you interested in him? That's not the case. Mother, you should know my preferences. I just like that special and handsome forbidden hand armor he's wearing. Seekvera-san explained hastily, waving her hands. Really? I just like the forbidden hand armor? The Duchess of Agaras smiled playfully, shook her head, turned the swivel chair under her, and picked up a photo from the table. In the photo, there is a white armored creature with blue fluorescent wings. This is a photo of the White Dragon Emperor that was discovered not long ago. Like the Red Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Emperor is also wearing the forbidden hand armor. Seekvera-san, can you show the same adorable expression you did just now in front of the White Dragon King's photo? Seekvera-san bit her lips and lowered her head. Obviously, she also knew that the enthusiasm for something you like and the excitement for someone you like are completely different in their outward manifestations. However, since she had no experience in this area, after being exposed by her mother, Seekvera's face showed visible confusion and embarrassment. It's not like she hasn't had prospective fiancés since she was a child. However, these prospective fiancés all thought she was too lonely and her hobbies were too eccentric, so they hurriedly found excuses to postpone the marriage before even entering the engagement process. Currently, Seekvera has given up on the idea of allowing direct descendants of other demon families to marry into the Agaras family, and is ready to accept the fact that only pure-blooded demons of collateral blood can marry into the Agaras family. Because the requirements for direct descendants are generally higher, after having already failed 2 potential fiancés, Seekvera really doesn't want to suffer a third blow. The Duchess of Agaras was very satisfied with her daughter's reaction. She put away the photo in her hand, slowly walked to her daughter's side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. Seekvera, if you really like Lin Xiu-kun, your family can allow you to not inherit the position of family head for the time being. This morning, the Duchess of Agaras had already learned about Lin Xiu's performance last night and also knew that Lin Xiu had assumed the duties of chairman of the DxD agency. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Xiu's future status was limitless, and he might even be above the leaders of the three major factions. Therefore, for the future of the Agaras family and her daughter's happiness, the Duchess of Agaras did not mind being the head of the family for a few more decades or even hundreds of years, so that Sikvera would have time to marry Lin Xiu and give birth to the next generation of head of the family. Today, Lin Xiu has the qualifications to make the Grand Duke Agaras family pay for him. Not to mention the Grand Duke, didn't even the demon dragon Saint Tanning openly declare that he belonged to Lin Xiu? Of course, the most important reason is that Duchess Aries received some secret information today. Some time ago, many pure-blooded demon families wanted to marry a daughter to Lin Xiu, and agreed that the first child born would take the original family's surname, while the second and subsequent children would inherit Lin Xiu's surname. But today, after hearing the news from last night, these pure-blooded demons changed their minds and decided that even if their children didn't have to bear the family name, it was fine as long as their daughter could marry Xiu. Faced with this situation, Duchess Agaras felt that if she did not persuade her daughter now, she would never have the chance to do so again. But, mother, doesn't Lin Xiujun already have two fiancés? Sikvera still had one last concern. With her pride, she certainly didn't want to be a slave to others. Hearing this, Duchess Agaras smiled gently. Yes, he has two fiancés. That's why, Sikvera-san, you're going to become Lin Xiu-kun's third fiancé before we officially get married. This way, there won't be a significant difference in status. In fact, with the Agaras family as your backing, you'll even be second only to Rias Cremery. Asterisk. Sikvera-san hesitated. She admitted that her mother was right, but. Seeing this, the Duchess of Agaras used her final trump card. Sikvera-san, you should know that in 20 days, during the human world's summer vacation, the underworld will be hosting a gathering for young demons, right? Yeah, I see. What's the matter? Sikvera-san asked. Although Lin Xiujun currently serves as the chief speaker of the DxD agency, he is also considered a member of the younger generation, so he also needs to attend the gatherings of the younger generation of demons. So, mother, you mean that I should take the initiative to contact Lin Xiujun at this time? Simeon Vera frowned. 2. The Duchess of Agaras smiled and shook her head. What I mean is, there's gossip that many families in the underworld are treating this opportunity as a blind date meeting. The male guest is only Lin Xiujun, and the female guests are all pure-blooded demons from the younger generation of the underworld, over 80% of whom are unmarried. Many demon families have expressed their willingness to marry off their daughters as long as Lin Xiu is willing to accept. Many things are like this. It would be fine if no one started it. Since Lin Xiu himself and his fiancée have accepted the fact that Lin Xiu can marry multiple wives, others are happy to add fuel to the fire. This is the so-called broken window effect, After hearing that the gathering of young demons had turned into a blind date event with only Lin Xiu as the male guest, Sikvera instantly lost her composure. How could they be so unruly? My dear daughter, you should know that being attracted to power and submitting to power is the rule of demons since ancient times. All other rules are extensions of this rule. So, Sikvera-san, what is your choice? Duchess Agaras smiled again. I want to go. Even if it's just to intimidate the other female demons and prevent them from causing too much trouble for Lin Xiujun, I must go. Sikvera felt that instead of letting Lin Xiu recruit concubines without considering their quality, it would be better for her to conduct a thorough investigation and then provide Lin Xiu with supporting information that would help him make the right choice. All I can say is that many bottom lines are broken in this way. Originally, Sikvera was reluctant to be a slave, but after learning that so many female demons in the underworld were interested in Lin Xiu, her attitude suddenly softened. All I can say is that the herd effect has existed since ancient times. The other side. The world of Akame killer. At this time, Lin Xiu was still immersed in Katreya's body, and Katreya's slender legs were still slightly crossed behind Lin Xiu's waist. However, this does not mean that Lin Xiu spent the entire night inside of Katreya. The actual situation is that half a day has passed in the DxD world, 5 days have passed in the Akame killer world. During these 5 days, Lin Xiu not only subdued Katreya, but also the entire Leviathan clan. Now, besides Katreya, there were also a large number of female pure-blooded Leviathans lying in a mess on Lin Xiulong's bed. So, to be precise, including the first day, this was already Lin Xiu's second day sleeping inside of Katreya. During these 5 days, Lin Xiu dated the saints of the church during the day, and at night, after appreciating the beauties, he gave demon chess pieces to those with sufficient loyalty and ability according to their performance in bed and battle. During these 5 days, Lin Xiu, through his own strong personal and sexual abilities, combined with the blood infusion method that can make people stronger in the devil chess pieces, made himself the supreme being in the hearts of Katreya and the entire Leviathan. Just after conquering the entire Leviathan clan, Lin Xiu heard a system notification sound in his head. Chapter 172. The Demon King's Seal, the Special Features of Lilith, the Mother of Demons, Part 2. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Collect all the Leviathans, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Original Leviathan Seal, gold. Original Leviathan Mark. A mark exclusive to the first generation of the 4 great demon kings. It can be considered a benefit given by the demon mother Lilith to her descendants by combining the power of the underworld. It can also be called the Demon King Mark. Only demons with strength reaching the peak of Super Demon King or above can possess the Demon King seal, and the holder's magic concentration and magic characteristics will be enhanced. If a Demon King at the peak of the Super Demon King level holds it, he can gain combat power comparable to that of a God level. If the God level first generation Lucifer Demon King uses it, he can gain combat power comparable to that of a main God level. Considering that this is one of the few enhancement items that can be made by local indigenous people, and it has no side effects or hidden dangers, the Mark of the Demon King can be said to be extremely precious and powerful. Unfortunately, after giving the first wave of Demon King Mark to the 4 demons who first reached the peak strength of the Super Demon King, the Demon Mother Lilith was targeted and killed. No new Demon King marks were ever created. Note: this seal is exclusive to the Leviathan clan, and can only be used and possessed by demons with Leviathan bloodline, whose strength has reached the peak of the Super Demon Lord. After reading the introduction of the Demon King's Mark, Leviathan, Lin Xiu became interested in the Demon King's Mark. Of course, what interests Lin Xiu the most is Lilith, the mother of demons herself. System: I just mentioned that the Demon Mother Lilith was assassinated by a top-level assassin, and no one can create the Demon King's Mark anymore. Who targeted and killed Lilith, the Demon Mother? The reason for asking this question is that Lin Xiu already has a rough guess in his mind. Soon, the system gave Lin Xiu a reply. Ding, like the god of the Bible, if the Demon Mother Lilith 243 survives, she may give birth to a demon that is powerful enough to surpass the upper limit of the DxD world. So, after this possible world appeared on the timeline, the Demon Mother Lilith was targeted and killed by the X world. So, the power of the Demon Mother Lilith is? Ding, although not as powerful as the god of the Bible, he has surpassed the level of a major god and reached the peak of a sub-dragon god. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to manifest the 10,000 Daos. *****. Lin Xiu frowned. The Demon Mother Lilith in the original story was also very powerful and had survived to the present day. It was a pity that she had turned into a lump of flesh and was used as a tool to produce artificial transcendence. Since the Demon Mother can produce an artificial transcendent with the strength of a main god, it shows that her own strength is extremely outstanding. However, judging from the system's description, Lilith, the mother of demons in his world line, is more powerful than in the original plot. If she could have survived, she would probably have become a dragon god level master. According to the system, the Demon Mother Lilith may give birth to a demon that exceeds the upper limit of the DxD world in the future. If I am not mistaken, the specific method should be. Soon, Lin Xiu expressed his idea, which was verified by the system. Sure enough, just as I thought, the way that Demon Mother Lilith gave birth to a demon that surpassed the upper limit of DxD is the same path I am taking now. First, the 10,000 paths manifested and differentiated, then, over time, they were thoroughly imprinted into the bloodline. Finally, through the continuous integration of the demon clan, a single, strongest demon, incorporating the 10,000 paths, was formed. Unfortunately, before this point was reached, many of the demon clan's lineages were wiped out. The Gramarye clan, the only ones who possessed some of Lilith's abilities, could only produce offspring through self-fertilization. Thus, the path to bloodline integration and rebalancing for the demon clan was completely blocked. And now, I, who possess the atavistic Leviathan bloodline, am the only demon who has embarked on this possibility. In short, Lilith, the mother of demons, is very important. According to the system, I should be able to complete the main quest of the DxD world before the X world attacks. By then, in addition to the god of the Bible, it will also be necessary to retrieve Lilith, the mother of demons, from the past timeline. After asking some more questions about Lilith, the mother of demons, and reaching the limits of the system's answers, Lin Xiu turned his attention to the Demon King's seal, Leviathan. Rather than calling it an engraving, it's better to say that this is the embodiment of the original law of water between heaven and earth. Holding this seal is equivalent to receiving the blessing of the law of water. That is indeed the case. Lin Xiu felt the difference between himself and the original Leviathan seal after obtaining it. Through bloodline reversion training, with the entire Leviathan clan of female demons, Lin Xiu's Leviathan bloodline has been greatly strengthened compared to before. Now, after obtaining the original Leviathan seal, it can be said that it has reached a higher level. After fusing with the Forbidden Hand, my strength remains at the level of a low-level Lord God. However, after receiving the blessings of the entire Leviathan clan of female demons, if I only use water-related techniques, I can cause damage that only high-level Lord Gods or even peak Lord Gods can achieve. If used in Tyrant Dragon state, I'm afraid, I could even compete with a sub-Dragon God level being. Once your strength exceeds that of a major god, Orpheus's snake will no longer work. The only thing that will work is the evolution core of the X world. Except for the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor, no other life in the DxD world has yet broken through to the sub-Dragon God level. Even if the X world wanted to control them, they could only control the masters of the main god level and then use the evolution core to elevate them to the sub-Dragon God level. In other words, without a personal presence, the sub-Dragon God level is the upper limit of the experts that the X world can send. Although I can feel relieved for the time being, considering the opponents I might face, I really should add some experts to my team. Lin Xiu thought of Seraphlor, Grayfia, and Demon King Alice. If Demon King Alice is willing to become his follower, with Demon King Alice's own strength at the peak of the main god level, Lin Xiu will immediately be able to obtain a sub-dragon god level helper. The problem is, I don't know if Alice will agree. If there is any situation that will definitely make Demon King Alice agree, it must be when the Demon Clan is facing the crisis of extinction. However, I can't actively create this kind of crisis. The risks of being exposed are too great. In other words, at this stage, all I can do is wait for this crisis to come. Speaking of which, while I'm waiting, should I capture Venelana and Grayfia first and let them make a detour from the side? By the way, if the Leviathan clan's hidden reward is the Leviathan seal, then what about the other two Demon King clans? Soon, Lin Xiu made a decision. In short, first rank the female demons of the other two Demon King families, and then take these two Demon King families into your pockets like you did with the Leviathan family. The other side. Ravel, who had been working hard, finally succeeded in convincing her best friend, Aluka Astaroth. In the branch house of the Astaroth family, a silver-haired loli with twin tails was reading a newspaper. In front of her was the projection of Rebel Phoenix, her best friend since kindergarten. At this time, both of them were wearing special afternoon tea dresses and were having afternoon tea remotely. While reading the newspaper, the two of them had a friendly conversation as classmates and friends. On the table were the newspapers they had finished reading. There is no doubt that all the newspaper headlines are related to last night's meeting. Headline from the Underworld Daily. The three factions of demons, angels, and fallen angels held a grand peace ceremony in Zhuang Town. During the ceremony, the three factions jointly established the DxD Agency to be responsible for external law enforcement for the three factions. The Underworld Daily is funded by the four great demon kings and a large number of demon nobles. It is recognized as the most authoritative newspaper in the underworld. The wording used is very conservative and does not show an overly obvious attitude, it only reports the facts. Devil's Gazette Headline 1. Lin Xiu Leviathan successfully elected as the chief speaker of the DxD machine, and the leaders of the three major factions serve as honorary speakers. This move marks the beginning of a new era for the Demon Clan. Devil's Gazette Headline 2. During the tripartite talks, the three leaders of the old Demon King faction attacked together. Lin Xiu, the chief counselor of the DxD Agency, personally defeated them. Over 90% of the old Demon King faction were captured, and the remaining members are still being hunted down. The Devil's Gazette is a newspaper sponsored by the old demons, and has always reported from the perspective of the old demons. The previous, Devil's Gazette, was the anti-reformist Demon King, but when reporting on Lin Xiu, it will be biased towards Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu has the blood of Leviathan flowing in his body. But now, with the old Demon King sending 3 of the 4 away and Lin Xiu showing his god-level strength, the situation has changed dramatically. Nowadays, the Devil's Gazette, controlled by the old demons, has completely turned to Lin Xiu, and its attitude towards the reformist Demon King has also changed from mostly critical to mostly supportive. There was no way, the situation was stronger than people, and since the old Demon King faction was doomed, it was normal for them to turn to Lin Xiu. Since he sided with Lin Xiu, he naturally wouldn't have much objection to the reformist Demon King. After all, the Demon King Lucifer's sister was Lin Xiu's legal wife. Blood Moon newspaper headline. According to insider information provided by an informed source, Lin Xiu Leviathan and the Demon King Seraflu seem to have a close relationship beyond friendship. Rumor has it that the two even exchange underwear after events. The Blood Moon is known as the Sun of the Underworld. It inherits the tradition of the British Sun and always focuses on gossip. The Duke's Statement, the King Interview. The Duke's Statement and the King's Interview, newspapers of the Grand Duke and the Grand King respectively, both made relatively objective comments on this. Long before, Ravel had wanted to recruit Aluka into her team, but Aluka had always been hesitant. Because, if possible, she still wants to compete for the position of the next head of the family. But today, after seeing last night's news, she admitted that she was deeply shaken. The thought of agreeing and potentially being open with Rebel, and then being placed on the same bed with Lin Xiu, made Forika's delicate face flush. Chapter 173. Rias's Attack, The Power of the Demon God Baral, Part 3. Pictured as Aruka, Ravel's best friend, Aluka immediately thought of the scene where she and Ravel were placed on the same bed. Because she knew that as long as she agreed, polygamy would not be a big deal to Lin Xiu now. The position of chief speaker of the DxD Agency gives Lin Xiu a status comparable to that of the Devil King Lucifer. The record of capturing the leader of the old Demon King faction last night proved that Lin Xiu was definitely worthy of this position. Plus, she's so young. You know, Lin Xiu isn't even in her 3rd year of high school yet. With so many conditions added together, any normal, unmarried female devil would be moved, and most of them would even choose to pay for him. What's more, Aluka has her classmate and good friend Ravel to protect her. The only problem is, Ravel, why did you insist on asking me to come along? Aluka couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Ravel was silent for a long time before slowly opening her red lips. Because there are too many opponents, and she is too powerful. Currently, the underworld tacitly acknowledges that Lin Xiu has 2 partners, Rias Gremory and Rebel Phoenix. But Rebel knew that Lin Xiu was far more complicated than the underworld's mission had imagined. Whether it is Aegis, Church Foursome, Lanali's, Fallen Angel Trio, or the Apocalypse Group. The Night Raid Group has a great influence on her. After the fusion of the Akame Killer World, just like the Apocalypse World, the heroines of the Akame Killer World also obtained their own legal identities in Chang'an City, next to Zhou City. At the beginning, she could still rely on the number of her followers to make Lin Xiu spend most of his time on her. Later, as she got to know Lin Xiu better and better, Rebel had no choice but to accept the fact that Lin Xiu had many partners and that there would be even more in the future. But, after accepting it, Belle will also make efforts while accepting the current situation. Libel has clearly realized that her own ability is not enough to help Lin Xiu much, so she is studying to become Lin Xiu's secretary. She knew very well that not only her, but other girls and even Lin Xiu herself were working hard. Leiluka's joining the group was one of her efforts to maintain the balance of Lin Xiu's harem in addition to her efforts in official business. Are there really too many opponents? Iruka swallowed hard. Aren't Rias and Ravel the only two fiancés of Lin Xiu? Or is there something I don't know about? Well, there are indeed some things that you don't know about, Iruka. However, since you haven't made up your mind yet, I can't tell you the whole story. The only thing I can tell you is that Lord Lin Xiu has selected a female descendant of the Demon King from each of the 3 old Demon King families who is both capable and beautiful, and has them manage the 3 families on his behalf. Lin Xiu had originally planned to announce the conquest of the 3 old Demon Lord families, so this was the only information Ravel could tell Iruka. Lin Xiu-jun, he actually used this method to subjugate the 3 great demon families? Iruka's silver twintails flicked, and her ears turned a delicate pink. This method of subjugating other demon families is simply unheard of. That's right, this is what Lin Xiu-kun does. Iruka, don't you think it's a very good approach? If it weren't for Lin Xiu-jun, the members of the 3 Demon King families would have been severely punished, and might even have defected again. However, unlike the last time, this time they would have been. They will not raise the banner of rebellion, but will hide their identities and disappear completely from history. Compared to this approach, I think the current approach is more beneficial to both parties. As she spoke, Ravel took a sip of hot tea. Really? Perhaps, Ravel, you're right. Iruka nodded slightly, drinking tea to hide her shock and shyness. Seeing that Iruka was still hesitant, Belle planned to use his trump card. Because she has seen what Lin Xiu is missing now. It is certainly a good thing to subdue the 3 old Demon Lord families, but that would make Lin Xiu's subordinates too old Demon Lord-like. Although as time goes by, everyone will gradually understand that there is no old Demon King anymore, only the Lin Xiu faction, but before that, Lin Xiu still needs to balance the forces under his command. Although she and Rias are both considered reformist demons, they did not inherit the position of head of the family. Therefore, Ravel plans to recruit some reformist demons to join. Iruka was Ravel's first target. Iruka is the niece of the current Demon Lord Asmodeus Falbuin. Although she cannot represent the Demon Lord Falbuin, marrying Iruka itself has a strong political connotation. If possible, Ravel hopes Iruka can be with her. Of course, if Iruka is unwilling, Belle can only find someone else. Looking at Iruka, who was sipping tea like a squirrel, Ravel feigned a gloomy expression and delivered the final blow. Alas, if you don't want to, I'll have to find someone else. Actually, Miss Latia from the Astaroth family also came to me and asked me for help. Hearing this, Iruka couldn't hold back any longer. Miss Latia, Ravel, have you found anyone else? Iruka's little hand holding the teacup suddenly became unsteady. Ravel was pleased with Iruka's reaction. Lady Rias didn't want to be bothered by such trivial matters, so after this happened many times, Lady Rias handed all these matters over to me. Before, she only knew that Lin Xiu had a way to go to another world and gain 5 times the training time in that world, but she didn't know that Lin Xiu had already taken the other world itself and a large number of beautiful girls in the other world into Shangjiang. In the end, Rias could only sigh and tacitly acknowledge the fact that the number of Lin Xiu's harem exceeded the limit while requiring Lin Xiu to accompany her at least once a day. Generally speaking, since Rias was absorbed in her training and didn't want to interfere too much with anyone other than her family, the responsibility of managing Lin Xiu's harem mostly fell to Ravel. So, Iruka, are you willing? If not, I'll have to find someone else. As a result, she became more proactive and positive in blood perfusion. Unfortunately, Gasper couldn't use this power properly at the moment, since he hadn't yet established a real relationship with Lin Xiu. Gasper's strength was still at the highest level of a demon. At this time, he needed Rias's guidance. In fact, apart from Rias, most of Lin Xiu's other followers also improved by at least 1 or 2 realms due to the leap-forward improvement in Lin Xiu's own strength. In the end, Iruka blushed and accepted her best friend Ravel's proposal. Now, after Lin Xiu initially merged with the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul to become a main god-level existence, Rias has been practicing with Gasper while receiving the blood infusion of Lin Xiu, and has become a high-level demon king. It had only been 2 days since Lin Xiu took office as the chief speaker, and more than 20 demon families had already approached Rebel. After realizing that Lin Xiu and other women can play their roles in all aspects, Leah C felt a sense of crisis in terms of not only her feminine charm but also her own strength. Okay, then, I'd like to trouble you, Rebel, to introduce me to Master Lin Xiu at the next Young Devil Gathering. There was no way around it. Being infused by a Demon King level Lin Xiu and being infused by a Lord God level Lin Xiu were completely different concepts. Ravel took a sip of tea and gently looked up at Iruka. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Considering that there are quite a lot of female demons who want to cut in line, if Iruka is unwilling, Ravel doesn't mind finding other female demons to balance the power of Lin Xiu's subordinates. Before reaching a bottleneck, Lin Xiu estimated that they all still had a period of medium to high-speed growth. Recently, Lin Xiu finally had a showdown with Rias and told her most of her affairs. It's not that I approached anyone else, but a large number of female pure-blooded demons approached me. Perhaps they thought that as a newcomer, I would be easier to talk to than the eldest lady, Rias-sama? Gaspar has the terrifying power of Demon God Baral, Lord God level, in his body, so Gaspar can directly kill the Horned One of God-destroying tool, Absolute Mist, when he goes berserk. As long as Lin Xiu satisfied her and secured her position as the wife, Rias didn't bother to worry about other matters. Having slept with Ravel and her followers countless times, Rias had become quite resistant to such situations. If both Rias and Gaspar advance one more level, they should be able to fully unleash the power of the Demon Lord Baral within Gaspar's body and unleash the powerful combat power of the main god level. The reason why Lin Xiu recommended Rias to do this was because the power in her body and Gaspar's body had certain similarities and were complementary. With the power of the demon god Baral in his body, Gaspard in the original plot became one of the 6 transcendents of the underworld 30 years later. 5.2 Rias, a high-level demon king, and Gaspar, a top-level demon, after training and cooperation, the two have been able to bring the power of the main god in Gaspar's body to the level of Super Demon King peak. In addition to the training of the body strength, Rias also began to practice combined attack skills and combination skills with Gaspar at Lin Xiu's suggestion. Rias had long anticipated that Lin Xiu had many women, but she had not expected that Lin Xiu could travel to another world and bring so many more women into that world. The current situation is nothing more than bringing forward the situation that she had imagined at a very late stage. There's no other way. Things have come to this. What else can I do? Can I still get a divorce? Unlike Ravel, Rias still has a lot of room for improvement in terms of strength. Of course, Rias also knew that starting a harem was not Lin Xiu's main goal, it was just one of the means for Lin Xiu to achieve his goal. Originally, Rias's bloodline level was quite close to the gold level. After accepting Lin Xiu's chess piece, her bloodline level was raised to the red gold level, which was quite close to the red level. Under Rias's resonance and guidance, Rias can borrow strength from Gaspar, and Gaspar can also better exert his own strength that he could not fully exert. It can be said to be a win-win situation. After accepting the reality, Rias made a careful choice, which was to do everything possible to improve her strength. Chapter 174. The 3 Great Demon King's Seals, the Heavenly Samsara Pond, Part 1. Pictured as Irina, in the next 2 days, 2 days in the DxD World, 10 days in the Akame world. Lin Xiu finally verified her idea from the female descendants of the other 2 Demon King families. After completing the conquest of the other 2 Demon King families, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his head. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, collecting all members of the Beelzebub clan, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, original Beelzebub seal, gold. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, collecting all members of the Asmodeus clan, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, primal Asmodeus mark, gold. While Lin Xiu was subduing the other 2 demon families, he also completed some other things that needed to be done. For example, the Saint Shido Maki was baptized with the Son of God. One day, Guan Yila received a call from Lin Xiu asking her to go to his house at 2 o'clock. As usual, Irina wanted to invite Asia and Zenobia along. Nowadays, although the alliance of the Church 4 is a little loose because Griselda is not willing to be with Zenobia, the alliance of the Church 3 is still quite united. However, Zenobia and Asia replied that their time was 1 a.m., so they couldn't go with her. So, I'm the only one here today. During this rare time alone, Irina thought for a long time about what she should wear, and finally put on the black tight combat suit she wore when she reunited with Lin Xiu. The reason why she chose this dress is because it is very memorable to her. It is the dress she wore when she reunited with Lin Xiu. Moreover, she remembered that Lin Xiu liked the way she looked in this combat suit. Besides highlighting her figure, it was also very convenient for her to do things in. She only had to cut a slit in it. However, today, Kunsho played something different for her. Blindfold yourself, Xiu. Why are you interested in playing this today? Looking at the black cloth in Lin Xiu's hand, Irina swallowed hard. Although she was a little nervous, Irina was still full of anticipation. However, she soon noticed that there seemed to be another person beside her. Xu Jun. This is. Because she was blindfolded, Irina could only sense that there was one more person, but she had no idea who that person was. This is a saint from the church. Irina, you should know that I baptize some saints from the church every day. Irina's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She thought she was the only one here today. Despite her disappointment, Irina felt a glimmer of anticipation for the unknown. The purpose of covering the scene with black cloth was to keep people in the dark about what would happen next, thereby maximizing their anticipation and excitement. But, for some reason, Irina smelled a very familiar fragrance. It made her feel at ease and nostalgic, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember who it came from. Irina, can you help this saint? Lin Xiu leaned close to Irina's ear and asked softly. But, Xu Jun, I'm blindfolded, right? Irina was a little confused. How could she help with her eyes blindfolded? It's okay, you can do it with your eyes blindfolded. You can do a lot of things just by relying on touch. Lin Xiu's voice was so gentle that Irina couldn't refuse. Irina groped in the darkness with a groan. Lin Xiu was right. Even relying solely on touch, Irina successfully helped the saint adjust her posture. However, while helping, some questions arose in Irina's mind. Why did she find the saint's scent so familiar? Why hadn't the saint spoken a word? Why did the touch of her help the saint adjust her posture also feel so familiar? Soon, Irina knew why. Irina, long time no see. Shidomaki whispered in Irina's ear and slowly sat down. That sound is, after hearing the voice, Irina hurriedly took off the black cloth and looked forward. The black twin ponytails came into view, and looking at the face that was 90% similar to her own, Irina was delighted at first, but the next moment, she realized what had just happened. She was asking why the saint's scent and touch were so familiar to her. She was asking why the saint hadn't spoken. So, the saint from the church that Lin Xiu was talking about was her mother? Looking at everything happening in front of her, looking at Shidomaki who was wearing the same black close combat uniform of the church as her, and looking at Shidomaki's bulging belly, Irina was both surprised and confused. She knew that all the saints who had preserved their chastity in the church would be baptized by Lin Xiu. During this period, she had seen too many nuns, saints, female warriors, and female swordsmen in Lin Xiu's bed that she had seen before. But Shidomaki is not. How is that possible? Could it be that Shidomaki actually doesn't meet the requirements, and Lin Xiu asked her to come here because of her? Thinking of this, Irina became even more confused. Looking at Shidomaki's cooperative attitude, it was obvious that she knew the situation and actively cooperated. In addition, Lin Xiu's performance tonight. In other words, apart from her, the other two people tonight had already understood the current situation, or had they colluded with each other? An unprecedented soul-shaking feeling spread throughout Irina's body, but she had no time to feel it. She simply gave her mother a sad look that only those who have been deceived and betrayed could feel. More than 10 seconds ago, Shidomaki's eyes turned white for a moment because of the excitement of holding Irina to receive the baptism of the Holy Sun. After more than 10 seconds, she slowly came back to her senses. After noticing Irina's gaze, Shidomaki smiled gently. Irina, if I tell you that I meet the requirements to remain pure and qualified to serve the Holy Sun, would you believe me? Huh? Irina was stunned. What did her mother just say? Now, I will tell you everything. As she said that, Shidomaki pulled Irina into her arms and kissed her. Through this most direct contact, Irina learned the truth about Shidomaki. It turned out that my mother had been possessed by a god. It turns out that, apart from his childhood and adolescence, his mother had taken care of Lin Xiu as early as when he was a baby, under the influence of a spirit. It turned out that her mother was conceived by God and gave birth to her without a partner. Reading about her mother's experience, Irina completely understood the whole story. By that reckoning, her mother could actually be considered a Virgin Mary. Furthermore, having never had a man, she was indeed qualified to be baptized. She was not deceived. Her mother and Lin Xiu just wanted to create a fait accompli before telling her. After realizing this, the confusion and betrayal Irina had felt completely disappeared, leaving only the most instinctive feeling of soul trembling. Irina, will you accept me? After letting go of Irina, Shidomaki took the initiative to hug Irina and asked gently. Irina hesitated for a few seconds and then responded with action. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Irina tilted her head slightly and kissed him back. Mother, I'm sorry. I have been committing the sin of ignorance all this time. I support you in pursuing what you want, and I am willing to work with you to help Lin Xiu become a qualified god. So please don't worry about me and continue to receive baptism. Irina knew that it was natural for Shidomaki, who was a Virgin Mary, to do so. She had known since she was a child that her mother was people's firm belief. So, without much hesitation, she made a decision that was a mixture of difficulty and expectation. She decided to become an angel serving the Holy Sun together with her mother. Well, Irina, since I was a child, I have loved you the most. Shidomaki's soul trembled 713 times, under the dual stimulation of body and mind. The whites of his eyes rolled back completely, and his whole body could only maintain the most mechanical reaction. Looking at Shidomaki and Shido Irina on his body, the blood and energy in Lin Xiu's body continued to surge, showing his extremely happy and satisfied mood. Before being baptized, Lin Xiu reincarnated Shidomaki as an angel. So, the next second, as the torrent-like blood infusion method blasted open the dam of confinement, Shidomaki suddenly looked up, and the white wings behind her instantly spread out, and white feathers suddenly filled the entire room. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Xiu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Holy Swordsman's Double Dance 2. In addition to Irina and Zenobia, there are also Irina's mother Shidomaki and Zenobia's stepmother Griselda. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Heavenly Samsara Pool, Gold. Heavenly Samsara Pool, Gold. As the name suggests, this is a dedicated reincarnation system for the life cycle of divine forces. Any life that believes in the host, or subconsciously desires to enter heaven within the host's sphere of faith, will enter the Heavenly Samsara Pool. Note: after the celestial reincarnation pool is activated and automatically operates, the host will gradually seize the reincarnation rights of a large number of humans in the DxD world, because Christianity is the most widely spread religion in the world. This thing. Lin Xiu immediately thought of several uses for it. As Lin Xiu's knowledge of the God of the Bible increases, his understanding of various things in the world is deepening. Coupled with the red level, Eye of Truth, It can be said that in Lin Xiu's eyes, many techniques and fighting methods have lost their original appearance and become driven by rules and the power of heaven and earth. For example, the newly acquired Heavenly Samsara Pool, although the system didn't provide a lot of descriptions of its uses, Lin Xiu has already thought of many ways to use it. Chapter 175. The Power of the Underworld and the Power of the Immortal, Resurrecting Jidao Zhuli, Part 2. Pictured as Irina, for example, the newly acquired Celestial Reincarnation Pool, even though the system didn't provide a detailed description of its uses, Lin Xiu had already thought of many ways to use it. For example, first, using the Celestial Reincarnation Pool, Lin Xiu can reclaim the reincarnation rights of his faction, allowing him to revive his own members before completely conquering the world. While the effect is somewhat similar to the Myriad World's Reincarnation Pool, the Celestial Reincarnation Pool's significance lies beyond simple resurrection, establishing a complete reincarnation system. Secondly, he can observe reincarnation and life and death, study the power of the soul and comprehend the power of the underworld. The power of the underworld represents the power of death, but it also contains new life in death. It is mutually reinforcing and counteracting with the power of immortals, and can be regarded as a kind of transformation after reaching its extreme. The power in Lin Xiu's body has only reached the initial balance and rotation, which has already allowed Lin Xiu to break through the main god-level barrier. At this time, it was necessary to study the power of 10. For Lin Xiu, it was just one more window among the dozens that had already been opened. Thanks to the power of multi-mind communication, Lin Xiu was busy studying the power of the underworld while also keeping an eye on Irina and Shido Maki. After the two of them, the remaining Church Quartet also joined the battlefield. Since then, the Church 4 has had a new member named Shido Maki, and has been successfully promoted to the Church 5. At night, Shido Maki and Irina slept in each other's arms, while Lin Xiu hugged Shido Maki from the other side and fell asleep inside Shido Maki. The next day, Zitang Irina woke up and looked at Lin Xiu, who was being held by herself and her mother from either side, with a helpless but gentle expression. Since she was little, she always thought that she was a poor child without a father. However, now it seems that this is not the case. If her mother was conceived by heaven, then her father was the universe. She wasn't some abandoned child. Her mother didn't tell her the truth because she thought it was too bizarre and worried she wouldn't believe it. Shu Jun, you're really a pervert. Glancing at Lin Xiu, who was hugging Shido Maki, Irina nodded slightly, her orange twin tails swaying slightly as she recalled Shido Maki's saintly demeanor when she prayed before Lin Xiu. Such a scene and such piety left a deep impression on her. Shido Maki is worthy of being the saint of the church. Her faith is more devout than her, the holy sword user. Etc. Recalling Lin Xiu's previous experience with cheese sandwiches, Irina's eyes widened slightly, as if she understood something. Speaking of which, Griselda and Zenobia seem to be foster mother and adopted daughter, right? Could it be that Lin Xiu-kun is really the type who likes to eat rice bowls? Lin Xiu-jun, you are really a pervert. Recalling the constant soul-shaking sensations from last night, Irina felt somewhat ashamed. Because, she had to admit that although Lin Xiu was very happy, her experience on the physical and spiritual levels was far beyond Lin Xiu's. As she doesn't seem to have the right to say anything to Lin Xiu. Boom, with a soft sound, Irina heard a very familiar voice. The moment she heard the voice, Irina turned around and saw Lin Xiu's handsome face with a hint of playfulness. Lin Xiu leaned close to Irina's ear and whispered, Irina, you look like you're reminiscing about last night. By now, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline has evolved to the golden level, and she can already sense the thoughts of those she comes into contact with more accurately. Since Irina was holding Lin Xiu when she was thinking about the problem just now, all her thoughts were transmitted to Lin Xiu's mind. As Irina's partner, Lin Xiu felt that she had to help Irina fulfill her wish even though she was too embarrassed to ask for it herself. After Lin Xiu revealed her feelings, Irina shrank down completely, looking adorable as if she was unwilling to face reality. At this time, since Lin Xiu had already separated from Shido Maki and turned to Irina, Irina lowered her head and went into Lin Xiu's arms. Irina, I like you like this, keep it up. Lin Xiu slowly stretched out his hands and pressed Irina into his arms. Half an hour later, Irina and Shido Maki, one on top and one on the bottom, both fainted at the same time under the effect of the blood infusion method. Their black and flaxen twin tails intertwined and spread out over their bodies. Lin Xiu-jun, you are really a pervert. Before she completely passed out, Irina couldn't help but comment on Lin Xiu, who was obviously more interested than usual. However, she also knew that her performance in this regard was even crazier than Lin Xiu. She was so perverted, and Lin Xiu was also equally perverted. In a sense, they were absolutely. In the morning, after finishing off the Church 5, for the second time, Lin Xiu woke up early. In bed, Irina and Shido Maki, two beautiful girls who looked more than 90% alike, were sleeping in each other's arms. Maki Shido has a more mature temperament, while Irina Shido has a more youthful temperament. Maki Shido's twin ponytails are black, while Irina Shido's twin ponytails are orange, which complement each other and maximize the charm of each other. Lin Xiu knew very well that this kind of pairing required a similar yet distinct feeling. Whether it was Akame and Kurome, Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kiriko, Takagi Saya and Takagi Yuriko, Irina and Shido Maki, Serifla and Sona, Rias and Venelana, and so on, they were all examples of similarities, but not too similar. Come to think of it, all the previous heads of the Gremory family should meet this standard, right? Well, if Akame and Kurome are the normal versions, then the Gremory family is simply the super supreme plus plus version, the kind that is enough to make people full in one breath. Until the right time comes and his strength completely crushes the Demon King Alice, Lin Xiu can only take it step by step. After whispering some words of advice to everyone and giving them a farewell kiss, Xiu left Jiawang. Today, all preparations are complete, and the important matters that he had to deal with after becoming the chief speaker have basically been dealt with. It's time to fulfill his promise to Akano. Outside Himejima Shrine, the bone fragment in Lin Xiu's hand was exactly that of Jidao Zhuli. In fact, it didn't take Lin Xiu much time to arrange these techniques, and Lin Xiu didn't spend too much time on other things while kissing Akano. Okay, now that we're almost ready, let's get started. After gaining the knowledge of the god of the Bible, Lin Xiu's attainments in the art of magic gradually increased over time. But even so, Zhu Nai was completely unable to understand the spells that Lin Xiu had arranged in the sky. At this point, even though Lin Xiu's strength suddenly entered the main god level due to the fusion of artifacts, Lin Xiu's skill attainments also kept up. In fact, in a short period of time, Lin Xiu reached a level that was much stronger than the main gods of the same level. At this time, Himejima Akano had already finished washing up and put on her red and white Miko costume. After her death, Himejima Yuri was buried here. In a flash, Lin Xiu arrived outside the Himejima shrine. Yeah, that's right. Lin Xiu nodded. As he spoke, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand towards the back of Himejima shrine. After accepting Lin Xiu's chess piece, Zhu Nai's strength was improved from the upper demon peak to the highest demon peak. After a period of training, Zhu Nai's strength has been improved to the quasi-demon king level. Resurrection is a 2.8 major event. I wonder which 10 gods might come to call for punishment. I once made a promise with Shujun that he would do his best to give my mother a perfect love experience. That's right. Lin Xiu replied calmly. After saying that, before she could reply, Akano took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and offered the girl's red lips. What I mean is, since today is my last chance, Shu-jun, can you let me completely remember your taste today? In order to give Zhu Nai some time to prepare, and also to express his own importance to this matter, Lin Xiu did not jump in front of Zhu Nai immediately. Shu-kun, new book launch, please give me flowers, comments, and monthly tickets. After Zhu Nai noticed Lin Xiu, he accelerated and threw himself into Lin Xiu's arms. After absorbing Lin Xiu's aura deeply, Zhu Nai looked up at Lin Xiu. A piece of bone as smooth as jade flew out from the tomb behind the shrine and flew straight towards Lin Xiuhaugen. For some reason, Zhu Nai always felt that Lin Xiu had become more attractive. When she kissed Lin Xiu, the pleasure and excitement that Lin Xiu brought her were stronger than before. So, what do you mean, Yi Nai, is? Lin Xiu asked knowingly. In the breeze of the shrine, Lin Xiu and Zhu Nai lost the concept of time. Looking up, Akano noticed that the sky around him was already enveloped by the spell. To ensure that the battle after the failed negotiation with the god of the underworld does not affect the surrounding area, we must arrange defensive spells in advance. Shu-jun, today, Mother will be resurrected. Taking steady but firm steps, Lin Xiu stepped through the shrine gate and walked towards Akano. Boom. We also agreed that we should not reveal our relationship to Mother until she fully accepts Shu-jun. It wasn't known how long it took before Zhu Nai slowly let go of Lin Xiu's shoulders. Chapter 176 The Goddess of Night Arrives, The Goddesses Collection, Part 3. Pictured as Nyx, the goddess of the night, holding the bone fragment, Lin Xiu felt a warm and friendly feeling. The system was right. Himejima Yuri was indeed a natural-born fallen angel, and was significantly different from other fallen angels who were born from fallen angels. The biggest difference is that fallen angels are born as natural creations and have no restrictions on their growth. However, ordinary fallen angels were created by the god of the Bible before their fall and are artificial life forms. The god of the Bible can give them higher initial strength, but it is extremely difficult to make progress. If angels are the degenerate form of the god of the Bible, then the god of the Bible is the evolved form of the angels. If the god of the Bible is the holy god, who represents the ultimate holiness, then there are only unborn and undead beings in this world who can evolve into fallen gods, who represent the ultimate depravity. Of course, this is when Lin Xiu doesn't show up. Nowadays, as long as they absorb Lin Xiu's chess pieces, both fallen angels and angels can break free from their previous shackles and become beings similar to natural angels and natural fallen angels, with the possibility of evolving to the stage of the god of the Bible. Well, it's just a possibility. Lin Xiu had calculated that with Gabriel's current 14 wings, his strength was at the level of a major god. It would be a long time before he could reach the level of a biblical god. After all, for the seraphim, their strength has hardly changed since they were created. The only thing that can be increased is knowledge and skills. Therefore, they have no concept of cultivation. Now, only after Lin Xiu gave the order in the name of the Holy Sun did they begin to practice frantically. Wang, Lin Xiu engraved a large number of techniques and patterns into the bone fragment, and then handed the bone fragment to Zhu Nai. Azuno, I will stimulate the blood power in your body in a moment. When the time comes, hold Zhu Li's bone fragment in your hand and call out her name from the bottom of your heart. Yes, I understand. Akino's gaze gradually changed from gentle to firm. A few seconds later, Zhu Nai took the elixir from Lin Xiu, first dripped the prepared elixir on the bone slice, and then drank the rest of the elixir. The netherworld Ganoderma can communicate with the souls that have gone to the underworld through the connection of blood, while the soul-returning grass has the effect of allowing the souls to return. The last ambergris can greatly enhance the effects of the two, and can also amplify the souls of the deceased, so that they can return from the gate of the mansion. The combination of these three, plus the call of relatives, is enough to call back souls that have gone to the underworld for reincarnation but have not yet been reborn. Lin Xiu roughly investigated Zhu Li's situation. For some reason, Zhu Li had never completed the reincarnation process and had not been reincarnated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome if we just looked for the reincarnated soul. That is why it would be so troublesome for Lin Xiu to resurrect others in the DxD world. After all, the DxD world is different from the Apocalypse world and the Akame world, and has a complete reincarnation system. If it were in the Apocalypse world and the new Red Eyes world, Lin Xiu would only need to find the lonely soul still between heaven and earth, and then throw part of its soul and body into the reincarnation pool. After the strategy is completed, it will be even easier. Lin Xiu can pull in and revive people whose strength is not greater than his own from the timeline at any time. Open! Lin Xiu shouted, and the center of the circle under his feet quickly expanded. Normally, the power of the earth veins should be used at this time to amplify the magical power of the ambergris. But, for Lin Xiu now, he can already construct his own unique artificial veins. If the natural earth veins were used, the surrounding cities would be able to sense it. If possible, Lin Xiu hoped that the news of his resurrection of Jidao Zhuli would not be leaked. Ang. The dragon soul of the true Red Dragon Emperor flew out and landed on the ground beneath Himejima Akino's feet. After the Red Dragon Emperor, there was the Great Emperor who slashed the Red-Eyed World and the dangerous souls that accompanied the earth veins. Originally, most of the dangerous species in the world of killing Akame practiced their own bloodline and racial talents, but Lin Xiu once combined the cultivation methods of the DxD world and widely preached them to the world of killing Akame. Not only the humans in the world of Akame Killer, but also the dangerous species in the world of Akame Killer have their own cultivation methods. After practicing, those dangerous species turned into beings similar to the demons and beasts in the world of DxD. These souls flew into the ground and created an artificial earth vein for Lin Xiu. The next second, Lin Xiu stepped lightly on the ground. Ang. In an instant, unprecedentedly powerful dragon power and demon power instantly enveloped Akano. Akano. Lin Xiu suddenly looked at Zunai. Oi. Following Lin Xiu's instructions, Himejima Zunai stimulated the power of her own bloodline and input her memories of Himejima Zhuli into the Himejima Zunai bone fragment in front of her. As the power of Himejima Akino's soul grows stronger. 3+. The breath of the underworld appeared out of nothing and gradually began to condense into substance. The gate of Hades appears. Next, we just need to open this door to the underworld to retrieve Zhu Li's soul. Lin Xiu and Jidao Zhuli flew up and headed towards the gate of the underworld. As the drug took full effect, the gate to Hades had completely appeared at this moment. I wonder which pantheon of Hades manages this gate to the underworld. I hope the negotiations go smoothly. Himejima Akano held Lin Xiu's hand, a look of worry on her face. Azuno, don't worry. If communication fails, we can just rob them. Not to mention, the person who came is most likely not the god of the underworld. Because most of the Hades gates are public, and those who manage them are mostly not the Hades god himself, but subordinates like the highest level death god. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, 10 busty JKs wearing suit jacket-style school uniforms appeared in front of the door of the banquet house. The goddess of the night, wearing a Japanese school uniform, narrowed her eyes and looked straight at the two life forms who had opened the door to her exclusive underworld. Young man, if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to steal my collection from my treasury, right? Although clearly a goddess, Night Goddess Nyx wore a very modern JK uniform, appearing full of youthfulness. However, coupled with her slightly arrogant and playful demeanor and childish face, Lin Xiu's final assessment was that she was a girlish, female demon goddess. Speaking of which, Lin Xiu actually knows this goddess who wears a JK uniform and has a strong modern vibe. Nyx, the goddess of the night, is one of the original gods in Greek mythology and one of the villain gods who appeared in the later part of the original plot. In the original plot, she and her brother Erebus worked together with Hades to find the new god destroyer. Finally, they discovered Ingvir, the wielder of Song of the Last Emerald Sea, and Meredith, the wielder of the unrivaled Crown of the Deep. After clarifying the function of Song of the End Emerald Sea, they attempted to control Tianlong, an infinite dragon god. In the later period, Hyodo Issei has reached the stage of mastering dragon deification, and his strength is quite terrifying, but in front of Ingvir, controlled by Nyx, he is still directly defeated. 14. I can only say that the DxD world is so restrained. Now, Nyx, who was supposed to appear in the later stage, appeared in front of Lin Xiu in advance due to fate. Holding a golden ball in her hand, the goddess of night, Nyx, slowly descended from the sky. Lin Xiu could sense that the golden sphere contained Ji Zhuli's soul. Lin Xiu was talking about why Himejima Shuri's soul did not enter the reincarnation process. It turned out that it was intercepted by the goddess of the night, Nyx. Indeed, many underworld gods would want to collect strange souls after seeing them. And Himejima Yuri is one of the few natural fallen angels, so she really has the qualifications to be collected. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, and his body erupted with a god-level aura equal to that of the night goddess Nyx, and he slowly walked towards her. As one of the original gods of the Greek pantheon, Nyx, the goddess of the night, also possesses the strength of an initial level god. In order to demonstrate her own strength and not to suppress Nyx too much, Lin Xiu controlled the strength that would normally reach the intermediate main god level to the initial main god level that was equal to her. At this moment, after feeling Lin Xiu's breath that was almost as strong as hers, Nyx narrowed her eyes as deep as the night and looked up at the sky again. Wow, it turns out that a lot of magic arrays had been set up here before she arrived. Looking at the layout around here, you already knew that using this kind of magic would attract the gods of the underworld? Nyx smiled slightly and looked at Lin Xiu. Hearing this, Lin Xiu walked forward calmly. Lady Nyx, goddess of the night, I am Lin Xiu Leviathan, the modern-day Red Dragon Emperor, currently serving as the chief speaker of the newly established DxD agency of the three major factions. As you can see, the girl beside me is the daughter of the female wandering spirit in your possession. I wonder if you could be so kind as to hand over this soul you have in your collection to me. Of course, I wouldn't take anything from the goddess for nothing. In exchange, I can give you an item worth as much as Kaihimejima Shuri's soul. Lin Xiu adopted an approach that was more respectful to Nyx. The three major factions had just been integrated in 4.2, and Lin Xiu had no interest in creating any conflicts with other pantheons in the near future. Hearing this, Nyx chuckled and shook his head. In her opinion, this boy named Lin Xiu was a little too whimsical. Red Dragon Emperor, the reason I collected this soul is because it has its own unique existence. I don't know, Red Dragon Emperor, have you ever heard of fate? Destiny. What happened to destiny? Lin Xiu narrowed her eyes. Could it be that Nyx had noticed something different about Himejima Yuri? The next second, under Lin Xiu's gaze, Nyx slowly spoke. The fate of this soul I collected has been changed, heading towards an unknown direction. That's why I used the Gate of Hades to capture her soul. It's a shame that you might not be able to produce a collection that's worth as much as this soul. Wait. As she was speaking, Nyx, the goddess of the night, suddenly widened her eyes. When talking to Lin Xiu, she subconsciously wanted to observe Lin Xiu's fate line. But she found that she couldn't see it at all. It was as if this person didn't exist in front of her. She couldn't see Lin Xiu's fate line at all. Chapter 177. The Kiss of the Goddess, Educating the Goddess, Part 1. That's right, although Nyx is called Night Goddess Nyx, in most cases, in fact, she also has the status of Goddess of Fate and Goddess of Nature, which can be said to be a trinity. As the original goddess, Nyx, the goddess of night, has an extremely high status. This black-robed goddess of the night in mythology could even be compared to Gaia, the Earth Mother, in status. The Earth Mother represents the growth and fertility of all things, while the Night Mother represents the harsh nature and unknown terrors. Besides the goddess of night and nature, Nyx also has another goddess who controls fate. The concept of the god of fate who controls destiny and time spread throughout the world through this Indo-European ethnic group. The legend of the god of fate was invented by the Indo-Europeans in ancient times and spread into the archetypal concept of the goddesses who control time and fate. Soon, the legend of the goddess of fate spread throughout the world, even to regions that had no direct connection with the Indo-European language family. Nyx, the goddess of night, is one of the original gods of Greece. She is a powerful goddess who possesses the three essences of night, nature, and fate. In the Orphic Codex, Nyx's essence other than the goddess of night was also confirmed. One of the origins, Ananke, the goddess of destiny, controls all fate and destiny, has absolute will, and represents inevitability. Origin 2. Adrestia, the goddess of natural laws, controls the growth laws of all things, which are irreversible. The third origin, Hermamene, the goddess of cause and effect and fate, controls the law of cause and effect that governs all concepts and represents the beginning and end of all phenomena and things. The status of the primordial goddess, combined with the powerful divine power of the three-phase goddess, brought Nyx the strength of a main god. The strength of a main god, the status of a primordial god, and the unique ability of the goddess of fate to observe fate have given Nyx the qualifications to observe the fate of main god-level beings. Nyx has always observed fate and sought ways to decipher it. Collecting souls whose fate lines have been altered is one of her key methods of observing fate. She had seen souls whose fate lines had been altered before, but this was the first time she had seen someone with an invisible fate line. Are you the one? That person, finally got the one she was waiting for? The goddess of the night, Nyx, said something that made Akano feel confused. However, Lin Xiu seemed to have heard something from the goddess of the night, Nyx. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, One Night Goddess Nyx's Test. Quest level. Gold. Mission description. Nyx, the goddess of night, is one of the original gods of the Greek pantheon and one of the oldest goddesses of fate. She is one of the few goddesses of fate whose strength has reached the level of a main god. Of course, the reason why she was able to obtain the strength of the main god level was thanks to the status of Goddess of Nature and Goddess of Night, in addition to the status of Goddess of Destiny. As one of the oldest goddesses of fate, Nyx, the goddess of night, had witnessed too many lives circumscribed by fate. Even the biblical god had vanished under the influence of fate. Thus, the goddesses of fate found their true goal, which was to break their fate. Therefore, they are looking for ways to break their fate while searching for the person who can break their fate. Now, she finally waited for the person she was waiting for. Quest requirements. Pass the test of Nyx, the goddess of night. According to the system, I am the person the night goddess Nyx is waiting for. But it's true. Since I'm not affected by world line skills and can even fix the world line I'm in, I can indeed be considered someone who's not affected by fate. While Lin Xiu was checking the system tasks, on the other side, the goddess of night, Nyx, had already made 3 consecutive confirmations. That's right, she really couldn't detect the fate of the young man in front of her. It's not that fate is too powerful to be observed, it's that it can't be observed at all. After confirming this fact, the gaze of the night goddess Nyx gradually became fiery. Red Dragon Emperor, what did you say your name was? With eyes that were about to burst into love, Nyx licked her red lips and said. Just now, she only remembered that Lin Xiu was the Red Dragon Emperor and that he came from one of the 3 major forces, and she didn't really care too much about Lin Xiu's real name. For a goddess who had lived for who knows how long, a young man from one of the 3 major forces in the Bible was not worth remembering. But if Lin Xiu is the one that they are waiting for together with the goddess of fate, then it will be different. Lin Xiu. Just call me Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu? Nice name, but I think it would be more appropriate to call you Dr. Xiu. The goddess of the night said something shocking, calling out, Shu-chan, directly, a somewhat embarrassing name. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Recently, apart from Seraflor, he hadn't heard anyone call him Shu-chan for a long time. Using this nickname would not only put some psychological pressure on him, but also on the person who used it. Only someone as carefree and free-spirited as Saramore would use it without any psychological burden. And now, there is another person using this name. The goddess of the night, Nyx. So, Lord Nyx, are you willing to trade Himejima Yuri's soul with me? Lin Xiu temporarily stopped his combat readiness. In any case, avoiding conflict was a good thing. If Nyx is unwilling to trade no matter what, Kun Shu can only use the power of Vanna to try to snatch it away. If Vamana's power is not enough, Lin Xiu doesn't mind launching Creation Explosion. The technique he used to block the outside world was a preparation for launching the Genesis Explosion. You're talking about this. Only then did Nyx remember the main reason why Lin Xiu came to see her this time. If Lin Xiu wanted it, she wouldn't mind giving it to him. The reason she collected these souls was to find a way to break the fate. Now, since Lin Xiu was right in front of her, there was naturally no point in her doing any more related research. If Shu-chan wants it, it's fine to connect with you directly. As he spoke, Nyx landed on the ground and walked towards Lin Xiu with fiery eyes. However, halfway through the walk, Nyx suddenly remembered something. Wait, Shu-chan, you have to agree to one condition before I can give you this soul jade. What are the conditions? Lin Xiu's eyebrows jumped. If his guess was correct, this should be the test mentioned in the system task. Kiss me, how about that? That's not too hard, right? Nyx smiled playfully, pouting her red lips slightly, looking like a female imp who needed some education. Is that all? Lin Xiu shook his head and smiled. He had thought the goddess test would be very difficult, but after all this time, this was it? Shu-chan, can you accept something bigger? Nyx's eyes were a little vague, and she suddenly felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have proposed a more extreme condition. Wait, Shu-chan, I suddenly changed my mind. Nyx was going to propose an even more outrageous condition. Unfortunately, the next second, Lin Xiu only took one step forward and arrived in front of her. Although she is the original goddess, the goddess of night, Nyx is very small and cute, so apart from squatting down, Lin Xiu can only kiss her by picking her up. With a gentle sound, Lin Xiu picked up the goddess of night by the waist and kissed her in the look of expectation and excitement. As a goddess, Nyx didn't have the energy to kiss anyone else, and the reason she asked Lin Xiu to kiss her wasn't for physical pleasure. However, thanks to the effect of Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline, Nyx did feel unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. So, Nyx subconsciously raised his hands, one hand gently stroking Lin Xiu's face, and the other hand wrapped around Lin Xiu's waist to make it easier for Lin Xiu to penetrate deeper. Although it was her first time, Nyx was quite into it, as if she wanted Lin Xiu to explore all of her, and she would also explore all of Lin Xiu herself. Unfortunately, before she could do that, Lin Xiu took the initiative to push away the goddess who took the initiative to ask for it. Alright, Master Nyx, the contract is done. Lin Xiu licked his lips and showed Nyx the soul pressure in his hand. While enjoying the goddess kiss, Lin Xiu did not do nothing. The goddess of night was still too awkward and devoted in kissing, so much so that she did not even notice when the soul gem in her hand disappeared. Nyx thought back to what had just happened. She could only be sure that at least when she held Lin Xiu's face with one hand and hugged her back with the other, Lin Xiu had already taken the soul jade from her hand. Xiu. You know, if you can't satisfy the goddess, the consequences, in terms of money, will be very serious. There are so many myths circulating in the human world about goddesses getting angry. Haven't you learned any lessons from them? Although Nyx really wanted to continue kissing, she didn't want to show her weak side in front of Lin Xiu. She is the goddess of fate who exists to break fate. She did not choose to succumb to fate, and naturally she would not succumb to breaking fate. Lin Xiu just looked at Nyx, the goddess of the night, with a slightly amused expression. All of Nyx's words actually mean the same thing. Satisfy her quickly, otherwise she will be angry. Facing the goddess who had added the Tsunere attribute to the female ghost attribute, Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Really, is it serious? If the goddess request is just to continue, I don't think this is a serious problem. Night Goddess Nyx, our deal is over. I am no longer obligated to meet your demands. If you still want to continue, you can take the initiative to ask me. If it's a request from the lovely Lady Nyx, I won't refuse. Well, Lord Nyx, are you willing to make a request of me?" In short, Lin Xiu's behavior is to educate the Tsunere Little Ghost Goddess. Chapter 178. Resurrection, and Making Up for Zhu Li and Zhu Nai's Regrets, Part 2. The reason why Lin Xiu was so casual with Nyx was because he knew that he had already passed the so-called test of the goddess. Halfway through the kiss, Lin Xiu heard a system notification sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, One Night Goddess Nyx's test. Quest requirements. Pass the test of the Goddess of Night, Nyx. Quest level. Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Weapon concept granted, Severing Fate, Gold. Weapon concept empowerment, Sever Fate. As the name suggests, you can give your weapon the ability to tear fate apart, which is useful when facing the Goddess of Fate and Fate skills. Normally, if one wants to sever fate, one must at least use the host's chess pieces or endure the host's blood infusion method. However, after possessing the conceptual ability to sever fate, the difficulty of severing the fate line instantly decreases exponentially. Note: the more times you cut off the fate of the Goddess of Fate, the more this characteristic will be strengthened. Well, in my opinion, this conceptual ability is a bit useless. In Lin Xiu's opinion, most people don't need his help to cut off their fate. Anyone who has a close enough relationship with him can escape his original fate line by becoming his dependents or establishing a substantial relationship with him. As for those who were not close enough, Lin Xiu had no interest in helping them break their destiny lines. For example, the Goddess of the Night, Nyx, in front of us. Lin Xiu was well aware that Nyx's version of the fate-breaking physique was far more interesting than his own. The reason why she values him so much, even being obsessed with him, is simply because of his special physique. Although theoretically, due to the existence of the succubus bloodline, this liking for his physique would gradually transfer to him, but even so, Lin Xiu would only tell Nyx that if Chao wanted to break the thread of her destiny, she had to offer him the purity of the goddess, there was no other way. Using the conceptual ability of cutting off fate to help the Goddess of Fate break her fate was not something Lin Xiu had considered from the beginning. But, to be honest, it can't be said to be completely useless. If any of the enemies we encounter in the future are the Goddess of Fate, we can use this to break their power. Alternatively, if we encounter a being controlled by the Goddess of Fate, we can remove their restrictions in the shortest possible time. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu thought of a great hero who was actually an unlucky guy controlled by the Goddess of Fate. In short, Lin Xiu has now learned through the system that he has passed the Goddess test. After confirming the attitude of the Goddess of Night, Lin Xiu made the judgment that they will never be enemies now or in the future. That's why Lin Xiu was interested in educating this arrogant goddess. HMPH, you want me to beg you? You're quite brave, aren't you? Don't think that just because you passed my first test, you can ask for whatever you want from me. Nyx pouted. Lin Xiu wants this one of yours. However, as the original Goddess of Night, the original Goddess of Nature, and the original Goddess of Fate, how could she possibly give in to others? Even if that person is the invisible person of destiny she has been looking for, it won't work. The goddess is worthy of being a goddess. Even though her panties are already wet due to the effect of the succubus blood, she still maintains the pride that belongs to a goddess. Unlike Nyx, Lin Xiu is the type who would think about the meaning of every word the other person says. The first test, you mean? At this moment, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the story mission, One Night Goddess Nyx's Test 2. Task level. Red. Mission description. The Goddess of Night, Nyx, confirmed the host's identity as the one whose destiny cannot be seen. Through close contact with the host, the Goddess of Night also confirmed the fact that the host can help others escape their fate. There is no doubt that this matter is very important to Nyx, the Goddess of the Night, and even to the entire world. Therefore, the test of the Night Goddess Nyx also successfully entered the second stage. Quest requirements. Pass the test of the Goddess of Night, Nyx. 2. Shu Chan guessed right, I have prepared a second level for you. Once Shu Chan's strength reaches the pinnacle of the main god level, you can come to me at any time to start the second level. The Goddess of the Night, Kiss, replied playfully. To this, Lin Xiu responded, ha ha ha, I'm not going. Nyx, why do you think I would agree to undergo a test with you when I already have Zhu Li's soul jade handed to me? Although there was a red level system task ahead, Lin Xiu did not show much interest in it. Because, tomorrow night, the countdown for his third copy will end. According to the system, after completing the third copy, he can combine the low-level system rewards into high-level system rewards. By then, he will be able to synthesize not only the red-level system rewards, but even the color-level system rewards. Lin Xiu had deduced that the second test might require him to fight, based on Nyx's condition that he must reach the peak of the main god level before coming to her. At this stage, Lin Xiu had no intention of showing his full fighting power in front of the Night Goddess Nyx. Because Nyx originally belonged to the villain organization, Hell Alliance, in the original plot. Even though she would look upon him with new eyes because of his special physique that was not affected by fate, Lin Xiu was unwilling to reveal too much in front of Nyx before she completely conquered him. Obviously, since Nyx still wanted to test her, it would be impossible for her to establish a substantive relationship with him before the test was completed. Without a substantive relationship, Lin Xiu was unwilling to show her full strength in front of Nyx. This was a problem of being stuck in two directions. Since this is a test that requires his strength to reach the peak of the main god level, the difficulty must be very high. Even if Lin Xiu wants to take this so-called test, he will only do it after his strength reaches the sub-dragon god level or even the dragon god level. Really, Shu Chan isn't coming. What if I say that as long as Shu Chan passes the test, the entire Greek pantheon will crawl at her feet? Nyx lowered her head, the abundant fruit on her chest swaying constantly, and tried to seduce. Allegiance to the Greek pantheon. Sorry, I'm not interested. From Nyx's words, Shu guessed a lot of information related to the trial. Since you will gain the loyalty of Greek mythology after the trial, the worst-case scenario is that you will face the gods of Greek mythology during the trial. At this stage, Lin Xiu just wants to take steady steps. Conquering Greek mythology would have too much of an impact and might cause you to be targeted early. Of course, Lin Xiu didn't say everything. If it is possible without revealing one's strength or causing a large-scale impact, Lin Xiu would still be willing to pick up a divine system for free. However, Lin Xiu eats what the pot has. He knows very well that with his current strength, it is already very good to be able to turn the old Demon King faction into his own back garden. If he wanted to turn the Greek pantheon into his own backyard, he would have to wait until he completely conquered meditation. Nyx, if you're willing to wait, I'll come find you in 3 years at the latest. The timing is up to me. In the end, Lin Xiu took a compromise approach and did not intend to say both sides. Huh? Only 3 years? So fast? Nyx's red lips widened in surprise. Lin Xiu meant that within 3 years, he would be able to ascend from a mid-level Lord God to the peak Lord God level? For a god, this speed of strength improvement is indeed too fast. Lin Xiu. Silence. Lin Xiu found that he seemed to be overthinking. He had thought that since Nyx was wearing a JK uniform, her outlook was quite modern, but who knew that her sense of time wasn't stuck in the ancient times? Okay, if it's within 3 years, I'll be relieved. Nyx patted his chest in relief, causing a surge of emotions. It can be seen that although this goddess is both a tsundere and a feminine imp, she is not affected at all by the flat chest debuff that comes with these two attributes. By the way, I'll give you this gate to the underworld. If you want to contact me, you can contact me through the gate to the underworld at any time. After pulling out a black and blood-colored card from his chest, Nyx handed the card, which had the gate to the underworld pattern printed on it and exuded a milky aroma, to Lin Xiu. Okay, I understand. I'll contact you then. With a delicate mood, Lin Xiu threw the gate to the underworld into the space where he stored Seraflor's Cuz costume. Well, then I'll go back first, Dr. Xiu, the goddess of the night. Nyx licked her red lips, savoring the taste of Lin Xiu while flying back to her own gate to the underworld. Bang! The gate to the underworld is closed. Ong. The next second, a huge circle spread out around Lin Xiu, clearing out all the surrounding aura. Next, it's time to revive Himejima Yuri. Lin Xiu looked at the soul jade in his hand. The following day, Lin Xiu arranged all matters before crossing into the third dungeon. As for Himejima Yuri, Lin Xiu did not choose to resurrect her in the DxD world, but resurrected her in the Akame kill world. After resurrection, Himejima Yuri subconsciously thought that she had traveled to some other world after her death. What made Himejima Yuri most delighted was that in the other world, she seemed to be a natural-born fallen angel and had a daughter named Ojima Juno. That's right, this is what Lin Xiu does. Lin Xiu and Zunai made this decision together. They wanted to make up for the shortcomings of both Himejima Zuli and Himejima Zunai at the same time. What needs to be done is very simple. Let Zuli be Zunai's mother again, and let Zunai be Zuli's daughter again. As for Lin Xiu, his identity is naturally Zuli's suitor. Chapter 179. Conquering Himejima Zuli, the gradually self-aware Grayfia, Part 3. Pictured. Yuri Himejima, Lin Xiu and Zunai decided together to let Zuli be Zunai's mother again, and let Zunai be Zuli's daughter again. As for Lin Xiu, his identity is naturally Zuli's suitor. Today, under the background of Lin Xiu's widespread preaching and development of magic technology, the world of Akame Kill has entered the stage of modern life. Although it has not reached the standard of modern life, since the Himejima family in the DxD world is a very conservative family, Zuli's original life was not very modern. Therefore, Zunai and Lin Xiu arranged a position for Zuli as the master of Himejima Shrine, and let Himejima Zuli live in an environment that is almost exactly the same as in her previous life. The difference is that the people here will ask Zuli, who has the identity of witch, to eliminate dangerous species from time to time. As early as when he was resurrected, Lin Xiu had conveniently given the special chess piece to Himejima Zuli. Coupled with Juli's identity as a natural fallen angel, Juli's strength quickly reached the level of a top-level fallen angel. With Zuli's help, the residents of the town lived a peaceful and harmonious time. Until one day, Zuli encountered a powerful and dangerous species with the strength of a demon king. At the critical moment, she was saved by a boy named Lin Xiu. After sending Zuli home, Lin Xiu did not leave, but stayed in the town where Zhu Li was. From time to time, he would go with Zhu Li to fight against dangerous species. Because of the hero saving the beauty and the physical contact that occurred during the heroic rescue, Zhu Li initially had a high degree of favorability towards Lin Xiu. Even though they had only lived there for a short time, Zhu Li found herself shyly looking away whenever she met Lin Xiu's gaze. Normally, Lin Xiu should live next to Zhu Li's shrine and fall in love with her over time. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu didn't have much time. Staying with Jidao Zhuli for a few months was almost impossible for Lin Xiu now. Therefore, Lin Xiu could only adopt the more compromising idea of appearing next to Himejima Yuri from time to time. However, Lin Xiu's style of behavior, which did not disturb her life but only appeared when she set out to defeat dangerous species, gave Jijima Zhuli a great sense of security. There is no so-called Himejima family in the world of Akame killer, but Himejima Yuri's act of giving birth to a daughter out of wedlock still brought her a lot of rumors. However, fortunately, she has the sacred duty of protecting the people, so the residents of the town love her very much. If anyone wants to slander or attack her, the residents of the town will spontaneously stop them before the words or the person reach her. At first, Jidao Zhuli thought that Lin Xiu would also mind the fact that she had a child out of wedlock. But Lin Xiu acted as if she didn't care at all, and instead took the initiative to explain to Jijima Yuri the meaning of the born fallen angel bloodline. It was from Lin Xiu that Himejima Yuri learned that naturally born fallen angels were the opposite of naturally born angels, and the opposite of the so-called gods. Speaking of which, after reincarnation, Himejima Yuri has one thing that she is very concerned about. That is, even though she has been reincarnated into another world, she still has quite a number of believers around her who believe in the God of the Bible. After investigation, Himejima Yuri discovered that the Christian doctrines in this world were exactly the same as those in her original world. Faced with the ironclad facts, she could only sigh at the greatness and vastness of the God of the Bible's cross-world missionary work. The days passed peacefully. Until one day, a group of missionaries suddenly came from outside the town, saying that they wanted to further spread the gospel of God and the Son of God. During the missionary process, they discovered the identity of the angel Himejima Zhuli. After his identity was exposed, Lin Xiu took the initiative to show up and revealed his identity as the Holy Son. As the Holy Son, Lin Xiu gave Jidao Zhuli the identity of Holy Maiden, and announced that all her sins had been washed away. That's right, although she is a fallen angel, Himejima Yuri has obtained the identity of a saint, which is somewhat strange. But in fact, the only one who found it strange was Yuri Himejima. Everyone, whether the common people or the nuns, quickly accepted this setting. After all, Jidao Zhuli has really been doing good things for the people around her. It was only then that Himejima Yuri understood the difference between the Christianity of this world and that of her own. When faced with heretics, as long as the other party was not a wicked and evil being, there was a high probability of forgiveness and acceptance. It was not until this moment that Jidao Zhuli understood why Lin Xiu was so familiar with the concept of born fallen angel. Only then did Jidao Zhuli understand why Lin Xiu always appeared by her side when she needed him. It turns out, he is the Son of God who came to the world. After revealing his true identity, Lin Xiu explained to Zhu Li that he was manifesting his holiness in the world as the Son of God, and spreading his teachings. The real Lin Xiu was actually in heaven, and the one currently at Zhu Nai's side was merely a clone of him in the world. Zhu Li accepted Lin Xiu's statement, and her already somewhat shaken state of mind became even more shaken after this incident. After learning of Lin Xiu's identity as the Holy Son, Zhu Yu fell into unprecedented turmoil. She was thinking about whether she should continue to develop her relationship with Lin Xiu as a couple according to her previous idea. Finally, she decided to give up. In order not to cause trouble to Lin Xiu, Zhu Li gave up the possibility of pursuing her own happiness and took the initiative to cut off contact with Lin Xiu. And at this moment, a powerful and dangerous species attacked. In order to deal with the dangerous situation, Lin Xiu stepped forward and used his true strength. In this battle, although Lin Xiu defeated the dangerous species, according to him, he used power beyond the limit of his clone and had to return to heaven. After absorbing a large number of blood fragments of female descendants of Lucifer, Lin Xiu collected the last mark, the Lucifer mark. After all, his setting is to appear by Jijima Yuri's side when she needs him. While Jijima Yuri is living her daily life, Lin Xiu also has his own things to do. After revealing his own powerful strength and obtaining the position of the chief speaker, Bei Ni Yongli received a large number of invitations. The reason is very simple. Li Ziwime has never formed his own faction, but the other descendants of the Demon King of the Lucifer faction still want to overthrow the reformist Demon King, so, Lin Xiu disappeared from Jijima Zhuli's sight forever. After the tripartite talks, Lin Xiu became the chief speaker of the DxD agency. Every time, Grayfia said she didn't want to, but according to Lin Xiu's emotional perception ability, after each kiss, Grayfia's stress would drop to the lowest point and her satisfaction would reach the highest point. Within 3 days after the tripartite talks, Lin Xiu found the remaining strongholds of the old demon kings around the world based on the memories of the 3 old demon kings, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. It seemed that considering the increased workload of Grayfia, Demon King Alice also deliberately reduced Grayfia's workload so that she could spend more time with Lin Xiu. As for Jidao Zhuli, she returned to her daily peaceful life, but, from time to time she would look at the place where Lin Xiu once lived. In addition, DX Jimmy's subordinate execution team was finally successfully established. After all, Lin Xiu's role is chief speaker, so it's impossible and shouldn't be for her to do everything herself. He believed that when they met next time, Zhu Li's emotions that had been fermenting and suppressed for a long time would burst out in one go. At this stage, the number of people in the execution team is not large, but most of them are the elite among the elites. Under Lin Xiu's arrangement, in addition to the original personnel, Lin Xiu also arranged many people from his own side into the execution team, allowing them to obtain reasonable and legal identities when doing many things. While accompanying Zhu Li, Lin Xiu was also busy in other places. Most of Lucifer's descendants are scattered and joined into 3 major factions. DxD World, Fallen Angel Force, Ikus Tobio, Amano Yuuma, Middled, Calvana. Grayfia is the main one, Griselda is the auxiliary one, and Amano Yuuma and Revel serve as secretaries. Therefore, Lin Xiu currently delegates the work of the DxD agency mainly to Grayfia, Griselda, Rebel, and Amano Yuuma. Then there's Revel. So, at Lin Xiu's suggestion, Rebel had the idea of turning the upcoming gathering of the younger generation of demons into Lin Xiu's blind date conference. However, Lin Xiu believed that as time went by, Grayfia would eventually accept her detention. Angel Strength. Dulio, Griselda, Marana. Grayfia's life with Lin Xiu was quite fulfilling. Every time she complained about the hard work, Lin Xiu would kiss her and comfort her. Even Lin Xiu, a member of the Lucifer faction, has won over many of them. The reason he did this was just to give Zhu Li's feelings time to ferment. The only pity is that Grayfia just accepted the fact that she would be kissed by Lin Xiu and that she would respond unconsciously when she was kissed, without any further thoughts. Obviously, Lin Xiu did it on purpose. Even Latia Astaroth, who had invited Lin Xiu over 2 months ago, invited Lin Xiu to her home once on the pretext of fulfilling the previous afternoon tea appointment. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments, and monthly votes. Demonic Forces. Sona, Rias, Tung. In addition to some who voluntarily surrendered, Lin Xiu has now conquered all members of the 3 major factions of Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus in the world. The idea of these young female pure-blooded demons was simple. Before Lin Xiu, Lias, and Rebel officially got married, they wanted to take advantage of the last lane and grab the title of the first batch of fiancés for themselves. Chapter 180. The Evolution of Ice Princess Lavinia, Conquering the Witchmaster and Apprentice, Part 1. Before the next copy world, I will explain the situation of the DxD world. This is just a part. If you feel that the explanation here is not complete, you can also read the previous chapters. Rias's followers. Gasper made rapid progress while training with Rias in combat. Although he didn't completely eliminate his fear of pain and divine power, he was able to fight without being affected by his weaknesses. The kitten from Tachung is improving rapidly in strength and is about to break through to become a true demon king. This will probably take only 10 days or half a month. Originally, according to Lin Xiu's arrangement, Xiaomao would have a showdown with her sister Haij during the 3-party talks. However, because Lavinia was taken away by Yakusta, the White Dragon Emperor's deployment was disrupted, causing her to be busy trying to get her sworn sister back, and she had no intention of actively looking for Lin Xiu. Therefore, Haij also postponed his plan to find his sister. Since Haij didn't even find Xiaomao, Xiaomao naturally had no chance to confront her sister. Afterwards, Valley heard that Lin Xiu had captured Yakusta and Waboga and recaptured the body of Ice Princess Lavinia. Just when he was about to ask Lin Xiu for the person, her elder sister came to them on her own initiative. Valley learned the truth from Lavinia. It turned out that it was Lin Xiu who helped her expel Yakusta's soul and repair her own damaged soul. In addition, Lin Xiu even helped her evolve her artifact in the process of rescuing her. There is no doubt that Lin Xiu is indebted to Lavinia. Valley was really embarrassed to have just accepted Lin Xiu's kindness, and challenged Lin Xiu a few days later. Therefore, he decided to postpone the time of challenging Lin Xiu. Of course, the reason he made this decision, in addition to accepting Lin Xiu's kindness, was also because he felt that he was no match for Lin Xiu at the moment. Although I haven't seen it live, there is no doubt that Lin Xiu displayed the strength of a master god during the terrorist attack. The god-level barrier stood in front of Valley like a chasm. Even when he used Ba Long, he had never burst out with god-level strength. Valley's idea is to try his best to reach the main god level first, and then challenge Lin Xiu. All I can say is that it's a good thing Wally didn't know how Lin Xiu treated Ice Princess Lavinia, otherwise he would have gone to her house that day. Lin Xiu's method of treating Lavinia is the same as his method of treating Tojose, Minagawa Natsumi, Nanataki Shikiko and others. He gets on the bus first and buys the ticket later, attacking the body first and then the mind. Lavinia had just woken up in a daze, and gradually became addicted to the intimate contact with Lin Xiu. Under the influence of Lin Xiu's blood infusion method, Ice Princess Lavinia maintained a full belly for quite a long time. Later, when their souls and bodies resonated perfectly, their divine annihilation tools even evolved. Ice Princess Lavinia's divine weapon, Eternal Ice Princess, evolved into Eternal Momentary Ice Princess. Lin Xiu's divine weapon, Momentary Ice Emperor, evolved into Momentary Eternal Ice Emperor. Originally, Eternal Ice Princess and Momentary Ice Emperor were not considered outstanding among the Divine Annihilators, but after evolving, they could definitely be rated as Upper Divine Annihilators, or even higher. Because, in addition to using them separately, Lin Xiu and Lavinia can use the god-destroying tool together to unleash even greater power. Lavinia herself was a natural blonde lady. After she was sure that she and Lin Xiu had a special fate, she accepted Lin Xiu without any hesitation. At this time, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline had roughly advanced to the point where he could judge the other person's favorability through physical contact. After confirming that Lavinia had returned to her roots, Lin Xiu gave her a special chess piece and told her some information about her master, and then let her go back to report her safety. After the three-party talks ended and before opening the third dungeon, Lin Xiu stayed in the DxD World for a total of 4 days and in the Akame slashing world for 20 days. Although it seemed to Valley and the others that Lavinia had returned home the next day to report her safety, in reality, Lavinia had already spent a very fulfilling 5 days with Lin Xiu. During this period, except for the Saint Shido Maki, Lin Xiu suspended the order of baptism of other saints and nuns, and concentrated on collecting the demon seals of the 4 demon king families. 20 days later, Lin Xiu had basically conquered the 4 major demon families. In addition to his own Leviathan clan, Lin Xiu selected the most loyal person from the other 3 old demon king families to inherit the position of the old demon king. Although the old demon king cannot be compared with the real demon king in the underworld, as long as the old demon king faction is willing to surrender, they can still obtain a status similar to that of a quasi-demon king. In other words, the status of these 4 demon king families is even slightly higher than that of the king's family, grand duke's family, and noble young master's family. If these demon king families were not still in a state of guilt, they would probably have quickly accumulated a group of supporters. But, as time goes by, the guilty status of these demon families will always be lifted. By then, with his own supporters plus the supporters of the 4 old demon families, Lin Xiu felt that he could completely control more than half of the forces in the real world by himself. Finally, he is a member of the rogue magician organization, Witch Knight. Lin Xiu knew very well what these witches were pursuing. In addition to pursuing chaos and causing trouble, their greatest pursuit is actually knowledge. They are filled with unprecedented interest in all kinds of knowledge related to magic, techniques, alchemy, medicine, etc., as long as it is knowledge within the field of magicians. It just so happened that Lin Xiu had a book in his hand, titled, Unnamed Spellbook. Do you know what this is? Summoning Yakusta and Waboga to his side, Lin Xiu took out the nameless spell and used it. In front of Lin Xiu, Yakusta and Waboga, who had regained their youthful appearance, looked at each other. Is this a magic book? Although they could not read the entirety of this magic book, they could tell from the forbidden spell level techniques on it that this spell was quite advanced. Originally, they thought that Lin Xiu had called them here today to serve them, after living with Lin Xiu for a while. They had seen too many girls walk into Lin Xiu's room. Therefore, before arriving, both of them put on their favorite clothes. Lin Xiu obviously also noticed the change in their attire. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the reactions of the two. Seeing the crazy girl with a crazy personality showing such a submissive attitude in front of him, Lin Xiu's desire for conquest was greatly satisfied. Although Wabojia's dressing style was the same as usual, always wearing a purple gothic dress, but in terms of nobility and gorgeousness, these 10 sets of party outfits were much more noble than her usual travel outfits. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Master Lin Xiu, please accept our masters and disciples' loyalty. I'm not a generous person, I only keep good things for myself. Upon hearing this, Yakusta and Waboga looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. In short, the two people standing in front of Lin Xiu now are the witch master and apprentice, wearing 2 different styles of dresses, a mature purple style and a girlish purple style. Unlike Waboga, Yakusta had been prepared long ago because when her body was reshaped by Lin Xiu, she already knew that Lin Xiu was different from ordinary people, and she also knew why Lin Xiu allowed her to recover to her youthful and beautiful heyday. If you want it, you know what you have to pay for it. If that were all, then after dressing up, Waboga would just be a gothic princess who likes purple. Combined with her rather crazy temperament and the sacred temperament of the Holy Cross, this sacredness is mixed with a seductive and weird feeling. It changes Wabojia's image from a lovely girl in the boudoir to a crazy landmine princess. Soon, the 4 white lace gloves of the gorgeously dressed witch master and apprentice were tightly clasped together, and the crystal jade toes in the white stockings were stretched to the extreme. Seeing that the master and disciple were already mentally prepared, Lin Xiu continued slowly. Yes, it's a magic book, but unlike ordinary magic books, this one can automatically record all the magic spells of the main god level and below in the DxD world. The first time Lin Xiu saw this pair of witch master and apprentice, the name, Yakumo Yukari, instantly appeared in his mind. This kind of magic book is a gift to all magicians. Although they look different and have different temperaments, in terms of the gorgeousness and style of their clothes, this witch master and apprentice are dressed very similarly to Yakumo Yukari. The princess-like gothic Lolita dress is embellished with numerous intricate yet elegant patterns, lending the entire garment a sense of nobility and luxury. This design, while intricate yet orderly, perfectly reflects her aesthetic as a magician. Slowly, the two of them knelt devoutly in front of Lin Xiu, placed their beautiful hands wrapped in 4 white lace gloves horizontally in front of their foreheads, and slowly buckled them. This contrast of being both noble and crazy, both seductive and sacred, is precisely the charm of the landmine mad girl. Of course, Unlike ordinary mind girls, Yakusta and Waboga are one level higher, and the destructive power they cause is unknown how much higher. Therefore, under Lin Xiu's absolutely fair double blood infusion method, the gorgeously dressed witch master and disciple rolled their eyes at the same time, and their 4 white silk jade feet were torn to the limit at the same time, highlighting a hint of white with a hint of pink. After evolving into the Eternal Ice Emperor, Lin Xiu was able to stop time. The fair skin complements the expensive purple fabric, and the white and tender thighs, with the absolute area deliberately exposed, reflect the sunlight, making her look extremely healthy and attractive. Lin Xiu smiled and closed the nameless spellbook, looking at the gorgeously dressed witch master and disciple. The desire in Yakusta and Waboga's eyes was visible. It could be said that this unnamed spellbook was definitely the most powerful treasure for any magician. With a thought, the desired technique appeared before him. As for Yakusta, her dress is very similar to Waboga's, but her style is much more mature than Waboga's. What? Do you want it? When they learned that the nameless spellbook in Lin Xiu's hand could include all the spells in the world, Yakusta and Waboga confirmed it immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, Yakusta and Waboga instantly lost their composure. Chapter 181. The Conditions of Overlapping Fates, Witch Knight Complete Collection, Second Update. The picture shows the clothing styles of Yakumo Yukari, Yakusta, and Huapoga. As a reward for their pledge of loyalty, Yakusta and Waboga were given the opportunity to browse the unnamed mantra book. It may sound unbelievable, but the speed at which these two crazy women, Yakusta and Waboga, reached the strategy standard was indeed much faster than that of Ice Princess Lavinia. Lin Xiu spent 5 days on Lavinia's side, but for this pair of witchmaster and disciple, Lin Xiu only spent 1 night. To be precise, it took less than 10 hours. After learning about the unnamed mantra and witnessing its authenticity, the witchmaster and apprentice, Yakusta and Waboga, pledged their loyalty to Lin Xiu. Later, they took action, vying to serve Lin Xiu. After being deeply immersed in the symbiote, the two of them reached the strategy standard at an extremely fast speed under the extreme feeling. In this regard, Lin Xiu could only admit that although crazy girls, such as Rias and Asia, were simple youthful charms, they also had their own unique charm. Yakusta and Waboga, both witches and mad women, share an obsession to destroy the world. Once Lin Xiu mastered this obsession, she naturally earned the full devotion of both witch master and apprentice. There is Yakusta who likes to hold a purple parasol, Waboga who likes to wear a purple gothic dress, and Linte who likes to wear purple tights. Lin Xiu didn't know whether they subconsciously liked the color purple under the influence of the Purple Flame Priest's disc table, but by putting them on the same bed, Lin Xiu understood 2 things. First, purple is indeed very charming. Second, the fates of people with similar destinies can indeed be overlapped. Not only can 2 people be physically stacked on the same bed, but the fate of 2 people can also be superimposed, thus causing a sudden explosion. More power, more possibilities. After placing Yakusta, Waboga, and Linte, the 3 generations of Holy Cross users in the original story, on a bed, Lin Xiu quickly began to study the method of overlapping fate. However, since overlapping fate is a field of location for both Lin Xiu himself and the god of the Bible, Lin Xiu's research. The research progress is not fast. Finally, with the help of Yakusta and Waboga, 2 Holy Cross users, and soul power experts. With the help of Kun Shu, he finally found the method of 100% destiny layer. It can only be said that researchability and personal strength cannot be completely equated. For example, the silver-haired Valkyrie Rossweiss in the original plot, her strength obviously did not surpass the Demon King level, but she was able to study the forbidden spell level techniques that sealed the Beast King. In fact, the witch's skills in magic and Witch Knight were already reflected in the original plot. When the 3 forces were combined, the witches broke into the Zhuang Academy and forced Gaspar to use Time Stop to stop the time of the entire Zhuang town. This is enough to prove that the organization, Witch Knight, has very profound research in magic. If we have to compare, the Magicians Association represents the highest organization for magic research, and the Fallen Angels represents the highest research organization. Witch Knight is a witch group that defected from the Magicians Association and has magical attainments that are almost the same as those of the Magicians Association. After experiments, Lin Xiu has mastered the method to achieve overlap of destiny 100%. As long as the following conditions are met, overlapping fates can be achieved, allowing both parties to burst out with experience far beyond their peers. Condition 1. The character must have appeared in the original plot, or the original strength must be above the Demon King level. The reason is very simple. If you want to achieve the result of overlapping destinies, you must possess the lowest level of destiny power yourself, otherwise you will not be qualified at all. The second condition is that they must have similar destinies or power properties, which can be roughly divided into 3 situations. The first case involves the same artifact in the original story. Examples include Yakusta, Waboga, and Rint, successive female Sekiryute awaiting resurrection. The second case is when the power is similar. Examples: Sona and Seraflor, Rias and Gaspar, Amano Yuuma and Midilda, Calvana, and so on. The third situation involves having similar bloodlines. Examples include Sona and Serafla, Rias and Alice, Shidu Irina and Shidu Maki, Akame and Karome, and so on. Condition 3. The body is simultaneously filled with Lin Xiu's symbiont. In fact, condition 3 is not necessary. Normally, as long as the two parties whose destinies overlap form a tacit understanding, just like Rias and Gasper now, they can usually achieve destinies overlap. However, this takes too long and is too inefficient. The most efficient method is to act as Lin Xiu's bed partner for a period of time, develop a tacit understanding in bed, complete multiple fate overlap exercises while filling your body with Lin Xiu's symbiont, and then gradually improve your proficiency to the point where you can complete fate overlap, even when Lin Xiu is not present. The so-called overlapping fate is very similar to the fusion evolution in the Digimon world, which allows both sides to increase their strength by 10 stages when fighting together. After the overlap of fate, the luck and energy of both parties were superimposed together, which was equivalent to strengthening the original supporting role level existence into a protagonist level existence. Lin Xiu had also tried to find someone with whom he could overlap in destiny. It's a pity that he is the so-called person whose destiny is invisible, and other people's destinies are not qualified to be put together with his. Note: there will be one in the future, but I just can't find it now. After completing the overlapping of fate, Lin Xiu completed the practice of overlapping of fate on many people. The first are the master and apprentice, Yakusta and Waboga. These two witches have done extensive research on soul and have relevant experience, making them the most suitable experimental materials. Soon, with the cooperation of the two, Lin Xiu completed the basic experiment. After that, Lin Xiu completed universal experiments on multiple people. After learning that the power of Witch Knight can find many lost spells, all magicians went crazy. His research ability is limited, but with the help of a large number of witches, he can make progress in various fields at the same time. After turning Witch Knight into his own research organization, Lin Xiu had no intention of stopping. Before heading to the copy world, Lin Xiu, after being reminded by Yakusta, made full use of the organization, Witch Knight. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, completely subduing all members of Witch Knight, including the two leaders, Red. Requesting flowers 0. Note: Red level unnamed spell documents can include all spells including Dragon God level and below. Among them, Rias and Gasper were already trying to fuse their powers, so they were the only pair who completed the overlap of fate, without being filled by Lin Xiu's symbiote. Originally owned by the 8 Desire Kings of the DxD World, this is an absolutely exceptional item. After Lin Xiu had eaten a certain number of witches, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Afterwards, the leaders of the 3 major forces and the chief speaker of the DxD agency jointly explained that the Witch Knight organization has realized its mistakes and provided a large amount of magic-related knowledge and technology as compensation. Therefore, the 3 major forces will give up subsequent claims in retaliation against Witch Knight, and reach cooperation with Witch Knight in certain areas. For example, Rias and Gasper, Shido Irina and Shido Maki, Akame and Kurome, Gabriel and Graycut, and so on. Under Lin Xiu's arrangement, Witch Knight announced its separation from the disaster group and became an independent research organization. New book starts. Please give me flowers. Please give me comments, please. Bite. Then, it was finally time for the copy countdown to end. If Witch Knight didn't only recruit female magicians, I'm afraid its membership would surpass that of the most orthodox Magicians Association in a short period of time. Most witches have an almost fanatical pursuit of knowledge and magic, so after learning that Lin Xiu has the unnamed spellbook, most of the witches frantically curry favor with Yakusta and Waboga, striving to climb into Lin Xiu's bed as soon as possible. Unnamed spellbook, Red. Legend has it that this legendary magic book contains all the magic in the world, and its price is immeasurable. Even newly invented spells will be recorded in it. Therefore, Lin Xiu selected a large number of witches who were loyal to him and assigned them their own research tasks. In general, after being upgraded to the red level, the unnamed spellbook can cover more spells, giving Lin Xiu himself and his witch group a huge research space. Sure enough, one person's power is limited. Originally, the transformation of Witch Knight did not cause much controversy. After all, the 3 major forces that were victims had already accepted compensation, and the other weaker forces that had been bullied did not have the ability to report it. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, unnamed spellbook, Red. In order to activate the synthesis reward function as soon as possible, Lin Xiu planned to go to the copy world as soon as the countdown ended and complete the strategy for the copy world. The unnamed mantra instrument awarded by the system can automatically record all the techniques in this world whose quality is above the unnamed mantra instrument's level cap. Even if they only recruit female magicians, it is estimated that within a few months, the scale of Witch Knight will expand to a level that surpasses the Magicians Association. But soon, the astonishing expansion speed of Witch Knight shocked the whole world. At this point, Witch Knight has completely transformed into a research organization. Since the upper limit of the DxD World is the Dragon God level, the unnamed spell instrument promoted to the red level truly encompasses all the techniques in the DxD World. Therefore, Lin Xiu would call Yakusta, Waboga, and Linte to his bed almost every night to increase intimacy and proficiency in order to complete the next stage of the experiment. The 2-person experiment was followed by 3-person and multi-person experiments. The few techniques in the DxD World that surpass the limit are either in the knowledge base of the God of the Bible, or in Lin Xiu's holy spear that penetrates the world. In this way, Lin Xiu completed the overlapping fate related experiments while conquering the 4 old demon forces, and visited Jidao Zhuli from time to time to enhance their relationship. However, since 3-person and multi-person experiments are much more difficult than 2-person experiments, Lin Xiu is still in the process of exploring experiments involving 3 people and more than H. Chapter 182. Rias's grandmother, the rules of the Gremory clan, Part 3. The picture is for reference of the image of ordinary members of Witch Knight. If Witch Knight didn't only recruit female magicians, I'm afraid its membership would surpass that of the most orthodox Magicians Association in a short period of time. Even if they only recruit female magicians, it is estimated that within a few months, the scale of Witch Knight will expand to a level that surpasses the Magicians Association. Of course, the expansion of the Witch Knight organization was something that happened later on Lin Xiu's side. As for Lin Xiu, he was waiting for the final cooldown countdown to end. In the old school building, Rias's room, Leah was wrapped in red body stockings, leaving only a few square centimeters of space. Lin Xiu soaked in Leah's body, discussing with her what she needed to pay attention to when she left. Now, Rias already knows that Lin Xiu has the ability to travel to another world, and also knows the responsibility that Lin Xiu bears. Therefore, even though she knew that Lin Xiu might bring back many beautiful girls on this trip, she still supported Lin Xiu's trip. However, considering that Lin Xiu's strength might be even higher after his return this time, Rias's training pressure has increased a lot. At this point, although she and Gaspard have completed the Overlapping Fates training, the Super Demon King level combat power cannot help Lin Xiu much. Speaking of cultivation, Leah mentioned something very important. By the way, Shu-kun, can you tell me, besides Gaspard and Yumi, who else can I achieve an Overlapping Fate with? That's right, as Rias said, in addition to Gaspard, she and Yumi also achieved an Overlapping Fate. Of course, the degree of compatibility between her and Yumi was not as high as that between her and Gaspard, so the reunion of Rias and Fumi was only temporarily achieved due to Lin Xiu's efforts. At this time, lying on the other side of Lin Xiu was Yumi Kiba, who was wearing a white silk nurse uniform, with a bulging belly and was sleeping soundly. Well, from what I've observed, Kaneko, Akano, Gaspard, Yumi, and even Asia should all be possible. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and mentioned a few more candidates. As the heroine in the original plot, Rias's power of destiny is quite strong. There are many people in the original plot who have formed bonds with her, so she can indeed practice overlapping destiny with many people. Are they all my followers? Are there any people other than my followers? It would be best if they are stronger than me. Rias paused and said. Is he stronger than you? The image of Demon King Alice emerged in Lin Xiu's mind. Her appearance was very similar to Rias's, but her temperament was more powerful than Rias's, which left a deep impression on Lin Xiu. However, the next second, Lin Xiu uttered another name. Does Miss Venelana count? You mean, mother? Shu-kun. What are you thinking about? Rias admitted that Venelana's strength was stronger than hers, and if she could achieve a fate overlap with Venelana, who was at the peak of the Demon King level, her strength would definitely be higher than it is now. But, how can it be? When she thought about the fact that achieving overlapping fates required her to reach a resonance with Lin Xiu together with Venelana in bed, Rias's azure eyes couldn't help but tremble. To cultivate overlapping fates, one must become Lin Xiu Jun's woman. How could mother possibly cultivate heavy fates with me? Having said that, because Rias still maintains a physical connection with him, Lin Xiu is able to influence Rias's mood through contact. At this moment, although Rias denied it, under the influence of Lin Xiu, the scene of herself and Venelana being stacked together appeared in her mind. DAF. An unprecedented feeling of soul trembling came over Rias's eyes, which kept trembling and gradually became moist. Looking at Rias's trembling eyes and feeling the ever-changing cavity pressure, Lin Xiu smiled and asked. Rias, what are you thinking about? When did I ever say that you need to be my woman to practice the layer of destiny? Whereas, Lin Xiu's words made Rias freeze in place. Indeed, Lin Xiu had never said such a thing before. So, it's her fault? Is it because there's too much dirty crap in her head? After realizing that she had misunderstood Lin Xiu, Rias's already rosy face instantly turned red, and she shrank into Lin Xiu's arms like a little hamster. Although she received a denial, Rias's thoughts and feelings just now were genuine. At this moment, whenever Rias thought of Venelana, the scene of herself and Venelana being found together would appear in her mind. Every time the video was replayed, Rias' body and mind would tremble, which was also the reason why Lin Xiu's feelings were constantly changing. By the way, Shujun, aren't you going to attend the gathering of the younger generation after you come back? Rias decided to change the subject to calm her agitated mood. Well, what's wrong? Lin Xiu smiled and hugged Rias tighter. Rias's eyes rolled up subconsciously at first, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. She gave Lin Xiu a helpless look. Nothing, just that mother wants to see you about something. Mother has already reported to the history teacher who is in seclusion in Tang Dynasty that Lin Xiu has the ability to break the fate of the single-line inheritance of the 10 branches of the Gremory family. The successive heads of the Gremory family have placed high hopes on you, Lin Xiu Jun. Although this matter has been confirmed by mother, the successive heads of the family still want to see Lin Xiu Jun, who is now a prominent figure in the underworld, in person. And my grandmother is the representative chosen by all the previous family heads this time. Let's not talk about the other family heads for now. My grandmother must come out to meet you, Lin Xiu Jun. After all, the first thing I'm going to do after graduation is marry you, Lin Xiu Jun. When the word, after graduation, was mentioned, Rias's expression became a little subtle. After the exams in a week or two, it will be summer vacation, which means she now has exactly 1 year left before graduation. However, it only took Lin Xiu more than 2 months, 1 year in the dungeon world, for his strength to surpass the main god level. If another year had passed, Lin Xiu Jun might have surpassed the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor and become the true strongest person in the DxD world. When Leah asked Lin Xiu to help her with her engagement, she never thought that she would draw the rarest card in the world. Rias' song could attribute this to her inherent treasure hunting talent, which came from her Gremory bloodline. Rias, your grandmother? That's Ms. Venelena's mother. I think her name was Ms. Shashi's, right? Lin Xiu remembered that he had not only seen Rias's grandmother in the album of the family heads of previous generations, but he also knew that her name was Shashi's Gremory long before that. Because, Shis Gremory is a character who appeared in the original plot. In the original story, Rias's grandmother, Kiss Gremory, once claimed to be Rias's half-sister, Nia's Gremory, causing some trouble for the younger generation. As for appearance, due to the extremely long lifespan of the demon clan, Kixi still looks young. Shashi's Gremory appears to be in her early 20s, with the Gremory family's signature crimson hair and a voluptuous figure comparable to Rias and Venelana. She bears a striking resemblance to Rias, but with lowered eyes and a gentle expression. The most unique thing is that, unlike Rias and Venelana who usually wear their hair down, Shis Gremory's own red hair is tied into a bun at the back of her head, presenting a fresh yet noble ponytail style. Yes, my grandmother's name is Kixi. Rias nodded, very satisfied with Lin Xiu's ability to remember the successive heads of the Gremory family. However, what she didn't know was that Rias's act of remembering the names of the previous heads of the Gremory family was not out of respect, as she had imagined. Lin Xiu's habit has always been to remember all the information about the opposite S*X who may have had a relationship with her or who has already had a relationship with her. Even now, Lin Xiu still remembers the life stories of those saints and nuns, the names of the female magicians of Witch Night and their research directions, and the bizarre methods used by those unwilling female descendants of the 4 old demon kings to improve their strength. Therefore, considering that the Gremory family itself is a powerful, fate aggregate, Lin Xiu feels that it is necessary for him to remember the names of the Gremory family's successive heads. Come to think of it, most of the successive heads of the Gremory family have the character, Silk, in their names. Lin Xiu stated the pattern he had observed. As Lin Xiu said, having the character, C, in one's name has become a tradition among descendants of the Gremory family. First generation Ji Meng Li. Lu Ni Ya Si Ji Men Li. Rias's grandmother, Shis Gremory. Rias herself. Rias Gremory. Rias's older sister, Sagittarius Gremory, or Alice Gremory. The only exception is Rias's mother, Venelana Gremory. 297 However, Venelena's situation was a case of force majeure. Who told Venelana to marry from outside the royal family in the original plot? Although the world and bloodline have changed, Venelena's name is still Venelana. Lin Xiujun's observation is correct. Rias smiled with satisfaction. According to tradition, any descendant of the Gremory family with true red hair color will have the character, Silk, in their name. As for mother, since her hair color and abilities didn't diverge in the same direction, her hair is flaxen, and her name doesn't contain the character, Silk. Rias explains that the Venelana of this world doesn't have the character, C, in her name. Yeah, I know. Anyway, let's go back together then, Rias. No matter who the ancestors of the Gremory family send, whether their purpose is simply to visit or to test us, the fact that we will get married will not change. Yes, I know, Lin Xiujun. Rias smiled with relief. What reassured her most about Lin Xiu was that, although he was a scumbag, he would definitely keep his promise. Like this, Leah held him for a long time, until Lin Xiu's countdown ended. Leah's, it's time, I have to leave. Lin Xiu gently stroked Leah's soft long hair. Well, Lin Xiu-kun, have a safe trip. Rias was still holding Lin Xiu, as if she wanted to keep Lin Xiu in her body until the last moment. By the way, Rias, before I leave, I have one last thing to tell you. What's up? If you truly wish to enhance your strength by overlapping your fate with a stronger person, I recommend training with Demon Lord Alice. Demon King Alice. Rias tilted her head. Why couldn't she understand what Lin Xiu was saying? Devil Lord Alice is now the Devil Lord Lucifer, and is also your sister. As he finished saying this, Lin Xiu completed the setting of the conditions before crossing. In a flash of light, Lin Xiu disappeared in front of Rias, leaving only Rias with her mind full of doubts and her body full of emptiness. Chapter 183 The Best Candidate to Marry Grayfia, Heading to the Godkiller World, Part 1. What did Lin Xiujun say? It was a long time after Lin Xiu left that Rias finally realized what Lin Xiu had just said. The current Demon King Lucifer is her sister? Her name is Alice? The brother she had always thought of was actually an older sister. So, the Gremory family still hasn't broken the family's fate? If possible, Rias would have liked Lin Xiu to explain it to her personally. However, since Lin Xiu had already left for another world and wouldn't be back for 2 or 3 days at the earliest, Rias could only ask someone else. Since Lin Xiu Jun asked me to go find Sister Sama, that means at least Lin Xiu Jun knows Sister Sama's identity, and Sister Sama also knows that Lin Xiu Jun knows her identity. That's too much, it's really too much. Obviously, she is the biological sister, but Lin Xiu knew the news earlier than her. Anyway, let's discuss this with Grayfia first. Rias decided to talk to Grayfia first. Because she suddenly remembered that the fact that the devil Lucifer was actually a woman, the one who was most shocked was not her, but Grayfia. Now Rias understood everything, why Grayfia did not marry the Demon King Lucifer, and why the Demon King Lucifer had no children for so many years. It turns out, this is all because she is actually a girl. Soon, Rias connected to the communication with Grayfia. Rias. Grayfia, Lin Xiu-kun just told me something very important. Before I tell you, can I ask you a question? Grayfia. Please speak freely, Rias-sama. Even so, Grayfia could already hear something from Rias's tone. Rias. Okay, then I'll ask you this. Grayfia, is the reason you've been focusing your work on Lin Xiu-kun lately due to the Demon King Lucifer's intention? Grayfia. Rias-sama, as a member of the Lucifer family serving the Demon Lord Lucifer, whenever it comes to official business, I represent the Demon Lord Lucifer. Rias. Since I'm asking this, Grayfia, it means I'm not asking about official matters. Grayfia, after a moment of silence, Ji Yu-Qian replied. Grayfia. Rias-sama, did Lin Xiu-sama tell you anything? Rias. Yes, Lin Xiu-kun told me the true identity of Demon King Alice. Once the name Demon King Alice came out, all temptations became meaningless. Grayfia. Yes, that's right, Rias-sama. It was Alice-sama who sent me to be with Lin Xiu-sama. She also told me to focus my work on Lin Xiu-sama from now on. Because, soon, Lady Alice plans to give up her title of Demon King and reveal everything to the world. Grayfia's explanation was too official, which was precisely a manifestation of her guilty conscience. She clearly did nothing wrong, she was just sent here to work, and it was Lin Xiu who forced the kiss on her. She had never deliberately seduced Lin Xiu. But now, Grayfia felt like a mistress caught by the wife, and her mood was somewhat subtle. In fact, Grayfia was very clear that her mood was different from before, and her psychology was also undergoing abnormal changes. However, even though she knew it, psychological matters were still psychological matters, and she always had a clear conscience in her actions. At most, he would report the day's work progress to Lin Xiu every night, so that Lin Xiu would have an excuse to kiss him. Good night, could this be considered active seduction? Ahem. Shouldn't it be counted? Although Grayfia felt that her actions could not be considered seduction in any way, she still wanted to compensate Rias. So, when he heard that Rias wanted to practice overlap of fates with Alice, Inlafia immediately took on this task. Grayfia. Rias-sama, please rest assured. Due to the transfer of some responsibilities, Alice-sama is no longer as busy as before. As long as you can stay in the underworld, I believe Alice-sama can spare time every day to practice with you. Rias. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Grayfia, to talk to my sister. Since she had just changed her mindset, Leah was not very familiar with the term adult. After chatting about some family matters, Rias ended the call with Grayfia. Through communication with Grayfia, Rias not only confirmed that Grayfia had known the true identity of Demon Lord Alice for a long time, but also confirmed one more thing. There's something a little off about Grayfia's attitude towards Lin Xiu Jun. Normally, they should have a normal working relationship, with some elder-like concern for the younger at best. However, from Grayfia's words, I can hear some of her dissatisfaction with Lin Xiu Jun. Normally speaking, Lin Xiu-kun is so outstanding, and he can also help Grayfia escape her current situation by inheriting her elder sister's position. Grayfia should not be dissatisfied with Lin Xiu-kun in any way. The problem definitely isn't with Grayfia. She was normal to everyone except Lin Xiu Jun before she started treating her. Could it be that Lin Xiu-kun has done something disrespectful to Grayfia? Rias could only think of one disrespectful act that would make Grayfia show her petty and girlish side. Lin Xiu Jun, you're not planning to attack Ji Yu Lu, are you? After learning this conclusion, Rias was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Under normal circumstances, she should certainly oppose Lin Xiu's attack on Grayfia. But isn't the current situation abnormal? After all, even if the Demon King Alice abdicated and the truth of the past was revealed, who would dare to marry Grayfia, who almost married the Demon King Lucifer? To be able to marry a demon of Grayfia's level, one's family background must be at least at the level of king, duke, or noble son, or above. Obviously, people with such strength and family background would not marry Grayfia, and people without such strength and family background would not dare to have any thoughts at all. Taking all factors into consideration, Lin Xiu, who has always been open to both meat and vegetables, seems to be the best solution. It is precisely because this conclusion seems strange, but is actually the optimal solution, that Rias is so amused and helpless. Anyway, I'll just leave it to fate and wait and see how Lin Xiu-kun performs. Judging from Grayfia's attitude, there's still hope. Rias knew very well that the antonym of love is not hate, but indifference. The fact that she could show so many emotions that she didn't usually show to Lin Xiu proved that Lin Xiu was special in Grayfia's heart. The other side. Lin Xiu's side. More than 10 minutes ago, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound while holding Rias and soaking in her body. Bite. After the cooling time ends, the host can open the next dungeon world at any time. Well, just open it. Lin Xiu couldn't wait to activate the system's synthesis function. Bite. Host's strength detected to be at the level of a master god, extracting from the advanced dungeon world. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced dungeon. Godslayer world, first half. Host, are you going to the dungeon world now? The Godslayer world? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. I just recently acquired the ability to sever fate, and it's already been put to use so soon? When most people talk about the world of Godslayer, they think of things like the god of disobedience, the Godslayer, the divine realm, the goddess, the last king, and the production base of the nouveau riche. However, the first thing Lin Xiu thought of was the goddess of destiny. The greatest enemy of the Godslayer world is not the god of disobedience, nor the other Godslayers, nor the last king. But the goddesses of fate, the last king Rama and others are just tools controlled by fate. Breaking the fate of the Godslayer world can be considered a prerequisite experiment for breaking the fate of the DxD world. The god of the Bible in the DxD world died from a cross-timeline pursuit and a destined death. The fact that they were able to cut off all possibility of the god of the Bible's survival in this way shows how deeply they have eroded the DxD world. The only lucky thing is that the goddesses of fate in the DxD world haven't been controlled by the enemy. Otherwise, the situation in DxD would be as difficult as in the Godkiller world. The tricky thing here refers to the degree to which the world of Godslayers is controlled by fate. If we only consider the difficulty of solving the problem, the world of Godslayer is obviously much easier than the world of DxD. With Lin Xiu's current strength, he is confident that he can solve the problems of the Godslayer world, but the DxD world is still at a distant stage. By the way, system, what's going on with this Godslayer world? Li's first half, Lin Xiu asked about something that he was very concerned about. The Godkiller storyline later in the game involves events related to the Divine Realm and parallel universes. The difficulty and scope of the story involve other worlds, so it is split into two halves. As long as the host completes the main quests and finally completes the plot related to the Last King, it can be considered as conquering the Godslayer world. As for the subsequent parallel worlds of the God's Domain world and other Godslayer worlds, they are within the scope of the third copy world. P.S. The plot of the Divine Realm and other parallel worlds is similar to that of the Dog God. At most, they will be mentioned later, but will not be described in detail. There will be no related plot in this volume. So that's how it is. Indeed, if the Divine Realm and parallel worlds are involved, the situation will be even more complicated. Lin Xiu knew that the parallel world of the Godslayer world, mentioned by the system, was not a branch parallel world of a world group, but was more like a cause world with its own independent world group. Theoretically, as long as a world line and world group that belongs to it are formed, it can be considered a separate copy world. Okay, let's go to the Godslayer world, ding. Heading to the Godkiller world, first half, chapter 184. Kusanagi Godu's mother and childhood sweetheart, master of interception Lin Xiu, part 2. Ding. Heading to the Godkiller world, first half. The host will obtain an identity similar to but different from the original protagonist. After the story begins, the host can awaken the memories from the other world. Although you cannot awaken your memories in advance, you can set the direction of action for your unawakened memories, thereby changing the past plot to some extent. Before officially opening the dungeon world, please select your own initial abilities. The Godslayer world, first half, is an intermediate world. The host can choose 4 initial abilities, or 4 opportunities to use the full power of the body. If the host needs to increase their initial ability space to quickly become stronger, they can also choose to capture the heroine. Each time you conquer a female protagonist, the host will gain an initial ability space. There are certain requirements for favorability in capturing the heroine, and it is not enough to establish a real relationship. Please consider your actions carefully when capturing the heroine. After completing the first world strategy, the system will enable the birth ability feature. The host can project some low-level abilities into the past, awakening some historical areas at birth. Bite. The host can exchange 1 initial ability space for 1 birth ability space. However, due to the energy limit of each system traversal, the upper limit of the birth ability space is blue. If the selected system reward level exceeds blue, the upper limit will automatically be locked within the blue evaluation range. If you want to fully unlock it later, you can spend the initial ability space to exchange for the advanced ability. 4 ability spaces. Lin Xiu quickly selected a few abilities that he thought were most suitable from his various abilities. First, my physique. For that, I'll choose immortal body. After all, whether it's demonic blood or angelic blood, they're all a bit too ostentatious in the world of Godslayers. I don't want to waste the opportunity to use my full power by being captured and used as a sacrifice to summon the relevant gods. As for the body of an immortal, even if it shows some special features, it will be considered as gifted, and will not be regarded as a monster or become a sacrifice to the gods. Then there's multi-mind communication. Multi-mind communication can ensure that I can continue to learn and practice at the highest rate until my memories awaken. With the ability to complex mind, even if one only possesses blue-level immortal blood, it is enough to attain the highest level of demon, or the strength of a grand knight, before reaching adulthood. Then there's Vamana, the incarnation of God. This ability allows me to appear wherever I'm needed, while also granting me tenfold enhanced abilities. The combination of a sage's physique and telepathy ensures that he can achieve the combat power of a great knight, the same level as the heroine's uncle, before reaching adulthood. As the incarnation of the god, Vamana ensures high mobility and escape capabilities, and can also amplify his own combat power. If he fights after Dynamaxing, he should be able to exert the combat power of a demon king. The general strength classification of the God Slayer world is as follows. Apprentice Knight, Magician, or Miko, a low-level demon. Official Knight, Magician, or Miko, intermediate demon. Great Knight, Great Magician, First Class, Senior, Superior Female or Night King, etc., Superior Demon. Paladin, Divine Beast, Demigod, Highest Rank, Supreme Level Demon. Transcendence, False Gods, Ancestors of Gods, or Divine Beasts with power bonuses released by God Slayers or gods themselves, such as Wild Boars, Demon King level. The God of Disobedience, the God Slayer, Normal Super Demon King. The God of Disobedience is completely disobedient, or the God Slayer explodes, and can burst out with the power of God level, the God level of the DxD World. Or even the main God level, DX, the main God level of the world. The last king or the world destroying God of the divine realm. Normally at the main God level, the more God Slayers there are, the higher the bonus. The highest bonus can reach Dragon God level, in the unusual case of more than 10 God Slayers. According to Lin Xiu's estimation, he had already burst out with the strength of a demon king before he became an adult. Coupled with the space-based, God's incarnation Vamana, he would not be afraid even when facing a God Slayer. It would be almost impossible to defeat him, but it would be more than enough for him to escape. This time, Lin Xiu did not arrange for himself to learn the techniques before adulthood to increase his experience and ability in techniques, as he did in the last world of Akame Kill. On the one hand, as Lin Xiu's strength increases, the techniques he researched when his strength in the copy world was not strong have little effect on the main god level Lin Xiu. On the other hand, Lin Xiu already has his own research team, and any research direction can be broken down and arranged separately, without having to rely on himself like before. It can be said that after returning from the world of Akame Killer and obtaining the knowledge base of the God of the Bible, Lin Xiu has been completely reborn. Therefore, at this point, Lin Xiu really no longer needs the slight improvement that growing up in the copy world can bring. Instead of thinking about improving the skills in another world, it is better to conquer the world of God Slayer as soon as possible and let the great sorcerers and goddesses of the world of God Slayer join his own, Witch Fae. As for the last empty space, I'll leave a space for a skill like before, just in case. If you encounter any danger that you can't escape using Vamana, the incarnation of God, you can use it in time. If you don't encounter any danger, then exchange it for the Dragon Emperor's short tail after you descend. After deciding on the course of action, Lin Xiu pressed the confirm button. Bite. Heading to the Dungeon World, Godkiller World, First Half. Birth Abilities. Body of an Immortal, Multi-Mind, Vamana, the Incarnation of God. Initial Ability. None. The remaining initial ability space can be exchanged or converted at any time. Host, please set the pre-crossing action mode according to the main mission. The main mission is as follows. Main Mission 1. Within 1 year, kill or subdue as many disobedient gods or the gods themselves as possible. Note. The more disobedient gods or gods you kill or subdue, the higher the bonus. Main Mission 2. Defeat or kill as many God Slayers as possible within 1 year. Note. The more God Slayers you defeat or kill, the higher the bonus. CCFJ. Well, the main quest is pretty standard. When it comes to the world of God Slayers, aren't gods and God Slayers the most important things? As for building one's own power, that's what the Akame Slayer world should do. In the world of God Slayers, some rely on power, some rely on martial arts, and some rely on planning, but none rely on force. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu set up the action mode before heading to the God Slayer world to awaken his memories. With Lin Xiu, the plot seems to have undergone some subtle changes. Since childhood, for some reason, you seem to have known the fact that people in this world are bound by fate, so you always try to break their original fate. Mode 1. Try to save the heroines who died or lost their virginity before the plot begins. If necessary, you can use your original strength once. It turns out that Kusanagi Godu is not a descendant of the Kusanagi family, but an adopted son picked up by Kusanagi Shizuka's mother, Kusanagi Masaya. Even, besides, Tokunaga Asuka, herself, her best friends, Zawa, and Miyama, will shyly look away when they see you. However, apart from Kusanagi Shizuka, the storyline related to Kusanagi Godu seems to have changed a bit. Receiving the memory, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. First of all, in terms of character, although Kusanagi Godu in the original plot appears to be a good man, on the surface, in essence, he is full of strong personal subjectivity like other God Slayers. After exposing his true side, he also handled many things directly with the attitude of the King of Godkillers. Mode 3. You can handle some matters related to the other world, but try to avoid too much contact with the God Slayer. It's best to keep the other party in a state where they haven't seen you yet. World travel begins. Pre-awakening action mode. As the system's prompt sounded, Kun Shu's figure gradually disappeared from Rias' sight. It's fine that Kusanagi Godu is Masato Kusanagi's adopted son, but why did his personality and fate seem so different from the original story? Bite. Kusanagi Godu doesn't seem to like interacting with women, but has been studying knowledge related to mythology and mysticism. Since we grew up together, Kusanagi Shizuka was raised by you since she was little, and she has always called you Lin Xiu brother since she was a child. New book launch, please give me flowers, comments, and please post it. B. Mode 2. You can take the initiative to establish relationships with some heroines, but there is no need to develop relationships beyond lovers. The criterion for establishing relationships is quantity, not depth. At school, you have been loved by your classmates since you were a child because of your excellent learning ability and outstanding physical fitness. On the other hand, the God Slayers were all extremely arrogant. Lin Xiu estimated that, with the exception of the Black Prince Alec, the other God Slayers would not allow their subordinates to participate in their battles. Of course, besides that, you also like to interact with girls. At home, you get along well with not only Kusanagi Shizuka, but also Kusanagi Shizuka's mother, Kusanagi Masaya. After traveling through time, you acquired an identity similar to Kusanagi Godu and became the posthumous child of Kusanagi's next-door neighbor. Besides that, the most important thing is his popularity with women. On the one hand, the power gap in the world of God Slayers is extremely serious. Even if they establish their own power, the most they can do is to help with miscellaneous tasks, and it would be good enough if they can be cheerleaders during fights. In the original story, Kusanagi Godu was a minister who was popular with women, although he had no such intention. Just as Lin Xiu said, in the memories he received, Kusanagi Godu showed many abnormalities. Because of your interference, Kusanagi Godu's former childhood sweetheart, Tokunaga Asuka, had already fallen in love with you before she met Kusanagi Godu. However, because you were so outstanding in school, she always felt inferior. The results of the pre-awakening action mode are as follows. However, apart from this, Kusanagi Godu did not seem to show any abnormality. The crossover was successful. Please complete the main mission of the Apocalypse World as soon as possible. Chapter 185. The Fate of a Born Godslayer, Walking with Saint Raphael, Part 1. Besides your popularity with women, you've also made remarkable achievements in cultivation. From childhood to adulthood, due to your multi-mindedness, even if you don't practice seriously, your strength can still grow at an astonishing rate. When you were just entering junior high school, your strength had already reached the peak of the upper demon level. On the first day of junior high school, a female classmate named Manragani Yuri exclaimed in surprise the moment she saw you. That evening, the Official History Compilation Committee, the apparent leader of the Fusang world, came to your door and invited you to join. Well, the apparent leader of the inner world. This evaluation is indeed correct. Lin Xiu agreed with this. That's right, the Official History Compilation Committee is only the apparent leader, and the real leader of the Fusang world is Susano, or the forces of Susano and his subordinates. The Official History Compilation Committee is merely an organization established by the Fuso government to manage the backworld. How can it be compared to Sanu, the true leader of the Mazan? The battle record of Susano and his Fuso mythological forces is terrifying. Hide the traces of the last king. Seal the disobedient Sun Wukong. Use the power of Sun Wukong to remove the dragons and snakes on the earth to prevent the last king from waking up. From time to time send the sword priestess who represents her will to stir up the situation under the sky. 033. Compared with Susano, the Official History Compilation Committee is too young and too weak. There is nothing wrong in saying that the Official History Compilation Committee is Susano's tool. Faced with the invitation from the Official History Compilation Committee, you chose to decline to join. Of course, your reason was that you simply didn't want to be bound by the organization. If there was any lucrative work, you would still take it. The Official History Compilation Committee has also recognized your status as a mercenary and granted you official recognition. They also informed you that if you need it, they can arrange for a spiritual teacher to guide you in your cultivation and improve your history. You refused the offer of a teacher from the Official History Compilation Committee. On the one hand, you find yourself constantly cultivating, so hiring a cultivation teacher or something like that won't be of much use to you. On the other hand, accepting a cultivation teacher's advice will put you pretty close to fully joining the organization. So, you simply requested an ID that allowed you to enter the library in the other world, and inquired whether it was Wanli Ji Yubuli who reported your information. After confirmation by the Official History Compilation Committee, you learned that it was Manratani Yuri who reported your case. So, the next day, you took the initiative to find Manratani Yuri. From her mouth, you learned that the reason she cares about you so much is because you have the power of God in your body. With the introduction and help of Yuri Manragani, you learned the source of the power of Vamana, the incarnation of God, within you, and gradually learned how to control the power. What's going on? Seeing this, Shu suddenly felt a little strange. Normally, shouldn't Yuri Manragani be afraid of things related to the god of disobedience? Why would he actively help him, helping him to clarify and use his own power? Just as the doubts popped up in his mind, the next second, Lin Xiu got the answer. I almost forgot. Yuri Manragani's fear of god slayers and gods isn't innate. It's because she became the sacrifice for the Marquis of Vauban to summon the gods that she developed a psychological trauma towards the existence of god slayers. However, I'm not a god slayer in the strict sense. According to the concept of the godslayer world, I can only be considered a human who has obtained a weak divine power. If he was truly a human being who could obtain the complete power of God without killing God, he would have been arrested by the Official Compilation Committee as research material long ago. After becoming a mercenary, in the other world, you learn knowledge, magic, and words from all over the world, while also participating in some official missions. Even though you've only just started middle school, you've already gained the strength of a supreme demon through your training, becoming the youngest paladin level being. Even though you've only just started junior high school, you've already earned enough money to buy a luxury apartment building in Tokyo, becoming a hidden tycoon. Of course, you already look down upon the wealth of the outer world. Rather than simply seeking wealth, you prefer to collect rare items from the inner world. In addition to normal training and completing mercenary missions, you are also subconsciously getting to know and befriending a large number of girls who appeared in the original story. In less than a year, you got to know Yuri Manratani's younger sister, Hikaru Manratani. Siakin Ina, a friend of Yuri Manratani, Sayamiya Yuki, who was sent by the Sayamiya family as a trainee executive. Liansheng Dongji, who is very interested in you and actively approaches you. Liansheng Dongji's best friend, and also Kusanagi Godu's distant cousin, Katsuki Sakura, and so on. In this process, you gradually discover that everyone has a little bit of something strange. After researching ancient myths and texts, you confirmed that the girls you met all had a fate, or luck. Before you could delve deeper into your research, Yuri Manragani's sister, Hikaru Manragani, came to you and told you the bad news. Her sister had been kidnapped. Yuri Manratani was abducted by European magicians who secretly infiltrated Fuso. According to the official compilation committee, Yuri Manratani was abducted because the Godslayer, the Marquis de Vauban, was preparing to perform a sacrifice to summon the gods. After learning the information, you immediately went to rescue. Europe, after a period of searching and gathering intelligence, you finally found the site of the ceremony with the help of Saint Raphael. Like Luculasia Zola, after becoming a paladin, time has become less noticeable to her, so she can always maintain her youthful appearance. Receiving the memory, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Saint Raphael? Lin Xiu had a certain impression of this Saint Raphael. Lin Xiu's choice was to gamble at the table and act as the referee himself. The God Slayers, who possessed a powerful destiny, were already at the level of bribing the referee from birth. But if you want to do that, you need to wait until my memory awakens. As for Lin Xiu, he was certainly not destined to become a Godslayer. Lin Xiu knew very well that in the world of Godslayers where fate was extremely powerful, becoming a Godslayer was also a matter of fate. When you and Saint Raphael arrived, the God's summoning ritual was in progress. You seized the opportunity to rescue Maria Yuri and the silver-haired girl who was embracing her. However, without Pandora's approval, even if you follow the normal procedures, and even if you don't fight against an extra person, but the god has just fought a battle and suffered certain injuries, there is a high probability that you will not become a Godslayer. However, he did not need the destiny of being born a Godslayer, nor did he need to bribe the referee. It's a pity that I didn't set a goal to become a Godslayer. That's right, although the Godslayers all killed gods after birth, their fate of killing gods was innate. Saint Raphael was the master of the godkiller, Salvatore Toni, in the original story. Although he didn't teach Toni for long, he can indeed be considered Toni's master. When Saint Raphael heard that you were planning to rescue those witches, he volunteered to go with you. Saint Raphael, a beautiful Latina woman with a dark ponytail, appears to be in her 20s. She was formerly Europe's strongest swordsman, guardian of the Book of David's Merits, original owner of the Lion's Heart and the Silver Master, and a contemporary of Lucrezia Zola. Although it's just a possibility, I think even if I succeed in stealing the chicken, it will be difficult to gain Pandora's approval. Normally, this is a good time to kill a god. After sending the two away, you took the initiative to return to the battlefield between the two god slayers and collected the bodies of the nearly dead witches. Of course, you want to do this yourself. After rescuing the two, you learned that the silver-haired girl's name was Liliana. Like Maria Yuri, Liliana was abducted to serve as a sacrifice to summon the gods. Besides her talents in swordsmanship and spells, Liliana also possessed talents as a Miko. So, the Marquis de Vauban gave up the pursuit and turned to the disobedient Siegfried, who had been summoned. Marquis Vauban, having rarely encountered someone capable of withstanding his attacks, prepared to play with the two paladins, only to discover that the god's summoning ritual had already succeeded. Sometimes, even if your victory is unfair, even if you have more opponents than one, even if it is a sneak attack, as long as you can get Pandora's approval, you can become a Godslayer. Lin Xiu believed that as long as he set a preset goal of becoming a Godslayer, and found the right opportunity, the probability of successfully killing the gods would be very high. You have already seen that the fate of these witches is to face death, but you want to try to fight against fate. You and Saint Raphael worked together to temporarily block the attack of the Marquis de Vauban. She is also the owner of Erica's Lion's Heart and Liliana's Silver Master. In the original story, even Erica and Liliana's David's Word Spirit, which is powerful enough to harm gods, was obtained through Saint Raphael's test. Your subconscious mind tells you that this is what must be done. Then, Salvatore Dani came to grab the head, and with the absolute attack power of Torn Silver Hand, he successfully stole the chicken and took away the god summoned by Marquis Vauban. However, successfully killing a god is one thing, but failing to become a Godslayer is another. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. After all, I don't need Pandora's approval. With the Ring of Usurpation, I can seize the power of the defeated god of disobedience myself. The Marquis de Vauban was very angry that someone dared to save him, and he launched an attack on you. Chapter 186. Prometheus's Slate, Jinghua's Kiss, Part 2. Pictured. Kusanagi Shizuka, you succeeded, and you failed. Although you successfully rescued several priestesses, they are still destined to die and are disappearing. Normally, they wouldn't die in that state, but they still died because their origin was too severely damaged. Through these priestesses, you gained a profound understanding of the theory of destiny in the world of the Godslayers, and vaguely harbored the idea of breaking that destiny. After returning to Fuso, you practiced diligently, and by the time you were in your third year of junior high, you had successfully improved your strength to the quasi-demon king level. During these 3 years, you traveled around the world and met many people. For example, a certain goddess of the dawn who descended in the South Seas. Patricia Erickson, the housekeeper who takes care of the White Miko princess, Princess Alice. Saint Raphael, who reunited and exchanged swordplay. Anne Charlton, who claimed to be an accomplice of John Pluto Smith. Lady Aisha, the god-killer who likes to create caves for time travel. Etc. etc. Not long after entering the first year of high school, thanks to the power of Duoxantong, you finally managed to break through to the Demon King level. At this point, you can easily defeat ownerless beasts. Also, in the study of destiny, you have already entered the forefront of the world. When you realize that even the God Slayer is trapped in the fate of the God Slayer, you feel a deep sense of imprisonment and suffocation. After you think you are ready, you begin to encounter the most solid destiny in the world, the God Slayer. You are preparing to attempt to become a God Slayer without having the God Slayer destiny. Through your connections with the official editing committee, you learned of the existence of the Prometheus tablet. After your actions, Ichiro Kusanagi has decided to have you go to Italy to deliver this stone tablet to Lucrezia Zola. At this moment, you are at the Tokyo airport, preparing to board a flight to Italy. Narita International Airport, International Departure Hall. Lin Xiu held her suitcase, looking slightly downward and forward. Opposite Lin Xiu, a cute girl in a police uniform and with a bun on her hair was handing over a carefully crafted booklet with tears in her eyes. Yes, that's right, it's a girls' junior high school uniform, not a girls' high school uniform. Because the person who handed the booklet to Lin Xiu was her childhood sweetheart, who was also his good sister. Lin Xiu has just entered the first year of high school, and Kusanagi Shizuka, who is younger than him, is naturally still a junior high school student. Today, Jinghua was wearing a standard JC uniform. Under her skirt were white socks and small leather shoes that covered her slender calves. Her shoulder-length hair was draped softly over her shoulders, and the ends of her bun-like hair were also carefully styled with slight curls. It can be seen that she dressed up a little in order to see Lin Xiu off. Brother Lin Xiu, this is for you. If your phone runs out of battery, you can use the katakana spellings in the booklet to ask passers-by for help. There are some very useful sentences in it. Taking into account some extreme situations, Kusanagi Shizuka thoughtfully prepared a booklet for Lin Xiu so that he could ask others for help when his phone ran out of battery. Well, I will keep it well. Thank you, Jinghua. Lin Xiu reached out and took the booklet containing the girl's feelings from Kusanagi Shizuka. Although he could speak Italian, this booklet was Jinghua's gift, so how could he not accept it? When taking the booklet, Lin Xiu's hand accidentally touched Kusanagi Shizuka's small hand, causing her to subconsciously retract her hand. However, the next second, after realizing what she had done, Jinghua's face showed a lovely blush. Anyway, if there's anything Brother Lin Xiu doesn't understand, don't worry about wasting your international roaming charges and data, just give me a call. As she spoke, Kusanagi Shizuka crossed her arms across her chest proudly, looking as if she was very worried. Yes, I understand. Even if there is something I don't understand, I will call Jinghua every day. Lin Xiu smiled and stretched out her hand, touching Jinghua's cute meatballs. He knew that the reason Shizuka Kusanagi said this was just because she wanted him to call her regularly. Although his absence this time was not long, it was definitely not short either. It was normal for Kusanagi Shizuka to miss him. After getting Lin Xiu's promise to call every day, Kusanagi Shizuka first smiled subconsciously, then struggled to frown. No, that's not necessary. It's too much trouble for Brother Lin Xiu to call him every day. 3 days. If possible, Brother Xiu can just call me every 3 days. Although Kusanagi Shizuka missed Lin Xiu, she didn't want to delay Lin Xiu's work because of herself. Facing such a cute and sensible girl next door, Lin Xiu's lips curled up in a playful arc. The next second, Lin Xiu took a step forward and suddenly closed the distance between them. Shizuka Kusanagi only felt a mixture of sunlight and some indescribable aggressive breath instantly enveloping her, causing her heartbeat to suddenly accelerate. When she came to her senses, she found that Lin Xiu was already in front of her, their noses touching, and she could feel Lin Xiu's breath blowing on her cheeks. Obviously, Lin Xiu has not unlocked the succubus bloodline at this time, but Kusanagi Shizuka is still so moved and still so dazzled. Jinghua, I think there's something else I need to do instead of calling you every 3 days. As Lin Xiu spoke, he held Kusanagi Shizuka's soft and delicate little hand. Plus, Kusanagi Shizuka's fair little face turned pink in an instant, but she did not retreat, nor did she struggle to break free from Lin Xiu's hand. Instead, she licked her lips nervously. Seeing Kusanagi Shizuka's cute performance, Lin Xiu smiled even more. All he could say was that Jinghua was worthy of being the girl next door that he had raised since childhood. With Jinghua's current level of favorability, he believed that he could easily knock her out with a little effort. Of course, eating at the airport is indeed a bit disrespectful to Jinghua. However, considering that this is an airport, it is also a traditional program for men and women to express their reluctance to part with each other in an intimate gesture when parting. As he spoke, Lin Xiu moved closer to Kusanagi Shizuka's ear and gently held the girl's pink earlobes. Because, Lin Xiu just said, "I like such a cute girl," and did not say, "I like her," as a formal confession. Lin Xiu's gaze fell on Shizuka's slightly opened, moist and shiny lips. The strawberry-colored lipstick looked particularly tempting, and one could see the many clever things Kusanagi Shizuka had done to bid him farewell today. Jinghua felt like she was floating in a warm ocean. Her consciousness was blurred but her senses were extremely sharp. "Jinghua, I really like you being this cute." When Shizuka Kusanagi's face puffed up slightly, Lin Xiu finally couldn't help it and hugged Shizuka Kusanagi into his arms, taking away the girl's first kiss. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Kusanagi Shizuka's mind went blank. Her mind told her to push him away, but her body felt like it was under a spell, unable to move. Deep within her heart, a hidden expectation and desire, one she didn't even want to acknowledge, quietly grew like a vine, entwining her heart. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. "Isn't it inappropriate? Shu. Brother Shu. Isn't it a little bit too?" Jinghua's eyes gradually became vague, but her two small hands took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's sleeves. As he spoke, Lin Xiu slowly left Kusanagi Shizuka's ear and met her eyes again. In Kusanagi Shizuka's eyes, there were passengers hurrying around her, and flight information was playing on the radio. "Since Jinghua, you are so reluctant to let me go, I think I should also express my reluctance to let go of Jinghua." Lin Xiu's kisses were never gentle explorations. They were declarations, possession, and an unquestionable, forceful demand. Lin Xiu wrapped one arm around Jinghua's slender yet supple waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. His other hand cupped the back of her head, soaking in the girl's youthful, endearing presence. Of course, that's how it's expressed. This kiss was long and deep, with an almost predatory feel, but strangely, it made Jinghua feel cherished. Looking into Lin Xiu's eyes, Kusanagi Shizuka pouted her red lips slightly in dissatisfaction. Kusanagi Shizuka uttered a faint whimper, her body instantly softening, as if all her strength had been drained away by the kiss. Her brain completely shut down, leaving only a dizzying tingling sensation. Jinghua's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. She had a premonition of something, but she still didn't step back. She just held her breath and stood on tiptoe. Her crystal-clear little toes tugged at the knee-high socks in her uniform's leather shoes, which also tugged at the girl's heartstrings. Besides, Jinghua 220, you are so adorable, how can anyone resist you? The surrounding noise completely faded away, leaving only the sounds of Lin Xiu and Jinghua kissing and their rapid breathing. Lin Xiu moved a little closer and could almost smell the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, a sweet strawberry scent that matched her shy expression at the moment. Just like that, while looking at Kusanagi Shizuka, Lin Xiu said. The only thing left in her world was Lin Xiu's increasingly approaching face and the heart-pounding aura he carried. "Shizuka, I like you." Maintaining such close contact, Lin Xiu directly conveyed what he wanted to say into Kusanagi Shizuka's mouth. If the future Shizuka Kusanagi were to look at things from a historical perspective, her evaluation would be. As early as this point, her brother Lin Xiu was already suspected of being a scumbag. Isn't this kind of thing best done at the airport? But all this seems to have become a blurred background. "Brother Lin Xiu, how are you going to express your reluctance to leave me?" Cunning. Brother Lin Xiu is so cunning. Chapter 187 Princess Alice. Is the God of the Bible coming to Earth? Part 3. It was not until Lin Xiu finally let her go with reluctance that Kusanagi Shizuka gradually came to her senses. The girl suddenly pushed Lin Xiu away, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. Her originally fair cheeks were now as red as ripe tomatoes, and her delicate earlobes were dyed an attractive pink, looking very appetizing. At this time, Kusanagi Shizuka's strawberry-colored lipstick had already spread and even rubbed against the corners of her mouth, making her look particularly delicate. Her lovely green eyes were also unusually moist, with a misty air. Kusanagi Shizuka no longer felt dissatisfied as before. Because, although it was a makeup, Lin Xiu had indeed just completed the confession that should have been made. Moreover, the time and place chosen by Lin Xiu were also consistent with the scenes in girls' comics. It's raining at the airport, the moment of parting. The reluctant heroine. The male protagonist who confessed before leaving. The only drawback is that she is not as tall as the heroines in those girls' comics, and she needs to stand on tiptoe to reach Lin Xiu. Fortunately, her brother Lin Xiu was in very good physical condition. After kissing her for a while, he was able to pick her up in the air and take everything from her. Lin Xiu licked the corner of her lips, as if savoring the taste of the grass-flavored lipstick. Kusanagi Shizuka noticed Lin Xiu's actions and wanted to say something, but lowered her head shyly. Because, although Lin Xiu was the one who initiated the whole thing, her response to Lin Xiu was also quite simple and rough, as if she was eager to experience all of Lin Xiu's aspects. Lin Xiu looked at Jinghua's shy but satisfied look and smiled with satisfaction. "Jinghua, now you should know how much I miss you, right?" As he said that, Lin Xiu reached out and wiped away the smudged lipstick from the corner of Jinghua's mouth. "HMPH, I don't know everything. Anyway, brother Lin Xiu, you should come back from Italy as soon as possible." As she spoke, Jinghua crossed her arms across her chest again. However, the difference from before was that at this moment, Kusanagi Shizuka's eyes had become extremely moist, and the look she gave Lin Xiu was full of shyness and love. Why did Kusanagi Shizuka want Lin Xiu to come back from Italy as soon as possible? The answer is self-evident. What she meant was that Lin Xiu should come back with her as soon as possible so that she could continue to develop a relationship. There is no doubt that Kusanagi Shizuka is still being arrogant. She has clearly accepted Lin Xiu in her heart and actions, but she is still arrogant in her words. Although this is indeed very cute, Dansho also likes this youthful and simple feeling. But considering that the purpose of today is to hope that Shizuka Kusanagi can completely open her heart, Lin Xiu decided to let Shizuka Kusanagi open her heart further. Then, the next second, Lin Xiu showed disappointment on his face, sighed and said, "Really? I'm like this now, doesn't Jinghua not understand my feelings? In this case, I can only find another girl who can accept my feelings." Huh? When Jinghua heard Lin Xiu say that she wanted to find other girls, she instantly lost her composure. "Who? Brother Lin Xiu, who are you looking for? Is it Yuri Senpei from the tea ceremony cloth? Or that cousin Sakura Katsuki? Or is it her good friend Renho Toji? Wait, brother Lin Xiu, you're not looking for that Xiao Guang, are you?" Kusanagi Shizuka suddenly realized that the biggest threat to her might not be the gentle and lovely senior, Maria Yuri, but her younger sister, Hikaru. Because, since Lin Xiu confessed his feelings to her, it means that Lin Xiu is most likely a Lolita lover. If he is a Lolita lover, then the possibility of Lin Xiu looking for Wanli Jiyu Guang is much higher than Wanli Jiyu Yu. Lin Xiu did not reply, but just watched Kusanagi Shizuka silently utter one name after another. As she was talking, Kusanagi Shizuka also noticed Lin Xiu's slightly playful smile and realized that Lin Xiu was teasing her. "Brother Lin Xiu, please don't joke about this kind of thing in the future." Kusanagi Shizuka was really afraid that Lin Xiu would find someone else. Others may not be clear about it, but she knows very well how many beautiful girls are staring at her brother Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, reached out her hand again, and touched the pink ribbon on Kusanagi Shizuka's pink bun. While stroking Jinghua's hair, Lin Xiu said, "Jinghua, from childhood to adulthood, I have seen your love for me and your care for me. Now, I have to admit that I can't live without you. So, if possible, I want to live with you. Jinghua, are you willing to prepare meals for me and stay by my side for the rest of your life?" Listening to Lin Xiu's words, Kusanagi Shizuka's pupils kept trembling. After hearing the end, she finally nodded slightly. "Well, if brother Lin Xiu is willing, I am willing to cook for you for the rest of my life." This time, Lin Xiu finally got a clear answer. So, Lin Xiu lifted Jinghua's delicate chin with satisfaction and kissed her gently. "Brother Lin Xiu, come back soon." Kusanagi Shizuka expressed her reluctance to part with Lin Xiu through words and actions. The kiss lasted for a long time, until it was almost time to check in the luggage, and the two reluctantly separated. In front of the departure hall, Lin Xiu said goodbye to Kusanagi Shizuka. "Jinghua, I'm leaving. Well, brother Lin Xiu, have a safe trip." Like a wife bidding farewell to her husband, Kusanagi Shizuka bowed slightly and watched Lin Xiu's figure disappear in front of her. Standing there, Shizuka Kusanagi covered her hot cheeks and lips that still felt numb, her heart still beating wildly. The scent and taste of Lin Xiu seemed to still linger between her lips and teeth. That domineering and lingering kiss was engraved deep in her memory like a brand. A lifetime of cooking. Gently stroking her lips, Shizuka Kusanagi set out on the way home with her legs and feet limp. The other side, Western Europe, Duke Godding's residence. On the luxurious big bed in the dormitory, a blonde girl named Alice was sleeping peacefully. Alice looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with shiny golden hair, and was a delicate white woman who wore little makeup. Under the high-quality white coat, the girl's slender and holy white thighs reflect the bright moonlight, looking full of tranquility and sacredness, beauty. Due to her excellent mental strength and weak physique, Alice doesn't like to do strenuous exercise. She usually lies in bed, using telepathy to let her spiritual body walk outside. That Black Prince mentioned the King of the End, isn't it the one Guinevere, who holds the Holy Grail, so intent on resurrecting? After seeing this name, Alice, who was still a little emotional, suddenly woke up. Step 4, Step 5, Step 7, he sat quietly on the ground, looking at everything around him. The King of the End? How is this possible? How could a being of this level possibly descend into the world? Perhaps, because she seldom goes out or exercises, Alice's skin is surprisingly white and her feet are quite delicate. There was no Ian, the girl was filled with a unique aura, that was the special aura that only the heavenly censors, called witches, possessed. Commonly known as Princess Alice, she was once the president of the Greenwich Council of Wise Men and now serves as a special advisor in a prestigious position. Alice Louise of Nafar. That was her full name. At this moment, lying on the velvet-filled bed, Alice was in the deep sleep of her daily routine. Normally, due to her frail body, she is more accustomed to concentrating her mental energy and traveling the world in spirit form. In that state, she can indifferently sense the breath and emotions of others, and even glimpse into their hearts. Furthermore, she can interfere with and delicately control the root of the spirit and soul. This is a special ability that only a few witches or witches have. Of course, the concept of heavenly induction is actually a term from ancient Eastern countries. In Western Europe and Japan, heavenly induction is called clairvoyance. However, she frowned slightly in her sleep, as if she was experiencing some unpleasant dream. She holds the title of White Priestess. The bizarre names given to the powers under the God Slayers today were mostly created by the Council of Sages, many of which are tinged with the princess's personal whims. Apparently, Alice is in a state of clairvoyance. In the third step, the water gathered, the land appeared, the grass and trees grew, and the fruits and vegetables bore fruit. Clairvoyance, a rare ability passed down from the time of the Earth Mother Goddess, is only possessed by priestesses with the purest Earth Mother Goddess bloodline. And Alice possesses the most advanced aptitude for this. He is the Demon King. He is also a god. He took another step forward, and air appeared between heaven and earth, separating the water above the air from the water below the air. Of course, most clairvoyance is unconscious, and there are very few shrine maidens who can actively perform clairvoyance. However, Princess Alice possesses such a unique talent. At this moment, she fell into a deep spiritual vision for the first time in a long time. In the case of clairvoyance, the clairvoyant can see into the past and the future, and can also obtain the wisdom from the depths of the universe. This is the power bestowed by heaven and earth on the Earth Mother Goddess and her descendants. Clairvoyance can also be called heavenly induction, or divine revelation. A man was in the empty universe. He took a step forward, and then the world was filled with light. His name is, the one who severed fate. The fate of the Godslayer. The fate of the last king. The fate of the world. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. The reason why this blonde girl has such a strong and unique aura is because she possesses the strongest clairvoyance in Europe and even in the world. He saves everything, he also takes away everything. She narrowed her eyes, trying to recall the fragments of impressions that remained in her mind. The savior has arrived. The king who will end everything. Today, she had hoped to have a good night's sleep, allowing her exhausted body and spirit to truly rest, rather than letting her spirit wander. However, during this rare moment of rest, a sudden glimpse of something unexpected happened. This should be the scene of God's creation, right? Could it be that the person from the Bible is about to come? Chapter 188. The Man Chasing the Last King, Housekeeper Erickson, Part 1. Pictured as Princess Alice. Alice decided to dig out more clues from her memory. The scene of God creating the world was just one of the many scenes she had seen. More to come. Surrounded by a sea of corpses. Praised by billions of souls, preaching to the world. The Demon King surrenders. There were so many similar fragments that Princess Alice's brain almost exploded. By the end of her clairvoyance, Alice's brain was practically about to burst. Because her spiritual vision was directly cut off. She tried her best to see the man's true face and find out why he existed. However, as if touching upon some taboo, when she had this thought, all her spiritual visions disappeared. No, saying, disappeared, isn't quite right, I should say, cut off? What is going on? Alice couldn't help but raise her hand and press her temple. Due to the clairvoyance, her rest hadn't restored her strength, but had only made her mentally and physically more exhausted. What kind of existence is that? What exactly did I see? The amount of information was too overwhelming for Alice to process, and she even began to wonder if there was something wrong with her clairvoyance. However, she immediately rejected this idea. Her spiritual vision had never been wrong. Let's record it first. These scenes are undoubtedly related to the gods. Almost all of them are scenes of salvation and creation. It's definitely not possible to be a godslayer. Princess Alice forced herself to concentrate and carefully record all the fragments of impressions she saw. The one who took 7 steps is undoubtedly the one mentioned in the Bible, but what about the other scenes? Princess Alice frowned slightly as she looked at the chaotic information recorded. The God of the Bible is fine, but the other scenes don't seem to have much to do with the God of the Bible, right? After completing the record, Alice suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but smile slyly. The Last King, even if it was only a hint, I did see something related to the Last King. If I remember correctly, that person was extremely eager to become the king of the end. Alice felt happy at the thought of making the Black Prince look frustrated. After thinking it over for a while, Alice picked up the phone and called the Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne, Alec. Alexander, also known as the Black Prince, defeated the fallen angel Remiel, who controlled vision and thunder, and usurped the power of the speedster. Unlike most other godslayers, Black Prince Alec excels at cunning and strategy, and dislikes direct confrontation. Of course, this was only an appearance. All godslayers were warriors chasing victory at heart, and he was no exception. Currently, Black Prince Alec is pursuing the Holy Grail. His obsession stems from the mystery left by his father who died when he was 16. His father died because of the Holy Grail. Alice remembered that when he contacted her a few days ago, he mentioned that he was exploring ruins in a small country, trying to explore the connection between the last king and Guinevere, uncovering the true identity of the last lord. Judging from the time, it should be late at night over there. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, the man's low, suppressed, and irritable voice came from the receiver. Obviously, he was in a bad mood after waking up. Do you know what time it is here? Black Prince Alec suppressed his dissatisfaction at being disturbed and prepared to listen to what this hateful woman who called him late at night had to say. Princess Alice did not disappoint him. The next second, Alice's words were like a bucket of water that instantly extinguished the anger that had risen in him due to being disturbed. Alec, if I tell you that I've seen some news about the last king, will you still be angry? Princess Alice's voice was deliberately light. But it seems like you feel that I'm disturbing you a little bit. That's a shame. How about I hang up first? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, with only the sound of breathing indicating that the other party was still online. What did you say? Alexander's voice came again, with obvious urgency and desire. Oh, His Highness the Black Prince seems to have suddenly come to his senses? Alice's smile became even wider. I said, I just had a vision about the King of the Last Kingdom while I was sleeping. Alice paused deliberately to enjoy the pleasant silence of Black Prince Alec. Really? The Black Prince said in a deep voice. You know, my vision has never been wrong. Princess Alice's tone was quite firm. Okay, so what did you see? Alexander's response was quite concise. There's a lot of content, it's very messy and even a little contradictory. Alice played with her golden hair, as if trying to organize her thoughts. I saw the biblical God who created the world in 7 steps, a king surrounded by a sea of corpses, an emperor praised by billions of lives, and a being unbound by fate. All of this seemed to point to the same being or concept. However, I didn't know what that being represented. She selectively expressed some of her impressions and did not give a direct conclusion. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then the Black Prince Alec's skeptical voice came. 7 steps to creation? Are you sure you're not confusing the Bible story with a vision? Or has your long-term spirit travels finally messed with your brain, Princess Alice? Idjigig. Alice chuckled, not surprised at all. I thought so at first. But, Alec, do you think a simple biblical story is worth the effort of heaven and earth memory to mix it with other mythological imagery and force it on me? Besides, the legend of the Last King is closely connected to the prophecies of the end of many myths, isn't it? Alice hits the nail on the head. Go on. Alexander's voice turned serious. He realized that Alice was not joking, and she might have really touched upon some new threads related to the Last King. The identity of the Last King that Guinevere pursues has always been a mystery, and is similar to the legends of saviors or doomsday heroes in many mythological systems. It's hard to explain the details over the phone. Besides, I'm very tired now and need to rest. Alice's drawn-out tone whetted the audience's appetite. However, considering how pitiful you are, having been left so far behind by Guinevere and having to desperately pursue her, I would like to lend you the notes I recorded during my visions. Alice could imagine the Black Prince on the other end of the phone looking grim but having to control his temper. Conditions? Alexander asked directly. He knew very well that Princess Alice called him just to negotiate terms with him. As for the conditions, I haven't thought about them yet, Alice answered cunningly. But just think of it as you owe me a favor. Don't worry, I won't let you destroy the world. Okay, just consider it as I owe you a favor. After weighing the pros and cons, the desire for information about the Last King overwhelmed everything, and the Black Prince Alec accepted Alice's conditions. Deal. Let's go then. Alice was in a good mood, extremely pleased that she had softened the Black Prince Auric. Once I've rested, I'll send someone to deliver a copy of the notes to you. As for that remote corner you're in now, well, I'll always find a way to get it there. Asterisk 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 140. As soon as possible, Alexander urged. I understand, Lord Black Prince. Well, good night. Oh, it must be late at night where you are. Have a good dream, and I hope my clues won't keep you awake. After saying that, she ended the call happily without giving Alexander a chance to reply. Alice placed the phone back on the bedside table and lay down again. Her body was still tired, but the pleasure of having successfully tricked the Black Prince had lifted her spirits considerably. She looked at the ceiling, her golden eyes gleaming with thought. The King of the End. The God-Slayer. A mixture of mythological imagery. What does this portend? Salvation. Or destruction? There's no doubt that those beings all point to the same person. Although I can't remember what that person looked like, I can still vaguely recognize some human figure. Finally, Princess Alice decided to sketch the general outline of the character. Just as Princess Alice was painting the portrait with great interest, the door of the room opened and a woman with her hair tied up and wearing thin-framed glasses, about 27 or 28 years old, slowly walked in. 0, Lady Alice, your call records show that you just communicated with His Royal Highness the Black Prince, Ms. Erickson asked softly. The woman who walked into Alice's room was called Erickson, Patricia Erickson, also known as Miss Erickson. She was responsible for Alice's daily life, as well as her diplomacy and liaison duties. There is no doubt that she is doing a job similar to Princess Alice's housekeeper. Of course, in reality, her nominal job is. Sukuru is actually Princess Alice's tutor. Miss Erickson, yes, I just gave the Black Prince a real hard time. Alice smiled happily as she drew. Yes, I have learned from your phone records how you humiliated His Royal Highness the Black Prince. Erickson's expression remained serious and calm, and there was nothing wrong with describing her as a straightforward and strict governess. However, Princess Alice knew that this Ms. Erickson actually had a more interesting side. That is, even though she appears to be extremely strict, she would secretly go to a marriage agency to register as a member. Logically, this should be a confidential and private matter, but Alice knew it, because she possesses the incomparably noble ability of clairvoyance. There is no doubt that this seemingly upright and strict housekeeper is actually a woman who is eager to get married. However, Miss Erickson seems to have been away from dating agencies lately. Could it be that she has already found her ideal partner? Next time I have a chance, I'll see if I can get some clues about this. As Alice was drawing, she wondered if she could see Miss Erickson's possible partner next time. Princess Alice, is this the person you saw in your vision? Walking to Alice's desk and noticing Alice's painting, Erickson frowned instantly. Well, I just drew a rough outline. What's wrong? Princess Alice asked back. No, nothing. Miss Erickson shook her head. I just thought this person looked like someone I knew. Miss Erickson thought of the young man she had met while on official business. Chapter 189. Lin Xiu, the Possessed God. The One Who Steals Power, Part 2. Huh, Miss Erickson, what did you say? Who do you think he looks like? Princess Alice stood up suddenly and looked at her housekeeper. Although it's just an outline, a figure without a face, I think the temperament and figure of the figure you drew, Princess Alice, are somewhat similar to the wooden figure of Crown Prince, Lin Xiu. Saint Prince is the title given to Lin Xiu by the inner world, just like Saint Raphael and Saint Paul. Only those who have reached the level of Paladin can have a title beginning with the word Saint. Prince Lin Xiu. He's the one whose photo you, Miss Erickson, treasured. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? When Princess Alice recalled Lin Xiu's appearance, she felt that his outline and Zhou were very similar to the existence she used for revelation. When Ms. Erickson heard about Alice's painting, her breathing stopped instantly. What did Princess Alice say? How did Princess Alice know that there was a photo of Lin Xiu under her desk? Did Princess Alice turn over her desk? No, it's impossible. With Princess Alice's lazy personality, who is too lazy to even get out of bed, how could she take the initiative to search her desk? However, if Alice hadn't turned over the desk, how did she know that she had hidden Lin Xiu's photo? Could it be clairvoyance? Miss Erickson could only come to this conclusion. Deaf. When he thought of this, Erickson's usually cold and serious face turned red. She didn't know how much Princess Alice knew about this matter. Princess Alice probably didn't see that when she was tired, she used Lin Xiu's photo to refresh herself, right? If this were to be known, Erickson felt that he would find it difficult to speak harshly to Princess Alice in the future as a serious tutor. While Miss Erickson was silent and shy, Princess Alice had already found information related to Lin Xiu from her phone. Although she had never actually seen Lin Xiu, she had observed Lin Xiu's battles in her spirit state and had the Green Living Human Council collect intelligence related to Lin Xiu. Soon, Princess Alice found Lin Xiu's photo. Comparing Lin Xiu's photo with the person in her dream, Alice found that the two looked more and more alike. Although I think it's highly unlikely that it was him, I can't rule out the possibility that he was possessed by a spirit. So, Miss Erickson, let's do a process of elimination first. Princess Alice closed her eyes and tried her best to see some information related to Lin Xiu. Calm, no response. It was as if Lin Xiu didn't exist in this world. Princess Alice didn't get any information about him. Shouldn't it be? Before, when Alice was watching the battle, she could still feel something from Lin Xiu, but now, she could only observe nothingness. Logically speaking, even if she was trying to see a godslayer or a deity, she wouldn't encounter such a bizarre situation. The reason why she doesn't clairvoyance on gods or deities is because they might find out she's watching, which would anger them. However, not clairvoyance doesn't mean she can't do this. However, facing Lin Xiu, Princess Alice discovered that her spiritual vision had completely failed, as if he did not exist in this world. She could not sense any information related to him from the world of this world. It's normal that Alice can't see Lin Xiu through her psychic vision. Just now, it was the only chance in her life that she had to see Lin Xiu's true form. Before awakening her memory, Alice was able to see Lin Xiu because the system had not yet truly arrived. Lin Xiu's unused abilities in the past were considered projections of Lin Xiu's original abilities projected by the system into the past. Alice had been able to see Lin Xiu earlier because the system had just arrived, and Lin Xiu's memories had just awakened, allowing him to adjust to the God Slayer world. Rather than saying Princess Alice saw Lin Xiu, it would be more accurate to say she saw the God Slayer world reacting to Lin Xiu's arrival. As for now, Lin Xiu has already arrived and the system is functioning normally, so Princess Alice naturally can no longer see anything. The fact that we can't see him means something in itself. Could it be that he has become the carrier of the God of the Bible or some god related to the God of the Bible? Princess Alice came to a preliminary conclusion. If the real body of the God of the Bible descends, it will be a disaster that will destroy the world. Alice feels that the possibility of Lin Xiu being possessed by the God of the Bible is very small. However, if he is possessed by some other hybrid deity related to the God of the Bible, then it is possible. The God of disobedience will have different images in different periods according to mythology. When nations and mythology merge, it is normal for a hybrid God of the Bible and other gods to appear. Even so, she couldn't just sit back and watch. Visioning the God of the Bible itself represented a huge risk. She didn't take action just now because she didn't get accurate intelligence. Now that she has received the information that Lin Xiu cannot be seen by spirits, there is a possibility that something big has happened. She should take action. Of course, it would be too much for Alice to go to the scene in person. So Alice called the Black Prince Alec again. Beep beep beep. After a long while, Black Prince Alec finally answered the phone. Alice could see that the Black Prince had fallen asleep again while she was drawing. Princess Alice felt happy when she thought of the Black Prince being woken up by the phone again but having to answer her call. Hello? The resentful voice of Black Prince Alec came from the phone. Your Highness, Black Prince, I have new clues regarding the vision you just had. I wonder if you'd be interested in checking it out yourself? Alice looked at the outline of the portrait in her hand. How could she possibly do something so dangerous as to come into contact with a possessed god? This kind of hard work with little reward should be assigned to a powerful, troublemaking, willing to run errands, and hardworking god killer. The other side. Lin Xiu's side. Rome, Italy. Before he arrived, a war between gods had broken out in Italy. As soon as Lin Xiu walked out of the airport and set foot on the land of Rome, the system notification sound rang out. In mythology, Prometheus stole fire from the sky and gave it to mankind. Therefore, Prometheus's tablet has the powerful power to steal the power of the gods. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, Prometheus's Slate. The goddess Athena is in Italy searching for the Gorgon stone. Although she can't sense its exact location, she must know it's in Italy. The two sides of the War of Gods were the Persian god of war Veleslana and the Phoenician god King Mikal. In terms of combat effectiveness, both of them were the absolute leaders of combat in their respective myths. Only Kusanagi Godu, who has always won every bet since childhood and possesses the strong luck of a godslayer, can accomplish the miracle of killing gods through various coincidences created by fate. Quest description. The Slate of Prometheus is a powerful divine tool that embodies Prometheus' power to steal. Of course, the prerequisite is that the god being hit is not prepared and is relatively weak. Lin Xiu looked towards several places where the divine power was obviously more abundant. Quest requirements. Use Prometheus's Slate to steal the power of at least one god. This historic city is located on the Mediterranean Sea and has a pleasant climate. It is a world-famous tourist destination. Steal the power of at least one god. Lin Xiu seemed to be strolling casually on the streets of Rome, but in the process of walking, he deeply engraved his own power into the veins of Italy. But as time went by and his strength grew, Lin Xiu was able to do many things that he could not do before. However, Lin Xiu's purpose of this trip was not sightseeing. Even if this mission was not triggered, Lin Xiu did not plan to go directly to Luculasia. Lin Xiu knew that the hero Perseus might have arrived in Italy later, but the goddess Athena had always been in Italy. Besides these two, I remember there was at least one other goddess in Italy. No wonder the Italian Magic Society was so anxious in the original story. If Erica had just let Kusanagi Godu show off his strength, they would have handed over the Gorgon stone. Only by using a powerful divine tool with this special power could Kusanagi Godu successfully kill a god without any special training himself. Such a large goddess is hanging around at my doorstep. Once the sealing spell loses its effect, all of Italy will face a catastrophe. Of course, even with Prometheus's Slate, it would be difficult for others to accomplish the great feat of appeasing God. Bite. Although he had just arrived not long ago, with the knowledge base of the god of the Bible and his own six-dimensional main god level, Lin Xiu was already able to use Super Demon King level techniques that conform to the rules of the God Slayer world. His goal on this trip is to fulfill Kusanagi Godu's destiny here, thereby gradually eroding this world. Quest level. Gold. In the world of Akame-chan, this was an almost impossible achievement for Lin Xiu. Rejecting the enthusiastic taxi driver, Lin Xiu walked on the streets of Rome illuminated by the afternoon sun. As a result of the battle, the 10 incarnations of the god of war Veleslana were scattered, and the god King Mikal was seriously injured and was recuperating at his altar. There are too many side quests to complete in Italy. Lin Xiu, who is used to collecting everything, is not the kind of person who only does main quests. In the original story, Kusanagi Godu wins a bet with the military god Veleslana and, on his journey to collect 10 avatars, acquires the White Horse avatar for himself. This is the story of the novel, not the anime. The journey to capture the avatars is long. The Greek goddess of wisdom. Athena. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Luculasia Zola, the Witch Lady of Sardinia. Although I can come to see you now, it is better for me to do everything I need to do before seeing you. Chapter 190. Blockade of Europe, Lolita Goddess Athena, Part 1. Pictured as Athena, of course, the blue level, immortal body, multi-mind communication, and God's incarnation Vimana, don't sound that powerful. But that's because most people haven't been able to maximize their abilities. The bloodline level of most superior demons is blue. Under normal training, they can obtain the strength of superior demon level after adulthood. However, in reality, the upper limit of the blue quality superior demon bloodline is not the superior demon, but the demon king level. If one practices very hard, even if one only has blue blood, one can gain the strength of the highest level demon before adulthood. If one keeps working hard until middle age, even if one only has blue level pure-blooded demon blood, one can break through and become a demon king level master. Of course, under normal circumstances, if everyone practices normally, ordinary pure-blooded demons can probably obtain the strength of the highest level demons in middle age. Only the Great King family, the Great Duke family, the 4 old Demon King families, etc. can obtain the strength of the highest level demons in adulthood and obtain the strength of the Demon King level in middle age. On the other hand, with the help of multi-mind communication, even though he only had a blue level immortal body, Lin Xiu successfully raised his strength to the level of Demon King before he reached adulthood, reaching the realm that most god ancestors and false gods were in. This was just the situation before Lin Xiu regained his memory. After recovering his memory, although Lin Xiu's other abilities can only be unlocked by conquering the heroine because he is in the dungeon world, Lin Xiu's knowledge, experience and combat experience are all inherent. The main god-level combat experience and a wealth of knowledge are enough for Lin Xiu to fully utilize his current strength, and his chances of winning a head-on confrontation with the God Slayer are not low. After all, the God Slayer's normal combat power is only at the Super Demon King level. Unless facing the last king or some extremely powerful god, it is difficult for him to burst out with power above the Super Demon King level. In a sense, these God Slayers are very similar to artifact users, except that they are artifact users whose true strength has reached the Demon King level. Using this power is equivalent to using a divine weapon, and it can increase one's normal Demon King level combat power to Super Demon King level. The artifact user can use the power of their mind to evolve their artifact, entering a strengthened state similar to Forbidden Hand or Dragon mode. Godslayers can also use the power of their mind to unleash even greater power than usual. For example, facing a god's inherent high will and Song Yao's unwavering faith can significantly increase the upper limit of their power output. Normally, a god slayer shouldn't be able to defeat a main god level being from the DxD world. After all, the gods they cultivate normally are all hexagonal warriors. In addition to their offensive power, their defensive power is also top-notch. However, the godslayers also have their own unique strengths. If they were to truly face a supreme god, using their godslayer traits and unwavering faith to enhance their power and might, the outcome would be uncertain. Through the knowledge of the other world collected over the years, Lin Xiu has gained a deep understanding of the existence of the God Slayer and the world of the God Slayer. So, Lin Xiu tapped the ground lightly with one foot. Ang 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 ang. The soaring dragon energy rose from the ground and flew into the sky. By walking on the land of Rome just now, Lin Xiu has injected his own power into the veins of the entire southern Europe. Today, Lin Xiu has become the master of the earth veins in southern Europe. With the support of the Bible God knowledge base, even though Lin Xiu is not the Earth Mother Goddess who controls the earth veins, she has also gained the ability to control the earth veins comparable to the top Earth Mother Goddesses. As the earth veins were completely activated, they gradually became active. Most importantly, the entire Italy is surrounded by a dragon energy barrier. The other side, Black Prince Alec was transforming into lightning, rushing to the southern Europe that Princess Alice mentioned. Unfortunately, before he could reach the scene, the whole of Italy had been blocked. Arriving in front of the dragon energy barrier, Black Prince Alec sensed something from this unknown barrier. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not a creation of power? How is that possible? Can a Magus' technique alone create a massive field comparable to that of a powerful authority? Could it be that this was created by a group of Italian magicians working together? But this kind of large-scale ritual would require the combined efforts of magicians from all over southern Europe for several months. How could it be performed suddenly? The Black Prince found it very strange, because if he really wanted to set up such a spell, he should have known the relevant information long ago. Moreover, even if the Italian magician could conceal the truth, the changes in the earth veins could not be concealed. In other words, someone really did quickly control the European ley lines and block the southern European ley lines without using any power. How is that possible? Even the knowledgeable Black Prince Alec couldn't help but show a look of surprise at this moment. Because, being able to set up such a spell in a short time without using power completely shattered his inherent cognition. This was equivalent to telling him that the power of the God Slayer was not the strongest power in the world, and that someone had used magic to achieve the same effect as the power. Since it's confirmed that it wasn't the Earth Mother's power, then the most likely possibility is that some powerful god of the Lord God level, skilled in magic, descended, and then used his powerful magic to blockade the entire Italy. And speaking of a god skilled in magic, could it be Odin, the chief god of the Nordic world? To encounter something like this while searching for the Holy Prince Lin Xiu is a turbulent time. The Black Prince Alec did not connect Lin Xiu, an unknown god who was good at using spells. After all, in his opinion, the god possessing Lin Xiu was a god related to the god of the Bible. Since the gods related to the god of the Bible are mostly monotheistic gods, the gods of monotheistic religions are mostly supreme and use power. Where are the gods that use magic? Normally, Alec's speculation is reasonable. At the corner of the alley ahead, a figure stood there quietly, as if blending in with the surrounding ancient brick walls, yet exuding a strange sense of incompatible presence. The deep and ancient purple eyes seemed to reflect the movement of billions of stars, containing the wisdom to see through everything in the world, and also the arrogance to ignore everything in the world. Nuo Zhao's. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. In the end, Black Prince Alec gave up the idea of using his power to force a breakthrough. The first time he saw Athena, Lin Xiu's heart beat faster for a rare moment. It was a young girl. Is Liliana heading this way too? Indeed, they are all members of the Italian Magic Society, so it's normal that they haven't been locked out. Even though Lin Xiu has experienced a lot, he is still moved by the temperament displayed by Athena at this moment. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. At this moment, Lin Xiu paused slightly, but unfortunately, the part of Lin Xiu that belongs to the God of the Bible is different from the God of the Bible in his understanding. Her face was as exquisite as a work of art meticulously crafted by the most skilled craftsmen. Her facial features were too perfect to be ordinary, and she had a divine ethereal and indifferent quality that transcended gender. If I use my most powerful move, I might be able to open this earth vein barrier, but it will also cause the southern European earth veins to dry up. The tailored top outlines the slender yet slim figure. Under the dark blue pleated skirt are a pair of slender legs wrapped in black over the knee socks, and on the feet are a pair of black round-toed leather shoes, showing youthfulness and cuteness. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. However, although I'm the closest to Erica now, the one who found me first shouldn't be Erica, but that lowly goddess. After setting up the spell to isolate himself from the outside world, Lin Xiu calmly left the center of Rome's earth veins and walked along the street as if nothing had happened. The goddess of disobedience, Athena, suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiu wearing a foreign school uniform. The most striking thing was her eyes, they were like the purest amethyst. The goddess with an ancient aura was wearing a standard dark blue sailor collar junior high school uniform for girls. Can we just wait and see what happens? She has shoulder-length silver-white hair that looks like flowing moonlight, gleaming with an almost transparent luster in the sunlight. Through the technique just performed, Lin Xiu has already controlled the dragon veins of the entire southern Europe, and has also taken all the intelligence of Italy into his mind. The biblical god of the DxD world is truly best at magic. After all, Athena not only has the appearance and temperament of a goddess, but also has the ability to change size at will, and has a lovely way of speaking and doing things. Lin Xiu had long anticipated that Athena would be the first to appear in front of him. Well, Erica's direction should be south. It's quite close to me, only about 10 kilometers away. I'll go to Erica's direction first. All I can say is that it was fortunate that the one who arrived was the Black Prince Alec. If it was the Sword King, Salvatore Toni, who commanded Italy who arrived at this time, he would have been slashing at the earth barrier with his magic sword. The other side. Lin Xiu's side. The most abnormal one is undoubtedly the nominal leader, Toni. He's clearly the god slayer commanding southern Europe, yet he's rarely in southern Europe, instead traveling around the world when he has nothing to do. However, what she was wearing formed a sharp contrast with her ancient eyes. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, Lolita Goddess Athena. No, it's not quite correct to say it's abrupt. Chapter 191. Speedfield, Athena's Desire, Part 2. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, Lolita Goddess Athena. Quest level. Gold. Task description. Athena is beautiful, pure, proud, and sacred and inviolable. However, unfortunately, the host likes to violate this kind of sacred and inviolable existence. After all, forcing women of good character into prostitution and persuading them to become good women are both men's instincts. Task requirements. Kill the goddess Athena by patting her head for at least 5 seconds. Note. The stronger the sense of indomitable spirit Athena feels when being patted on the head, the higher the bonus. Glancing at the system prompt, Kunxiang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good man, even if he really is a pervert, he doesn't have to say it so bluntly, right? He is just expressing his desires honestly, okay? Ever since Athena appeared, Lin Xiu stopped. A few meters apart, Lin Xiu's black eyes met Athena's purple eyes. The air seemed to be stretched taut by invisible strings. The hustle and bustle around, the tourists chatting and laughing, the music coming from the cafe, everything seemed to be isolated and diluted by some force at this moment. Song was left with a silent confrontation between the two. Athena's gaze was calm and peaceful, like a bottomless ancient pool, calmly pouring all her attention on Lin Xiu. If an ordinary being were to be stared at like this by Athena, they would only feel as if they were being drenched by the water of a cold pond, their entire body icy cold. But on Lin Xiu's side, the life force in Lin Xiu's body is endless, and the special energy circulation method allows Lin Xiu's immortal power, which has already reached the peak of the Demon King level, to burst out with power beyond the original level, reaching the peak of the Demon King level. Obviously, in addition to his knowledge base that surpasses the main god level, Lin Xiu's application of his own power is also beyond the same level. In the past, Lin Xiu was always trying to fuse the divine power, corrupted power, and demon power, and what helped him fuse these 3 powers was the immortal power that was compatible with each power. There is no doubt that Lin Xiu's use of the immortal calendar is also the best in 013. Oh, surprised by the sudden surge of power in Lin Xiu's body, Athena slightly opened her red lips. Interesting. Athena's cool and ethereal voice carried a sense of detachment that transcended the world, which made Lin Xiu quite moved. Even though she clearly doesn't possess any powers related to the Earth Mother Goddess, she was able to completely control the Earth veins through her own mastery of her own techniques. You possess a talent in magic that surpasses most gods. But you are not a godslayer. Who are you? Athena cast a probing gaze at Lin Xiu while activating the power of the Goddess of Wisdom, searching within her own memories and the knowledge of the afterlife for clues related to the strange young man in front of her who used the format. Me? I'm just a traveler passing by. Lin Xiu shrugged and looked at the silent lowly goddess with a smile. It just so happens that I'm very interested in you, goddess, and what you're pursuing. Lin Xiu's eyes swept over Athena's body without any concealment, and finally stopped at her knitted hat that didn't fit in with her. He was now pondering a serious question. If someone killed someone by patting their head through a knitted hat, would that pat still count? Athena didn't care about Lin Xiu's frivolous attitude, she just spoke again calmly. The goal I pursue is beyond your reach. Your vessel may be interesting, but it is tainted by the divine cause and effect and will ultimately lead to destruction. Athena's tone was calm, as if she was stating a very natural truth. Apparently, she only cared about Lin Xiu's words that she was very interested in what she was pursuing. She was warning Lin Xiu not to interfere with her search for the Gorgon Stone. Destruction. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiu seemed to have heard some funny joke and couldn't help laughing out loud. As the power of the goddess of wisdom came into play and the knowledge of the underworld was used, Athena finally discovered the extraordinariness of the young man in front of her. She saw that the technique used by Lin Xiu was a combination of techniques from another world and this world. In terms of technique ability alone, the young man in front of her was definitely superior to her. However, apart from the inferred skills and some other information that could be inferred from the performance, she could no longer obtain any other information related to Lin Xiu. His fate, his thoughts, his existence seemed to be completely blocked by something and could not be seen. However, the fact that one cannot peek into something represents a lot of things. I walk the land, seeking the ancient serpent and the fruit of wisdom. You, possessing the aura of an anomaly, should have no connection to this world. Why are you cultivating the dragonbane here? Athena's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. It's a pity that Athena's level is still too low, and she didn't realize that Lin Xiu's real purpose was to erode and seize the world. Anomaly? Goddess, are you referring to the power system in me that does not belong to this world? Or are you referring to me as a person? Lin Xiu pointed out her own peculiarity without any hesitation, and also pointed out the other party's identity. Hearing Lin Xiu's answer, a ripple flashed across Athena's purple eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She did not answer Lin Xiu's question, but continued to look at him with that scrutinizing gaze. Your body bears marks that do not belong to the laws of this world. You are not a godslayer, yet you possess a capacity that draws my attention. Blocking the southern European border, what's the reason? It shouldn't be just to show off your abilities, right? Athena tilted her head slightly, causing the brim of her knitted hat to sway. This slightly childish action looked so charming on her. The silent goddess always releases her cuteness inadvertently. No, it's not quite accurate to say that she is silent. To be precise, Athena is not really silent, she just doesn't care about many things. When she encounters something she really cares about, she will still show drastic emotional fluctuations. Yes, goddess guessed correctly. I'm not the kind of person who seeks trouble. I blockaded Italy and even the entire southern Europe for my own reasons. What is your purpose? CCAB, if I say my purpose is for you, Athena, would you believe me? As he spoke, Tuan Shutu activated the incarnation of God, Wamalu. Of course, he wasn't using it for attack or defense, but rather for the ultimate speed and precision of stealing. Time, at this moment, seems to be infinitely stretched and frozen. Lin Xiu's figure left a faint afterimage, and his true form appeared before Athena like a ghost. The distance between them was compressed to the limit. For the first time, obvious emotional fluctuations appeared in Athena's calm purple eyes. Because she had never expected that Lin Xiu could enter the superspeed realm directly without any warm-up. The realm of superspeed is a realm that only a few gods and god slayers can reach. After entering the realm of superspeed, they can often completely suppress the enemy with terrifying speed. When ordinary people run, their movements are three-dimensional, but when using superspeed, their bodies become extremely light and the state of time becomes blurred, making it possible to perform four-dimensional, primary dimension plus time, actions. Athena responded as quickly as she could. However, when she just raised her fingertips, Lin Xiu had already completed all the procedures and returned to her original position. The so-called superspeed is not the ability to get from point A to point B at high speed, but the ability to shorten the travel time from point A to point B. Lin Xiu's figure had returned to his original position as if he had teleported, as if he had never moved. In short, Lin Xiu's movements were so fast that they were beyond visual detection. In the original plot, Sun Wukong, Lancelot, and the Black Prince Alec can all enter the realm of superspeed in different ways. The next moment, the effect of time stagnation was instantly broken. The next second, under Athena's gaze, Lin Xiu placed the knitted hat lightly on the tip of her nose, feeling the lingering fragrance of Athena on the hat. Dark divine power surged crazily from Athena's petite body, rushing towards Lin Xiu, who was playing with her knitted hat. However, considering that Lin Xiu does not need to warm up, he can really have a head-on confrontation with the user of the speed field. However, his target wasn't Athena's vital parts, but the cute dark gray knitted hat on her head. After using dragon energy to block Athena's attack, Lin Xiu slowly spoke again. Athena, if I told you I knew where your Gorgon stone was, would you believe me? After realizing what had been done to her, Athena's purple snake pupils dilated slightly. Lin Xiu was very sure that Athena would not use any perfume, but there was indeed a faint trace of the goddess's hair on the knitted hat, a cool fragrance like the moonlight. A burst of dragon energy rose from the ground into the sky, dispersing Athena's dark snake. However, most of them require warm-up time. Boom. In fact, this was Athena's misunderstanding, and Lin Xiu, he displayed super speed in front of Athena without any need for warm-up. However, he now had a dark gray knitted hat with rough stitches in his hand. Just the blue level of the incarnation of God, Vamana, is not enough for Lin Xiu to enter the complete realm of super speed. Like the most agile venomous snake, Xiu's hand shot out at lightning speed. As soon as these words came out, Athena instantly stopped all her attacks. Ang 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 ang. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. The pedestrians continued to walk, and the leaves fell and bloomed. Lin Xiu did not enter the realm of super speed. Lin Xiu's current state should be called pseudo-super speed realm. The moment his fingertips touched the rough wool, Lin Xiu flipped his wrist and released a burst of clever force. The knitted hat on the goddess' head slipped into Lin Xiu's hands. Disrespectful. Therefore, beings that can enter the realm of super speed are often able to perform movements that are completely impossible physically. Everything around me resumed its flow. Sun Wukong needs to speed up his somersault cloud, Lancelot needs to charge his warhorse, and the Black Prince Alec needs to transform into pure thunder and lightning. Chapter 192. The Power of Hades, The Kiss of the Goddess, Part 1. Although she stopped all her attacks, Athena would not believe Lin Xiu's words so easily. However, the look she gave Lin Xiu gradually changed from anger to vigilance. I have been searching for the Gorgon Stone for a long time, but even so, I can only sense it in Italy. How can you be so sure that you can find the Gorgon Stone? As soon as the word, Gorgon Stone, came out, Athena no longer had any thoughts of revenge on Lin Xiu, and devoted herself wholeheartedly to finding the Gorgon Stone. Of course it's because of this, with a soft sound, Lin Xiu stepped lightly on the ground again. The next second, golden dragon energy rushed out into the sky and flew in all directions. So that's how it is. Are you trying to tell me that you have completely taken control of this land through the dragon veins? Athena instantly understood what Lin Xiu wanted to express. She admitted that her attainments in the art were not as good as Lin Xiu's. If it was Lin Xiu, whose attainments in the art were greater than hers, it would be possible for him to accomplish something that she could not do. My alien, since you mentioned the Gorgon Stone, does that mean you intend to offer it to me and exchange it for something else? Athena's breath gradually calmed down. Although she was a little annoyed by Lin Xiu's taking her knitted hat and inhaling the fragrance from it, she was willing to forgive Lin Xiu's presumptuous behavior if he could really help her find the Gorgon Stone. Lin Xiu. My name is Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Okay, Lin Xiu, what are your conditions? Athena looked at Lin Xiu. She really liked doing business with people like Lin Xiu who were simple and straightforward. Having said that, Xiu directly put forward his own conditions. My terms are simple, Athena. Just let me touch your head and I will give you the Gorgon Stone within 6 months. Athena frowned fiercely, wondering if she had heard it wrong. What are your conditions? Athena asked again to prevent herself from hearing wrongly. Lin Xiu's answer remains the same. Let me touch your head, that's my condition. After confirming that she had heard correctly, Athena fell into a long silence. Normally, after confirming that there is no problem with the transaction content between both parties, Athena will choose to trade directly. But this time, Athena was really interested in why Lin Xiu did this. Why? Athens couldn't help but ask in the end. Of course it's because I like it, Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. You like to touch the goddess' head? What a strange habit. Athena tilted her head, making Lin Xiu even more excited. Seeing that Athena seemed to have misunderstood, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. From a performance perspective, there's nothing wrong with saying I like to touch goddesses' heads. Of course, the real reason is that I like to touch the heads of the opposite s*x I like. Huh? Now, Athena completely understood what Lin Xiu meant. Are you confessing your love to me? Athena's cold thin lips revealed a slight smile. In that case, why don't you just offer me the Gorgon Stone? As she spoke, Athena extended her lil hand directly to Lin Xiu. Well, the great goddess Athena's first choice after hearing Lin Xiu's words was to start a discussion directly. Looking at Athena's outstretched lil hand, Lin Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Athena, don't you think there's something wrong with your understanding? What does my liking you have to do with my offering you the Gorgon Stone? I like your body, your soul, the way you speak, your personality, but what I like more is actually conquering such a charming you and taking the goddess into my own possession. I know very well that Athena, the goddess of wisdom, will not make any progress with me just because she is offered as a tribute. My love is to establish a relationship with the person I like, or even to form a lifelong commitment. But once the two sides are unequal, it will be impossible to develop in this direction. So, the only thing I don't like is offering tribute to someone I like, because offering tribute itself means inequality between the two parties. Aside from the old Demon Kings and Witch Knight members who were originally captives, Lin Xiu was quite friendly and respectful to the saints who believed in him. After all, saints and nuns who devoted themselves to their faith and captured captives were not equal from the beginning. It's not that Lin Xiu won't give things to his woman, but the prerequisite is that she is either already his or the other person is the kind of person who knows how to repay a favor. Lin Xiu knew very well what Athena said. Offering the Gorgon Stone would not gain her anything, let alone her equal respect. The curve of Athena's mouth corners is even more interesting, really interesting. She hadn't expected that besides being interesting in itself, Lin Xiu's way of speaking and dealing with people was also so interesting. Lin Xiu, I admit that your ambition and desire have surpassed countless sages. Even if you die in the future, I will definitely remember your name in my heart. Just as Lin Xiu said, his reply did leave a deep impression on Athena, and their status was equal. Slowly, Athena walked in front of Lin Xiu. Anyway, since your love is shallower than I imagined, let's continue with the deal we just agreed on. Athena was looking forward to how Lin Xiu planned to accomplish the feat of conquering the goddess. That's true. After all, if we make a deal, you and I will be on equal footing, right? Lin Xiu also smiled slightly and extended her hand towards Athena. This time, Athena did not dodge and took Lin Xiu's head-patting attack head-on. A rustling sound was heard, and Lin Xiu's hand gently stroked Athena's soft white hair, causing Athena's petite body to tremble subconsciously. Soon, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, Lolita Goddess Athena. Quest level. Gold. Athena's feelings are more out of curiosity than humiliation. Task requirements. Kill the goddess Athena by patting her head for at least 5 seconds. Note. The stronger the sense of indomitable spirit Athena feels when being patted on the head, the higher the bonus. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Power of the Underworld, Gold. The power of the Underworld. The power wielded by the gods of the Underworld and the god of death, it interacts with and counteracts immortal power. If immortal power represents the ultimate vitality, then the power of the Underworld represents the ultimate death. However, everything has its limits. The immortal power representing the ultimate vitality can block the life source of others, and the power of the Underworld representing death can also be transformed from death to life. Undoubtedly, the immortal power, and the power of the Underworld, representing the two opposing directions of life and death can also be transformed into each other. As the power of the Underworld was integrated into Lin Xiu's body, Athena seemed to sense something and looked at Lin Xiu with even more interest. Have you awakened the power of the Underworld simply by coming into contact with me? I guess so. My physique is quite special. Lin Xiu spread his hands. Now, there is one more power that he needs to integrate. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was already well versed in fusing powers of different attributes. With the system's help, the two forces that would normally repel each other now peacefully coexisted within him. With this innate condition, he was already the easiest person to achieve fusion. Really? You're special, then let me personally verify what makes you so special. As she spoke, Athena grabbed Lin Xiu's hand which was still on her head and floated up along with Lin Xiu's hand. Stranger, this is both the goddess's contract and her reward. You're able to allow two completely opposite forces to reside peacefully within your body. I'd really like to see how you achieved this miracle. FFLX. In this way, the distance between Athena and Lin Xiu continued to narrow, and soon they were at a point where their eyes were only a dozen centimeters apart. Lin Xiu did not use Vimona to escape, because as early as when he was watching the anime, he wanted to experience the feeling of being kissed by Athena. Kissing a goddess yourself and being kissed by her are two completely different experiences. So, Lin Xiu pretended to be very resistant, exerting force with both hands, as if he was ready to break free from Athena. Lin Xiu knew very well that when facing a goddess like Athena, he could not obey her wishes. Athena noticed Lin Xiu's reaction, and her smile widened. She had thought this young man, who had talked about conquering the goddess, was so mature, but now it seemed he was just a green fruit who panicked when she got close to him. The next second, Athena used both hands to control Lin Xiu's hands, and her petite body kept getting closer. Under the support of the dark power, Athena kissed her. Normally, such contact would be enough for Athena to fully understand Lin Xiu's entire information. However, just when she was patting her head, Athena had already tried to get information about Lin Xiu through physical contact. The result was a failure. Athena did not get any information from Lin Xiu through physical contact. Athena speculated that Lin Xiu's physique might be similar to that of the God Slayer, unable to cast spells from the outside. In fact, Lin Xiu's identity might be even more special than that of the God Slayer. Because, even when facing the God Slayer, Athena would not be unable to see any information like she was when facing Lin Xiu. So, Athena decided that if the surface of the body was useless, then she would work from the inside. Lin Xiu felt a soft and fragrant touch and subconsciously opened her mouth. The next moment, she suddenly realized her own personality and quickly closed her teeth. Although Athena was concerned about Lin Xiu's subconscious opening and closing of her mouth, she simply put this suspicion aside because she had more important things to deal with at the moment. Bang! Faced with obstacles, Athena gradually exerted her strength and finally pushed open Lin Xiu's teeth. Chapter 193. Usurping Athena's Power, the Goddess's Shame and Anger, Part 2. Pictured as Athena, facing the forced kiss from the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Xiu played the role of saying one thing and doing another, very well. Normally, even if Lin Xiu's close combat ability is not as good as Athena's in a disobedient state, she would not be defeated so quickly. However, after comprehensive consideration, Lin Xiu reluctantly loosened her teeth. On the one hand, he really wanted to taste Athena as soon as possible. On the other hand, he also wanted to set a trap for Athena, because, if he guessed correctly, the reason Athena kissed him so forcefully was mainly to engrave the word of the contract on him. In this case, she would definitely pour her power into him. In that case, Lin Xiu can. On the other hand, Athena didn't find it strange that Lin Xiu gave in so quickly. After all, Lin Xiu said in person that he liked her. It was normal for someone he liked to do something like this, even if he felt a little awkward, but eventually relaxed. After breaking Lin Xiu's teeth, Athena and Lin Xiu chased each other in the mouth while the rich power of the war general rushed madly into every corner of Lin Xiu's body. As for Lin Xiu, he soon got the result he expected. Ding! Abnormal energy intrusion detected, absorbing. Athena's dark power was like a drop in the ocean, absorbed by Lin Xiu's system and transformed into Lin Xiu's power. Normally, even if the power of the underworld entered the body, it would not cause such a result. In normal combat, even if Lin Xiu is eroded by the power of the underworld, the system's self-protection mechanism will not be triggered. However, Athena's situation is different. She injected her own power in order to explore Lin Xiu's entire body, and also to use the word spirit of contract to reach a contract with Lin Xiu, so that Lin Xiu could not regret it. Faced with such a force with the attribute of controlling the body and mind, the system will spontaneously trigger the self-defense mechanism and absorb all the incoming force. The next second, after confirming that the ring of usurpation was working properly and his strength was rapidly increasing, Lin Xiu quickly exchanged the golden succubus bloodline from the system. Since there was no response to the power she output and her mental state was slightly abnormal, Athena finally realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, even the God Slayer's special physique would be affected by the word of the contract, directly input into the body. However, when facing Lin Xiu, her power seemed to be completely useless and disappeared completely within Lin Xiu's body. Since Athena is a person who never gives up, so after experiencing setbacks, her choice is to give up the hands that hold Lin Xiu and go all out to make another breakthrough. This time, Athena used both hands, holding the back of Lin Xiu's head with one hand and lifting Lin Xiu's chin with the other hand, so as to maximize the contact area and input her strength to the greatest extent. Lin Xiu was silent for a moment, then he accepted the goddess's bolder and more proactive kiss. He found that he actually liked the feeling of being kissed forcefully. A kiss where you take the initiative throughout is certainly nice, but a kiss where you are passive throughout has its own charm as well. However, as Athena became more involved, Lin Xiu began to feel a little confused. After all, Lin Xiu's true strength has not yet broken through to the Super Demon King level, and even if Athena's divinity is incomplete, she is definitely a Super Demon King level existence. Without using high-level techniques and special methods to catalyze the body, Lin Xiu would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in close combat with Athena. Therefore, Lin Xiu decided to do something else to make himself feel more comfortable and clear-headed. Just like that, while Athena was giving Lin Xiu the goddess kiss, Lin Xiu not only continued to work hard with her mouth, but also kept moving her hands synchronously. On one side was Athena, who was pouring all her energy into the word spirit, while on the other side was Lin Xiu, who was trying her best to take advantage. With Athena's body as the stage, the two sides launched a full-scale battle for it. Very skillfully, Lin Xiu put one hand under Athena's JK uniform sweater and the other hand around Athena's waist. All I can say is, if a man can control his hands while kissing and not get too tangled, then he's not a real man. Lin Xiu thought to himself that he was doing pretty well for not getting too tangled for so long. However, as Athena freed her hands and gave him an unprecedented deep kiss, Lin Xiu felt his body and mind tremble and he moved subconsciously. The warm touch like the finest white jade, mixed with the unique firmness and elasticity of a divine body, made Lin Xiu's appetite surge. Despite the thin fabric of her uniform, the exquisite touch still clearly reached Lin Xiu's fingertips. It was a texture that no human girl could possess, carrying a sense of sanctity and inviolability, yet, because of this profane act, it seemed even more strangely alluring. Athena's indifferent expression, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, finally showed a crack. On the one hand, it was because she found that even if she used her power crazily, she could not engrave her power into Lin Xiu's body. On the other hand, she noticed something was amiss with Lin Xiu. During the kiss, Lin Xiu was indeed awkward, letting her take the lead the entire time. However, the hand he was fiddling with her waist was incredibly skilled, clearly no novice. When the two are combined, the answer is obvious. Lin Xiu knew about his special physique and her plans, so he pretended to be like this to achieve his own goal. Tisk. Athena made an unhappy, tisk, sound, but forgot about her and Lin Xiu's current situation and swallowed a lot of Lin Xiu's power. In fact, it was Lin Xiu who had been absorbing Athena's power and swallowing it all into her stomach. This was the first time that Athena absorbed Lin Xiu's power. After absorbing Lin Xiu's power, a pink heart seemed to appear in Athena's purple eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before Athena suppressed it. Although she suppressed it temporarily, Athena found that as her contact with Lin Xiu became more frequent, she actually wanted to absorb more of Lin Xiu's power. In order to prevent herself from swallowing more of Lin Xiu's power and entering a more strange state, Athena released her hands that were supporting Lin Xiu's chin in the back of her head, and tried to push Lin Xiu away. However, just as she released her hands, Lin Xiu reached out and lifted her chin like she had just done, while pressing the back of her head. Logically speaking, Athena's power was far superior to Lin Xiu's. Lin Xiu's ability to block Athena's attacks was primarily due to her dragon veins. But now, Athena discovered that Lin Xiu could actually fight her head-on. Could it be that you have absorbed my power? Just as Athena said, Lin Xiu's power has now reached a new level, directly upgraded from Demon King level to Super Demon King level. Apparently, Athens' guess was correct. Under normal circumstances, the system can only ensure that Lin Xiu is not controlled by Athena's contract word spirit, but cannot guarantee anything else. However, there is a circle of calculation in Lin Xiu's body. Thus, with Athena actively infusing divine power, the Hades divine power that would have been absorbed by the system was completely absorbed by the circle of calculation. At this moment, half of the divine power in Athena's body had dissipated. Lin Xiu swallowed it along with the goddess saliva, and refined it into Lin Xiu's own strength. It was because he found that his strength had been raised to the level of Super Demon King that Lin Xiu exchanged for succubus bloodline, gold, after kissing Athena. The strength of the Super Demon King level is completely sufficient. It was precisely because Lin Xiu had exchanged for the succubus bloodline, gold, that Athena found herself increasingly desiring intimacy with Lin Xiu during their kiss. After all, Kissing was already considered the next highest level of intimacy, and it increased intimacy very quickly. After a series of moves, Lin Xiu had clearly only received the goddess's kiss, yet he had already gained the power that only a god killer could obtain. After discovering that not only had Lin Xiu taken advantage of her, but that she had also absorbed her strength, Athena was furious and finally gave up the idea of, it's okay to continue being intimate with Lin Xiu. Bang! A huge snake-like creature sprang out from the ground and suddenly knocked the two people who were in love apart. Lin Xiu had no intention of establishing a final relationship with Athena here, so he simply let Athena's followers forcibly separate the two who were in love. As soon as they separated, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Ding! The ring of calculation was activated successfully. Target of usurpation. Athena, who refused to obey. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Word of death. Ancient Knight. Primordial Word of Death. Medusa's Evil Eye. Death Scythe. Underworld Familiar. True Form of the Earth Mother. Arrow of Disease and Longevity. Dark Barrier. Under the influence of the Ring of Usurpation, Lin Xiu not only successfully improved his strength to the level of Super Demon King, but also obtained a large amount of power belonging to Athena. It can be said that Lin Xiu can now call herself Little Athena. After separating from Lin Xiu, Athena stepped on the big snake and looked at Lin Xiu with anger. Despicable. You actually used such despicable means to seize my power. Athena really didn't expect that Lin Xiu could absorb her power and even seize her authority by absorbing her power. Athena felt ashamed and angry when she thought that she had not been defeated but her power had been taken away. What does it mean to lose both the wife and the army? Okay, now she has lost both the wife and the army. Not only was he kissed and groped for nothing, but his power was also taken away. Even the initial engraving of the contract's words so that Lin Xiu would hand over the Gorgon Stone as agreed was impossible to achieve. Lin Xiu licked his lips, took in the lingering scent of Athena, and shrugged with a smile. Despicable. How do you know, Athena? I never asked you to kiss me. Besides, the reason you gave me the goddess kiss was just to take advantage of the opportunity to make me a being under your control. Since you took the initiative, what right do you have to say that I'm despicable? Besides, Athena, aren't you the goddess of wisdom? Now someone has led you into a trap. Don't you think that as the goddess of wisdom, you should reward him? Athena was silent for a while. Although Lin Xiu did trick her, she had to admit that what Lin Xiu said was not wrong. HMPH, then you can regard the power you stole from me as my reward. Next time we meet, I will personally take back this humiliation. Athena had no intention of pursuing the matter further and just made some harsh remarks. All she could say was that luckily only her power had been taken away, and the power itself still existed. She only needed to rest for a while to recover. Otherwise, if she couldn't recover, she would have to fight Lin Xiu to the death. 8 EP Chapter 194. The Boy Who Was Forcefully Kissed by the Goddess, Erika's Questioning, Part 1. Pictured as Erika. After making these harsh remarks, Athena's figure gradually disappeared. Having lost face like this, she no longer felt like staying with Lin Xiu. Whenever she saw Lin Xiu, she would think of her dark past where she had been too clever and outsmarted herself, not only failing to control Lin Xiu but also losing her power. Seeing Athena about to leave, Lin Xiu had no intention of stopping her, but just smiled slightly. Don't worry, Athena, even if your contract words are useless, I will fulfill my promise. After all, I have always been a man of my words. HMPH, then I'll see, when can you fulfill your promise? Athena's frown relaxed a little. At least, Lin Xiu didn't mean to refuse to pay after taking advantage of her, right? Athena took a long breath and subconsciously felt the breath belonging to Lin Xiu lingering in her mouth. Surprisingly, she didn't dislike Lin Xiu's aura too much. Instead, she wanted to continue to have contact with Lin Xiu, and even wanted to have a deeper contact. Lin Xiu, you once said that you wanted to conquer the goddess. When I have fully recovered, I will personally avenge you for today's humiliation. If I win, I will definitely make you my dependent, and let you serve me for the rest of your life while I wander the land. If you win, this recalcitrant body will be at your disposal. Let me see if you can pass my final test. After uttering those harsh words, Athena's lovely little body finally completely dissipated. Lin Xiu stood there, playing with the knitted hat in her hand that still had the aura of a goddess, with a happy smile on her lips. Finally, he put the hat to the tip of his nose, took a deep breath, savored the lingering cold fragrance of the goddess, and tasted the fruits of his victory. No matter what, conquering a goddess is always a process, and Lin Xiu never had the idea of a fatal blow from the beginning. However, now that he had exchanged for the gold level, succubus bloodline, Lin Xiu believed that he would be able to conquer the female characters that appeared in the plot much faster. Just as he was savoring the fragrance and touch of the goddess Athena, the next second, a clear and powerful girl's voice came from behind Lin Xiu. Stop. Stay where you are. Stay where you are and turn around. With Lin Xiu's observation ability, he naturally noticed the girl's presence before she arrived. Without saying anything, Lin Xiu slowly turned around. A few seconds later, a girl in a red dress came into view. She was Erika, who rushed over quickly after sensing the fluctuation of divine power. Lin Xiu carefully admired Erika's appearance and attire, his black pupils filled with aggressive admiration. The blonde girl named Erika is wearing a red long dress, like an aristocratic girl walking out of a classical oil painting. Every detail shows the ultimate beauty and noble temperament. The long hair of the golden crown falls like a waterfall, shining like the sun. The skirt is an elegant A-line shape, and the tulle material gives it a dynamic and light feeling. The close-fitting cut of the dress emphasizes the waistline, and an exquisite belt in the same color is tied around the waist, highlighting Erika's slender waist that can be held in one hand. Continuing to look downward, the hourglass-like waist-to-hip ratio is greatly magnified, forming a sharp contrast with the plump hip line and wide skirt, creating the ultimate female curve beauty. The strong contrast between the long golden hair and the crimson dress not only highlights Erika's fair and translucent skin, but also gives the overall look a dramatic and gorgeous tension. The most eye-catching thing is the bold backless design. The back of the dress extends downward in a deep V shape, almost to the waist, perfectly showing her entire smooth and flawless back. Her long blonde hair and milky white, delicate skin made the lines of her spine appear clear and elegant. Her shoulder blades rose and fell slightly with her movements, like the fluttering wings of a butterfly, emitting silent temptation. The sleeveless design also allows her slender arms and smooth armpits to be displayed. The curve of the armpits is soft and flawless. When Erika raises her arms, the smoothness further highlights her noble and casual sexiness. The most incredible thing is that Erika, who dresses so experienced and mature, is a real young girl at the age of 16. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiu's gaze was too direct, Erika couldn't help but frown fiercely. Because in her opinion, the situation at the scene was a little too strange. Although she had just arrived, she also saw Lin Xiu and Athens kissing and then separating. Judging from the sight of the giant snake summoned by the white-haired girl and the divine power it unleashed, she was undoubtedly a disobedient god. The current situation is that the young man in front of him was forcibly kissed by the god of disobedience, and then the goddess just left like that. Is her vision out of date? Why would a goddess catch a passerby and kiss him? Or is the situation actually different from what she imagined? After turning around, Lin Xiu didn't say anything, just looked at Erika. The two of them just stared at each other, and the time of staring was not long, only about 10 seconds. Just a dozen seconds later, Erika put down the silver sword named Lion's Heart in her hand. Because, just now, she had used a detection technique on Lin Xiu's body and did not detect any abnormalities. Compared to the goddess who was just filled with divine power, the young man in front of him was so normal, just like an ordinary person. In other words, she was really the victim of a forced kiss from the goddess? After confirming Lin Xiu's identity as a victim, Erika, as a knight, naturally could not attack the people, so she put away her lion heart. When Lin Xiu turned around, Erika finally discovered the reason why he was kissed by the goddess. Indeed, if we only consider appearance, this young man's looks are truly peerless, surpassing all the opposite S*X I've ever known. His appearance is so outstanding and his temperament is so extraordinary that it has surpassed the scope of human beings. No wonder he was kissed by the goddess. Erika was not surprised by the fact that the goddess would forcefully kiss a mortal. On the one hand, there were many goddesses of this type in mythology. On the other hand, even if there were no goddesses of this type in mythology, there should be such goddesses in reality. This is because all gods that descend upon the earth are disobedient gods. Disobedient gods will pursue their own myths in some aspects, and deviate from their own myths in other aspects. In mythology, the savior god becomes a world-destroying god after his incarnation disobeys. In mythology, the goddess who bestows grace upon mankind becomes a world-destroying god after her incarnation disobeys, which is also normal for her to force her love on the human she likes. Attracted by Lin Xiu's appearance and temperament, Erika was stunned for several seconds before she remembered what she should do next. Hello, are you a tourist in Italy? Could you please tell me in detail what happened between you and that white-haired girl? Erika noticed Lin Xiu's hair and eye color, as well as the backpack placed aside, and immediately classified Lin Xiu as a victim of the disaster caused by the god of disobedience. Normally, Erika should have recognized Lin Xiu's identity. Although she and Lin Xiu had never actually met, Lin Xiu was one of the few paladin-level beings, and his photo was circulated among the major forces in the world. However, Erika really couldn't recognize Lin Xiu. On the one hand, it was because the photos in the other world were updated every 3 years. 3 years had passed, and considering that Lin Xiu was still in his growth stage, his image was already quite different from what he was in the photos. On the other hand, it was because Lin Xiu had just exchanged for the gold level succubus bloodline, which could already have a significant impact on goddesses like Athena. Not to mention Erika, a girl who is still in the mortal realm. Given that her appearance and temperament have changed significantly, it is normal for Erika not to recognize Lin Xiu. I did come to Italy for a trip, but I didn't expect the Italian people to be so tough, Lin Xiu replied in English. For Erika, a talented girl, she could easily understand Lin Xiu even if he spoke in English. So, after hearing Lin Xiu say, I didn't expect the Italian people to be so tough, Erika's face couldn't help but turn red. What she really wanted to say was that the goddess only appeared in Italy. She wasn't necessarily an Italian goddess. Please don't have any wrong impressions about Italy. However, considering Italy's current international image, Erika really couldn't say such a thing. After all, the saying, if you don't steal, you're not Italy, if you don't rob, you're not France, if you steal and rob, you're not England, makes sense. There are indeed many pickpockets in Italian scenic spots, and they can indeed be called fierce people. Ahem. Anyway, could you please tell me what happened to you just now? Maybe I can help you. Erika coughed tactically and slowly walked towards Lin Xiu. As the distance between them grew closer, Erika understood more and more why the goddess was forcibly kissing the girl in front of her. Before, she had only heard of women being called beauties who bring disaster. Today, she finally met a young man who could be called a beauty who brings disaster, and her mood was a little excited. However, before she could continue to feel his charm, the man said something that made Erika stunned. "Oh, can you help me? So, you will help me catch her and let her marry me?" Huh? As soon as Lin Xiu said this, Erika was instantly speechless. After all this time, this man is not unwilling, but is just very dissatisfied with the goddess's unwillingness to take responsibility. Erika admitted that most goddesses were indeed very attractive, but wasn't that white-haired goddess just now particularly small? He actually wants to marry such a petite woman. Could it be that the boy in front of her is actually a Lolita Con? However, before Erika could ask the next question, something strange happened. Boom. Jiangongongongongon. A few kilometers away, a brown giant tens of meters tall suddenly appeared, reducing the surrounding buildings to ruins. A closer look revealed that it was a huge wild boar, full of divinity and madness. Standing tall amidst the ruins, a violent storm of divine power erupted from the wild boar, tearing apart everything around it. Debris flew, smoke and dust filled the air, and the pressure of the godhead unreservedly demonstrated its presence. Chapter 195 How About Selling Yourself to Me? The Arrival of Saint Raphael, Part 2. The God of Disobedience? Erika made a subconscious judgment. To be precise, it should be the incarnation of the God of Disobedience. Lin Xiu silently corrected himself in his heart. He was aware of the awkward position of the wild boar. It was half a level stronger than a divine beast, but far inferior to a true disobedient god. A paladin might be able to deal with a divine beast, but he has no chance of winning against this clone. However, asking the god slayer to help was like using a butcher knife to crack a chicken. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't gain power. Useless. Worse than that. Go get some shelter, I'll come find you later. Remember, don't let this thing leave your side. Erika put a necklace with protective magic into Lin Xiu's hand without hesitation. Before she could even finish her words, she cast the boots of Hermes, and took a step forward, charging towards the wild boar. This thing. Lin Xiu looked down at the necklace. It contained an instant defensive magic that could roughly withstand an attack from a low-level demon. In addition to the defensive spell, there is also an uncle for positioning. Obviously, Erika planned to deal with the suddenly appeared wild boar first, and then come back to continue their previous conversation. Lin Xiu never expected that Erika would regard her as a vulnerable person who needed protection. However, he admired Erika's courage and sense of responsibility. She was indeed very proud, but she would also fulfill her knightly and noble duties and protect the people in her territory. Come, Lion of Steel. You who possess the soul of the lion, you who possess the essence of struggle, steel. On a balcony, Erika chanted the words of battle. The next second, her red dress transformed into a red and black combat uniform in the light. The silver knight sword in the blonde girl's hand sparkled, a red glow bloomed in front of her, and faint bursts of majestic lion roars could be heard. Respond to my hand, my voice, Lionheart. O brave heir to the name of the Lionheart, Knight Erika Bluntry swears. I will respond to your loyalty with my bravery and chivalry. A silver lion appeared in the magic circle and pounced on the wild boar incarnation. Oh, not bad, not bad. You actually dared to attack the incarnation of God. Lin Xiu did not hesitate to talk about Erika. He knew that the anime, God Slayer, compressed the plot, making Erika's feelings for the protagonist seem like speculation and an act of clinging to God Slayer. But in fact, the reason why Erika fell in love with the original male protagonist was because they had experienced many battles together. She witnessed his courage, fighting spirit, wisdom and determination, which gradually enhanced their feelings. The two challenged the gods together, subdued the white horse together, and defeated the gods together. What really attracted Erika was not the title of God Slayer, but the deep friendship they had developed in their battle with the gods, and the miracle they created together called God Slayer. What is the title of God Slayer? The battle between the silver lion and the wild boar incarnation did not last long. The silver lion moved around to attack, but the ferocious boar suddenly burst out with an astonishing burst of force, instantly piercing its teeth into the middle of the silver lion's body. What? Erika's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never expected that this seemingly heavy, powerful hand could burst forth with such astonishing speed. The wild boar incarnation of the god of war not only has astonishing destructive power, but also has terrifying reward capabilities. He is a true, flexible fat man. In fact, after obtaining the incarnation of the wild boar, the user can indeed obtain a powerful, out-of-nothing charging force, allowing himself to perform maneuvers that violate the common sense of physics during combat. Boom! The violent wind generated by the impact blew the girl away, and she slid on the ground for a long distance before she barely stopped. Click! The silver steel lion was shattered by the strong wind and could not hold on. It turned into steel fragments and returned to the girl's hands. Erika stood up, the confidence she had previously shown had vanished from her eyes. Is human power so weak when facing gods? As expected, god slayers are all inhuman creatures. She laughed at herself with a wry smile. This battle made him and her clearly realize the huge gap between humans and gods. But, even so, she looked at the boar again, her eyes rekindled with the fighting spirit of a lioness. Unable to defeat, then how did the original god slayers face the gods? How did her ancestors become god slayers? That's right, Erika's ancestor was a god slayer. Erika's desire to become a godslayer is partly due to her desire to surpass her ancestors. Miss, you seem to be in some trouble. Lin Xiu glanced at the necklace in her hand. No matter what, Erika played the role of the knight who protects the people very well. What's it got to do with you? Why don't you leave? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Erika heard Lin Xiu's voice and found that Lin Xiu was still there, so she immediately shouted. How dangerous is it? Lin Xiu looked in the direction of the wild boar. With his dragon veins protecting him, even if a true god of disobedience were fighting nearby, let alone a mere clone, it wouldn't necessarily hurt him at all. God. This is the power of God, huh? Erika thought Lin Xiu was a muggle, and that he couldn't see these supernatural phenomena. Indeed, in the world of god slayers, if one is not a person from the other world, they will not be able to see the scene of the god of disobedience wreaking havoc. They will only think of it as some kind of natural disaster. Miss, first of all, I have to correct you on one thing. Lin Xiu put one hand in his pocket and said slowly. What appeared before us was not a god, but a god's avatar, a clone about 1/10 the size of a certain god. Huh? Erika frowned. Not a god? Just a mythical beast? So, if it wasn't a divine beast but a true god, wouldn't she have been defeated long ago? At this moment, Erika once again realized the gap between herself and the god slayer and the god. Even the divine beast could defeat her so easily, let alone the god himself? It's funny to say that just today, Erika still holds such a naive and cute idea that I can become a godslayer in the future. Wait, Erika finally realized something. Can you see the figure wreaking havoc in the city? Erika opened her red lips slightly, finally realizing the seriousness of the problem. Lin Xiu did not reply to Erika, but just gave her a smile and let Erika experience it herself. At this moment, Erika finally began to re-examine Lin Xiu's identity. There is no doubt that this boy who was forcefully kissed by the goddess is no ordinary person, so, who is he? Erika. Lin Xiu did not answer Erika's question, but directly called the girl's name. Erika Brauntree, I admire your courage and sense of duty in fighting for your people. So, I'm willing to give you a choice. Choice? After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Erika already had some guesses about Lin Xiu's identity. Yes, a choice. Erika, if you are willing to become my knight, serve me for life, and carry out my will with your life. I will quell the turmoil caused by this wild boar. Well, are you willing? Lin Xiu is not interested in slowly developing feelings with Erika like Kusanagi Godu in the original plot, and going through many battles together. Rather, given his status and existence, it would be impossible for him to use such a method even if he wanted to. Two weak people can form a deep friendship when facing a god, but if one is strong and the other is weak, there will only be so-called dependence and longing, and there will be no battle friendship. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was impossible and unwilling for Lin Xiu to get along with Erika in the way that Kusanagi Godu did. After hearing Lin Xiu's conditions, Erika swallowed hard. You said you could deal with this divine clone. Does that mean you're also a god of the same status as the goddess? Whether I am or not, what matters is whether I have the ability to solve this problem, isn't it? Lin Xiu did not give a direct answer. To be honest, he doesn't know what kind of existence he should be now. Logically speaking, he should be considered a god as he inherited the legacy of the god of the Bible. However, his essence is different from those natural gods in the DxD world. From another perspective, he, who used the circle of usurpation to seize the gods, should be a godslayer. However, compared to a simple godslayer, he has too many other attributes. Demon King? God? Holy Son? Emperor? Lin Xiu felt that none of these were enough to describe him. However, the only thing that is certain is that Lin Xiu is not some disobedient god. Even if he is called a god, it is 10 or 100 times more accurate than calling him a disobedient god. Overall, Lin Xiu's conclusion is that he is himself, nothing more. Although Lin Xiu did not give a direct answer, Erika still got the answer. Now, Erika finally understood the whole story. Yes, she meant that how could a boy with a face comparable to a god be an ordinary person? The reason she couldn't find out any specific information about him just now might be because this young god had some means of concealing himself. There was no doubt that the young man in front of her was also a god. The two gods fighting in Sardinia, together. Wait, why is there one more? Adding that goddess to the previous one, wouldn't it mean there are 3 gods present? 0.9. How? What's your choice? Lin Xiu raised his right hand slightly and made an invitation gesture to Erika. At this moment, the lion heart in Erika's hand flashed with silver light. Lionheart's reaction is, Erika suddenly looked up at the sky. In the sky, a strong chrysanthemum green horse is galloping. A heroic black-haired beauty sat astride the saddle. The female knight's black hair was tied up in a ponytail at the back, swaying back and forth with the horse's tail. Her wheat-colored skin makes people feel that she has Latin ancestry at first glance. Coupled with her handsome and delicate face, she looks like a heroic female knight. Saint Raphael. Erika revealed the true name of the female knight in the sky. The reason her lion heart reacted was precisely because of Saint Raphael. Because Saint Raphael was the previous owner of the silver sword in her hand. Isn't it unreasonable to bully a little girl? How about letting me take over this contract? Leaping down from his cyan warhorse, Saint Raphael looked directly at Lin Xiu, indicating that he would take over Erika's contract. Chapter 196. Saint Raphael's Allegiance, the Name of the Son of God, Part 1. Pictured as Saint Raphael, Saint Raphael, with the glorious rank of Paladin, is the strongest swordsman in Europe, having reached the status of Holy Grail Knight. However, Saint Raphael, who should be of a certain age, looks no different from a girl in her 20s. No normal person would have thought that this Saint Raphael and the knight, Lucrezia Zola, were from two different eras. The reason why the two can maintain their appearance is very simple. As long as the magic power reaches the purest realm, the magician can make his body become significantly younger. Women, in particular, experience significant changes. Men, like the Marquis de Vauban, typically maintain the appearance of someone in their 30s or even 40s or 50s, but women can maintain the appearance of someone in their 20s or even early 20s. The heroic beauty of Saint Raphael is due to this blessing. After leaping off the cyan warhorse, the female knight named Saint Raphael looked towards Lin Xiu and put forward her own conditions. Isn't it unreasonable to bully a little girl? How about letting me take over this contract? Master Saint Raphael, what do you mean? Erica was hesitating, and she didn't expect that Saint Raphael would suddenly appear. She didn't expect that Saint Raphael would want to sign a knight contract of dedicating her life to an unknown god on her behalf. Saint Raphael noticed Erica's mood change and smiled helplessly. Nothing. I don't particularly want to pay a price for you. It's just that my old friend is in trouble, and as a friend and comrade in arms, I can't just stand by and watch. After saying that, Tuller explained to Lin Xiu that he was going to practice medicine. Well, if you simply want a knight or a retainer, my appearance is no less impressive than that little girl over there, and I'm even more powerful. I'm undoubtedly more suitable, isn't I? Listening to Saint Raphael's flowers, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Ha ha ha, is she as pretty as Erica? He had heard what Saint Raphael meant by that. Saint Raphael, like Erica, probably mistakenly believed that he was possessed by some god of disobedience. The reason why she took the initiative to ask for Erica's contract was to protect Erica and to awaken Kong Ben's Lin Xiu. I can only say that his appearance and temperament have indeed changed a lot. The change in appearance after adulthood and the change in temperament after unlocking the succubus bloodline really give people the illusion that he is possessed by the god of disobedience. On the other side, on Saint Raphael's side, she seemed to have misunderstood Lin Xiu's smile. Are you saying that my looks or abilities aren't as good as Erica's? Saint Raphael frowned. Indeed, from the perspective of the common people, even though they had the same level of appearance, as a dark-skinned girl, she was definitely inferior to Erica, a standard blonde beauty, in terms of charm. However, even though she knew it, she still felt somewhat dissatisfied when Lin Xiu pointed it out to her in front of her. No, Lord Saint Raphael, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Lin Xiu shook his head. I'm not smiling because I think you're not as pretty as Erica. On the contrary, I'm happy to have a knight like you who's as pretty as Erica and whose strength surpasses hers, Lin Xiu replied with a chuckle. As Lin Xiu said, in his opinion, Saint Raphael is undoubtedly more precious than Erica. Because Erica is like a Pokemon that refreshes at a fixed location. As long as he can gain the loyalty of the Red Copper Black Cross, he can summon Erica at any time. However, unlike Erica, Saint Raphael was one of those Pokemon that spawned sporadically. She was supposed to be protecting David's word spirit, but now she was wandering the world without her own power, making her a difficult target to encounter. When faced with two types of encounters with different levels of difficulty, fixed refresh, and irregular refresh at irregular times and locations, Lin Xiu naturally prefers the latter. Furthermore, Lin Xiu's preferences are quite broad, not to mention healthy and attractive wheat-colored skin, even black, blue, purple, and red skin. As long as it does not have large pores and the skin is delicate and smooth, Xiu likes it. Lin Xiu would even give higher ratings to different skin colors such as wheat, black, blue, purple, and red because of their scarcity in the harem. Erica couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard Lin Xiu say that in his eyes Saint Raphael had the same charm as her. Obviously, she didn't agree with this. However, considering that Saint Raphael was indeed doing this for her own good, and considering that these were the golden words spoken by Lin Xiu, the god of disobedience, Erica naturally would not refute them. Saint Raphael was also touched by Lin Xiu's words. Originally, she had always regarded Lin Xiu as a brother, friend, and comrade in arms. She had not expected that after being possessed by the gods, Lin Xiu would say such words, which actually caused a ripple in her heart. I never thought that even at this age, I still don't have a girlish side in my heart. I don't know, is this girlish side of mine due to this unknown god full of demonic charm, or is it due to Lin Xiu being possessed by him, or is it a combination of both? With a rather delicate mood, Saint Raphael slowly said, I can feel that your words come from the heart. I am honored to receive such evaluation from you. I feel extremely honored. Considering that the gods of disobedience would not bother to lie, Saint Raphael did not doubt the authenticity of Lin Xiu's words at all. So, she knelt on one knee and performed the knight's salute to Lin Xiu, expressing her loyalty to Lin Xiu. Not all disobedient gods are solitary gods. In history, there are many disobedient gods who choose their own followers such as priestesses or knights after they come to the world. Therefore, Saint Raphael was not surprised that Lin Xiu wanted to recruit him as a knight. In fact, she was quite happy because she could analyze and judge the true identity of the unknown god that possessed Lin Xiu based on the fact that he was willing to accept followers. Looking at Saint Raphael kneeling on one knee, Lin Xiu did not express his intention to not be possessed by the gods, but nodded with satisfaction. After the contract was reached, the paper contract turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. However, Saint Raphael has a more urgent matter to do than exploring the true identity of the Son of God right now. Boom. On the other hand, since she has now become a knight of the Holy Sun, she naturally has no right to ask her master to do anything. By the way, now that I have become a knight serving you, I wonder if I can have the honor of knowing your true identity. Saint Raphael looked at Lin Xiu. My name is Saint Raphael, and I am honored to serve you, your excellency, as the Night King. After hearing the name, Lin Xiu, Erica finally reacted. 14. Erica was stunned. Holy Sun, are you kidding? Once the title of Holy Sun came out, Lin Xiu's identity was narrowed down to a very small range. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments, and monthly votes. She was saying why she felt this deity looked familiar. It turned out the deity was possessed by the Holy Prince Lin Xiu. Is that so? Good king, Saint Raphael is honored to be your knight. Saint Raphael did not say anything like, please fulfill your promise to me, your excellency the Holy Sun. After a few seconds, Saint Raphael made up his mind and engraved his own coat of arms on the contract. Although Saint Raphael could not tell for the time being which pantheon Lin Xiu belonged to, any god with the title of Son of God was an extremely noble god. While kneeling on one knee, Saint Raphael pleaded softly. On the one hand, she believed that with the nobility and ability of the Son of God, he would definitely understand her meaning. After all, the Son of God in mythology was often close to the people, so it was normal for him to know their thoughts. Erica could only say that she wasn't to blame for not recognizing him. She had never actually met Lin Xiu, only seen photos of her. The current Lin Xiu was very different from the one in the photos. It would be a miracle if she could recognize him. Therefore, all she could do was to give advice. Saint Raphael didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually wanted her to sign the contract, and hesitated for several seconds. In short, Lord Saint Raphael, from today on, you are my knight, and I am your lord. The next second, Lin Xiu pointed his finger forward and casually threw out a contract. And, what the hell is the Holy Sun Lin Xiu? The Holy Sun didn't possess a Westerner, but an Easterner. Could a being of the Son of God, Jesus, actually be born into the world? Could it be that she was dreaming? Lord Holy Sun, please show mercy to the people and defeat this beast that is no longer wreaking havoc on the land. However, if you wish, you can call me Saint Sun Lord, or Saint Sun Lin Xiu. As far as I can remember, many people have called me that. The timing of her question was very clever. Logically, when recruiting a knight, even a god should reveal his true name. Otherwise, it would not only be disrespectful to the followers, but also to the gods themselves. However, she finally signed her name on the contract. Once the title of Son of God came out, Kun Xiu's identity was narrowed down to a very small range. Huh? There's no need to talk about my true self. To be honest, I don't even know what my true self is. To this, Xiu responded. In any case, she really needed an opportunity to approach the disobedient god that occupied Lin Xiu's body and rescue Lin Xiu. Chapter 197. The Eastern military god Veleslana, the method of completely refusing to obey, Part 2. After listening to Saint Raphael's request, Lin Xiu calmly looked in the direction of the wild boar. Lord Saint Raphael, don't worry. The person who can solve it has arrived. Your Majesty the Holy Sun means. Erica was incredulous. What I mean is, this time, even without my intervention, the incident will be resolved. Lin Xiu looked at the empty ruins. Huh? What do you mean? The problem will be solved even without your intervention? Then why did you just demand my loyalty on the condition of quelling the riot caused by the wild boars? Erica finally discovered the blind spot. Good God, so this Saint Sun is planning to take her for free? Judging from the current situation, if it weren't for Saint Raphael, wouldn't she have been taken advantage of by Master Weird? With the lucky mentality of surviving the disaster, Erica looked in the direction Lin Xiu was looking, but did not see anything. Sir Saint, is there really anything there? Yes, Lin Xiu said with certainty, the factory. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew over the empty ruins. Light gathered with the wind, and the figure of a young man in a white robe gradually emerged. He had a subtle smile on his face, and his temperament was unique and inexplicable. He is the person I mentioned who can solve the problem. Lin Xiu just finished speaking. Boom, the next second, a strong wind started to blow. A fierce wind swept across the land, easily penetrating the wild boar's divine protection and directly striking its body. Boom. The wild boar's huge body and countless debris were swept high into the sky. In an instant, clarity and brightness returned to the world. Only the breeze gently blew across the ground, as if the previous disaster had never happened. If it weren't for those broken walls and ruins still existing, no one would have guessed that this place had just suffered the ravages of the god of disobedience. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Erica's forehead. Solved. Just like that. Just G solved. She didn't even see what happened. While she was in a state of wild shock, Strong Windgarden was right. In the strong wind, the figure of a young man in a white robe gradually appeared. However, the boy's eyes looked a little confused. After noticing Lin Xiu and the others, the young man in white robe cast a puzzled look at them. Your Excellency the Holy Sun, what on earth is? Erica subconsciously looked at Lin Xiu, seeking an explanation. Didn't I say before that this person is the one who can solve problems? Look, isn't the problem solved? Lin Xiu spread his hands and said. He saw it very clearly. The young man in white robe used the incarnation of strong wind, and inserted the golden sword into the body of wild boar, while using the storm to attack wild boar. Are you a guest from afar? The young man in white robe spoke, his tone carrying a strange sense of antiquity. To this small island in the Mediterranean, you are truly a distinguished guest. Ah, I just came here to take a look. What about you? It seems that you seem to be repeating your own myth. Lin Xiu responded with a smile. Repeating his own myth. The one who defeated Bahram can also be said to be the Persian military god Veleslana. In mythology, he showed various incarnations during his wandering journey and became the guardian of the sun and the people. At this time, his incarnations were broken up, and he was traveling while recovering his incarnations. It seemed that there was nothing wrong in saying that he was recreating the myth. Since he only obtained a partial incarnation, the young man in white robe now only has a hint of disobedience. This aura will gradually grow stronger as he continues to subdue other incarnations. Eventually, he will no longer be the slightly confused young man in front of you, but will become the god of battle who only knows how to pursue victory. Currently, he possesses 3 avatars: Strong Wind, Young Man, and Warrior with Golden Sword. Later, he will reclaim his original avatar. Lin Xiu knew one thing when she saw him. This should be the world line of the novel, not the line of the animation. The difference is that in the world line of the novel, Kusanagi Godu became friends with Veleslana before he exploded into rage. Moreover, when subduing the White Horse avatar, Kusanagi Godu snatched food from Veleslana's mouth and subdued the Yuuma avatar using Mithras' clothboard. In the fate line of the anime, Veleslana felt that Kusanagi Godu had the qualities of a warrior, so he asked the White Horse incarnation who was interested in following him to follow him. He simply regarded Kusanagi Godu as a spice of battle and a person who had a slight possibility of defeating him. There is no doubt that Kusanagi Godu, who defeated the gods through his own efforts and obtained the Yuuma incarnation in the novel world line, is more likely to be recognized by Veleslana than the White Horse incarnation that he picked up for no reason in the anime. Compared with the world line of the novel, the world line of the anime seems a bit too sloppy, making it seem like anyone can kill the gods like Kusanagi Godu. Veleslana didn't react to Lin Xiu's words. You are repeating your own myths, and repeated his words. Is it a guest from afar? Yes, if he really reacted to Lin Xiu's words, it would mean that he had almost completely recovered. Facing the boy's question, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Compared to me, you are the guest from afar, Veleslana. Yes, Veleslana is undoubtedly a guest from afar on the island of Sardinia. Yes, Joe came from far away, but I don't know the answer to why he came, Veleslana said softly. If I say that you were here by fate, would you believe it? Lin Xiu smiled, hinting at something. Of course he knew why he came here. He came here to seek defeat and to fight with the God King Mikal. However, during the battle with the God King, his body was broken apart and transformed into an ascended incarnation. Lin Xiu knew that Veleslana did not yet have a rough understanding of himself as a disobedient god. However, there are certain advantages to not becoming a complete god of disobedience. If he were an incomplete non-subordinate body, he would not be affected by madness and non-subordinate divinity and would speak rationally like he does now. It was under such circumstances that he was able to become friends and rivals with Kusanagi Godu in the original world line. It was under such circumstances that he was able to talk to Lin Xiu so calmly. Otherwise, if he had recovered his original form, he would have attacked Lin Xiu madly the first time he saw her. Am I here to follow destiny? Veleslana nodded. Destiny, this world does have destiny. However, he nodded not because he felt his fate, but because he found a lot of resentment towards fate in his hazy memories. The next second, driven by this bad feeling, Veleslana spoke subconsciously. Really? You might not be wrong. Many things are decided by that woman, fate. After he finished speaking, even he himself was stunned. Who is destiny? Why did he suddenly mention this name? Etc. Is fate a name for something? Isn't fate just fate? Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Ah, you're right. Those women who control fate are indeed assholes. Of course he knew who the woman he was talking about was. He was referring to the goddess of fate. In this world, the goddess of fate does exist. In the later part of the original story, after killing the goddesses of fate, Kusanagi Godu gained the power of a warrior who resisted fate. Through this power, he cut off the fate of Princess Alice, which was called sickness, and also cut off her fate of inheriting the last king. However, due to the influence of his own warrior who rebelled against fate, he can choose to perform or not perform the obligations of the last king, thus escaping the fate of the last king. After complaining about the goddesses of fate, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his head. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, Veleslana, the completely disobedient one. Mission description. The young god of war appeared and defeated the wild boar, just as in the original plot. However, for the host, defeating a mere god of disobedience is no longer of much significance. Rather than defeating the body of the god of disobedience, the host is actually more interested in the god of disobedience's true form. After all, the authority and divine power that the god of disobedience can provide is roughly around the peak level of the super demon king, god level, initial level lord god, but if it is the real body of the god of disobedience, the host can obtain the authority and divine power of the peak level of lord god or even the sub-dragon god level from it. To do this, the host needs to first study a method to pull the god's body out of the myth. When the god of disobedience is completely disobeying, he is closest to his true self in mythology and is at his strongest. Only with the help of the god of disobedience after complete disobedience can the host pull his body out of the myth. Born for war and mad for battle, the Eastern military god Veleslana is one of the gods most likely to completely disobey. Task level. Red. Quest requirements. Make Veleslana admit defeat with conviction, then reveal his true identity, allowing him to completely refuse to obey, in order to pursue a true showdown with the host. Note. This mission is quite special. After completing the mission, the host will not only receive the original system rewards, but also obtain the method to pull the god of disobedience down from the myth. After reading the newly triggered system task, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Completely unyielding, Lin Xiu knew that the fighting power of the god of disobedience was mainly due to two factors. First, it was their combat power and godhood within mythology. Normally, the god king and the god of war were more powerful than ordinary functional gods, such as the god of wine and the god of flowers. The second is their cognition of themselves. The more resolute a disobedient god is in his self-awareness, the more powerful his power will be. By then, even an unknown, weak god will be able to unleash a power comparable to that of a top god. For example, Saturn, the god of farming in the original plot. Originally, Saturn was the god of agriculture worshipped by the Roman Empire, who brought harvests to the people. He was also the god of celebration at the origin of Christmas. Logically speaking, the combat effectiveness of a Saturn like this should be quite average. However, after entering the state of complete disobedience, Saturn burst out with powerful divine power comparable to that of the top disobedient gods. Chapter 198. The victorious god of war is defeated, and Saint Raphael is protected, Part 1. Power is something that comes from believing in oneself, born from the heart, and becomes stronger through the evolution of the mind. In terms of using the mind to evolve, power, god slayers and divine weapon users do have something in common. However, the complete disobedience of the god of disobedience is quite different from these two. The complete disobedience of the god of disobedience is not a spiritual evolution, but a more direct descent of the power of the original body, following the mythological week. Lin Xiu learned from the information provided by the system the reason why the two states of complete disobedience and the true body of the god descending to the world are the closest. It can be understood in terms of pure numbers. If the peak strength of the all-god level can be quantified as 100. The combat power of the god of disobedience in the divine realm is 50 for ordinary gods, and 1,000 for top gods. After the incarnation is no longer in service, under normal circumstances, the combat power of ordinary gods is 5, and the combat power of top gods is 10. However, if they are in a state of complete disobedience, both ordinary gods and top gods can obtain more powerful power from themselves in the divine realm. Therefore, after the complete disobedience, the combat power of ordinary gods became close to 50 inches, while the combat power of top gods depended on the state of self-awareness and the upper limit that the world could bear, fluctuating in the range of more than 10 and less than 100. In general, because the ceiling is limited, ordinary gods can't close the gap with top gods until after 027. However, if this were in the divine realm, the situation would be completely different. In the divine realm, the gap between ordinary gods and top gods will be completely widened, and will be much clearer than in the human world. Anyway, let's complete the system's task first and try to make Veleslana completely unyielding. According to the system, war gods, like Veleslana, are among those most likely to enter a state of complete disobedience. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu extended his hand to Veleslana with a smile on his face. My name is Lin Xiu, nice to meet you. In fact, Lin Xiu had a good impression of Veleslana. Veleslana was a man whose greatest interest was to defeat his opponents. To be honest, Lin Xiu was a little envious of Veleslana, who pursued battles so carefreely. Unlike him, he still has to face the huge mountain of the X world. In general, even if there were no system tasks, as long as there was time, Lin Xiu would still be in the mood to play games with Veleslana. Facing Lin Xiu's outstretched hand, Veleslana hesitated for a few seconds. Although I can't remember why I hate the goddess of fate, I am still very happy to meet you. A few seconds later, the young man in white robe also extended his hand to Lin Xiu. By the way, thank you for helping us deal with that avatar just now. After the initial acquaintance, Lin Xiu continued to cut into the topic. You're welcome. That's what I intuitively feel I must do. The young man frowned. He didn't understand why he did this, but he just felt like doing it. He didn't know the answer, but Lin Xiu seemed to have a rough answer in his mind. Are you planning to continue traveling to various cities to subdue the lost avatars? Veleslana thought for a long time. Lin Xiu actually asked him this question. What was he going to do next? He didn't have a clear answer to this question, but at this moment, he already had a vague idea of what he wanted to do. I'm not quite sure. I just made the move because I subconsciously felt that I had to make the move. Only then would I be complete. As for the future, I will probably continue to follow this feeling and do what I think I should do. Veleslana said. Now he is undoubtedly the kind of disobedient god who has lost himself. In the subsequent process of collecting incarnations, he will gradually lose his current personality and become a standard god of war and disobedience. As he said, he didn't know what his purpose was, he just felt that he should do it. In that case, do you want to play a game with me? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Oh, games? The young man in white robe tilted his head. For some reason, after hearing the word, game, ripples began to form in his heart again. That's right, a game to compete for the incarnation of God. Your original plan was to continue wandering around and disperse the incarnation of the gods if you encountered them, right? Yes, that's exactly what I planned. In that case, I wonder if you are interested in a duel with me. Oh, a duel? What kind of duel? As soon as the word, duel, came out, it seemed to touch upon Veleslana's key words, making him concentrate instantly. Of course, it's to see who has collected more incarnations of God. Oh, interesting. Is this the way to decide the victory? Veleslana raised his eyebrows, showing great interest in Lin Xiu's proposal. How about it? Do you want to compete? Lin Xiu noticed that Veleslana would not refuse a challenge from others. No problem, I have never refused a competition invitation from others, and I have never lost a competition with others. Soon, the agreement was reached. However, before the official competition began, Lin Xiu specially invited Veleslana to a friendly match. Although the competition has officially begun from now on, in order to improve mutual understanding, I suggest that we have a friendly match first. What do you think? No problem, whether it's a friendly match or a formal match, I won't lose, Veleslana replied calmly. Okay, then take a look at the competition system I prepared. The first game is a game. The second match is between subordinates. The third match will be a competition of martial arts attainments, best of 3. Oh, you've already thought of the content for the friendly match? Okay, I accept your challenge. Erica was speechless as she watched the two people competing on their own. Are all gods nowadays so weird? Are they even playing around with them? But to be honest, Erica was really interested in the outcome between Lin Xiu and the God of War. Through the conversation with Lin Xiu and the analysis of the power of the God of War, Erica has learned that the real identity of the robed boy is the mythical god of victory, Fleshlana. As for Lin Xiu, although it is not completely confirmed, Lin Xiu should be possessed by Son of Jesus, or some god similar to Son of Jesus. On one side is the omniscient and omnipotent Son of God, and on the other side is the victorious military god who has never been defeated. Erica really wanted to see how the match between the two would turn out. The first game will be about Go. Seeing Lin Xiu manifest a Go board, Erica also became interested. As a talented girl, she naturally learned Go. However, because she had so much to learn, she only improved her Go skills to the level of an ordinary professional Go player and then turned to other sports. Oh, is this chess? I have memories related to this game. The moment he saw the chessboard, a large number of game scenes emerged in Veleslana's mind. Although his self-awareness was still in chaos, he was certain of one thing. He could play chess. Moreover, he had never lost a game against others. Then, let the game begin. Here, I give you my protection. Raphael. Although Lin Xiu's computing power is also very strong, it is not enough to completely suppress Veleslana from the beginning. Ever since the defeat, Veleslana's gaze towards Lin Xiu has been filled with brilliance. Stranger, you are the only one who has ever brought defeat upon me. Even if fate is severed and time and space perish, I will still etch you in my memory. Lord Son of God has a slight advantage, and Lord God of War has a slight disadvantage. After dealing with Raphael briefly, Erica devoted all her energy to deducing the chess game. Veleslana saw that Lin Xiu's chess style was very different from that of ordinary beings. Lin Xiu looked at Saint Raphael and motioned her to come over. In the middle game attack and defense, Lin Xiu used flying and leaning tactics. For example, Black 1 flying and leaning suppressed White's progress, thus gaining a huge strategic space for himself. As he spoke, Lin Xiu smiled and waved forward, and the chessboard and chess pieces turned into golden points of light and disappeared. While Lin Xiu and Veleslana were playing chess, Erica and Saint Raphael were watching from the sidelines. You guessed correctly. My chess moves are the pinnacle of deductive reasoning, the optimal solution after exhausting all computational power. Even if you change your mindset mid-game, it will be difficult to salvage the overall situation. However, before the duel between the followers, I still need to make some preparations. As she spoke, Lin Xiu stepped in front of Saint Raphael, lifted her smooth chin, and kissed her deeply. However, our duel is not over yet. Lin Xiu smiled slightly and placed the black piece on the star position. He was able to achieve this level thanks to the God of the Bible. 5.9 The God of the Bible once used Go to hone his computing power and had a large number of Go records and deduced games in his database. Using the star position opening, Lin Xiu quickly controlled the situation through 3-3, 4-4 and other fixed patterns. In the end, she could only come to a depressing conclusion, that is, whether it was Lin Xiu or Veleslana, both of them were at a level that could easily crush her. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Really? Then who has the advantage and who has the disadvantage? After mastering these chess records, Lin Xiu's Go skills have reached a quite astonishing level. I see that your chess moves are neither like those played by humans nor by gods, they're truly marvelous. Throwing the chess piece onto the board casually, Veleslana graciously admitted his defeat. Yes. Although he was doubtful, Saint Raphael still followed the way of chivalry and came to Lin Xiu. If Veleslana continued to improve his Go skills, he might have a chance to defeat Lin Xiu in the future. Unfortunately, at the moment, Lin Xiu's Go skills were undoubtedly superior to Veleslana's. Daughter of the Brantley family, can you understand the advantages and disadvantages? Soon, the result of the game came out. Therefore, Saint Raphael had no choice but to ask Erica for help. Well, I can understand it a little bit, but it's limited to seeing the advantages and disadvantages. Erica frowned and said while looking at the chessboard. This game is my defeat. Unlike Erica who knows the principles of chess, Saint Raphael really knows nothing about chess. Yes, that's right, it's a duel between dependents, Lin Xiu nodded. The next duel will be a duel between the families, right? In the final game, even though Veleslana tried his best, he was unable to save the entire market. Chapter 199. Saint Raphael's shyness, he is Lin Xiu himself. Second update. In fact, Saint Raphael had noticed something was wrong as early as when Lin Xiu called him over. Because, the moment she came in front of Lin Xiu, she found herself unable to move. Saint Raphael's feeling was correct. When she arrived, Lin Xiu controlled her body through the contract. However, Lin Xiu was not someone who liked wooden people, so after he began to infuse his divine power, Lin Tiao released his control over Saint Raphael. After being released from the control, Saint Raphael did not resist. Instead, he immediately gave Lin Xiu the most enthusiastic response, actively probing into Lin Xiu's teeth, and at the same time trying his best to trigger the witch bloodline in his body. Saint Raphael did not resist. On the one hand, she was already a knight of the Son of God. It was normal for the Son of God to ask his subordinates to go into battle, and it was also normal for him to give his subordinates protection before going into battle. She had no reason to refuse. On the other hand, she had always longed for such an opportunity to get close to the Son of God. At this time, Saint Raphael not only used all the techniques he could use, but also constantly stimulated the trace of witch blood in his body, preparing to obtain some information about Lin Xiu from close contact with her. Because, only in this way can she clearly identify the true identity of this god, and thus let Lin Xiujo know the current situation of being possessed by the god. Even if she couldn't rescue Lin Xiu, knowing the son's true identity would be extremely meaningful. If the unworthy disciple she had taught for a month or two could arrive in time, she could then provide information about the god of disobedience, thereby increasing Tony's chances of successfully killing the god. Generally speaking, Saint Raphael didn't like Lin Xiu that much. From the beginning, he treated Lin Xiu as a friend, comrade, and a promising junior. However, as the time spent in close contact with Lin Xiu increased, Saint Raphael found that his mind became more and more hazy, his breathing became increasingly disordered, and his actions in response to Lin Xiu became more and more decisive and proactive. Just like that, under the influence of Lin Xiu's gold-level succubus bloodline, Saint Raphael's wheat-colored skin gradually turned rosy, his body temperature rose by a few tenths of a degree Celsius, and his body quickly entered a state of preparation for reproduction. Although Saint Raphael did not have any romantic feelings for Lin Xiu. However, she really admired Lin Xiu and was optimistic about her potential. Coincidentally, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline has the ability to transform the good feelings related to Lin Xiu into good feelings towards Lin Xiu herself. In this situation of French kissing, the favorability of Tula baby tree Lin Xiu is rising crazily. Although it is not possible to reach the level of a conquest, it is still possible to reach the level of causing Saint Raphael to develop feelings of love between a man and a woman. When Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael were kissing deeply, Erica was stunned where she was. Is this granting protection? But isn't this way of granting protection too? Erica could feel the rapidly growing strength of Saint Raphael, and she also witnessed Saint Raphael's extremely proactive attitude in asking for a kiss. Since childhood, Erica knew that Saint Raphael was the strongest swordsman in Europe. A few years ago, she even got David's words from Saint Raphael. And now, the female paladin whom she had admired and respected since childhood was showing her feminine side in front of her. This contrast made Erica feel a little nervous and hot all over. A full minute later, Lin Xiu finally let go of Saint Raphael, who had been somewhat distracted by his kiss and had even stretched out his arms to hug him. After separating from Lin Xiu, the usually calm Saint Raphael experienced unprecedented emotional fluctuations. On the one hand, it was because the kiss just now was too impressive for her, especially the scene where she took the initiative to let Lin Xiu go deeper, which was really too much for her to bear. On the other hand, it was because she found that the power that Lin Xiu passed on to her was a little bit wrong. Although the divine power that Lin Xiu brought over was very similar to the divine power of the god of disobedience, it did not have the aura of disobedience, of the god of disobedience at all. Speaking of which, Saint Raphael hadn't sensed any unfaithful aura from Lin Xiu from the very beginning. However, at that time, Saint Raphael thought that Lin Xiu had used some special method to cover up the aura of disobedience on his body. But she had just confirmed it when they were kissing. Lin Xiu had no so-called disobedient aura, either on her body or inside her body. So, that means Lin Xiu isn't possessed by the god of disobedience? But, how is it possible? Wait, this divine power is. Suddenly, Saint Raphael discovered something again, and his black pupils instantly dilated. She discovered that the divine power that Lin Xiu brought over was very feminine, and also had a dark nature. In addition, the trace of witch blood in her body was also stimulated to the greatest extent by the divine power passed on by Lin Xiu. The only one who can do this is the Earth Mother Goddess. Why does Lin Xiu possess the divine power of the Earth Mother Goddess? Now, Saint Raphael was really confused. It's fine if he's not the god of disobedience, but how can Xiu possess the Earth Mother Goddess's divine calendar of darkness? It is impossible for a god slayer to have divine power. all he possesses is curse power. The god of disobedience is also impossible. Lin Xiu does not have the aura of disobedience. So, the true god has descended into the world. That's not right. How could the Earth Mother Goddess be a man? And she even has the title of Holy Son. After ruling out all possibilities, Saint Raphael could only think of one possibility. Could it be that Lin Xiu wasn't possessed by a deity? From the beginning to the end, he was acting according to his own will. After reaching this conclusion, Saint Raphael suddenly looked towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just smiled and nodded, which completely verified Shenglier's idea. When Saint Raphael thought about the fact that he had signed a contract with Lin Xiu to become Lin Xiu's knight and that Lin Xiu had kissed him forcefully, his body and soul trembled and he subconsciously lowered his head. She had never viewed Lin Xiu from a male or female perspective. However, starting today, this will completely change. Looking at Lin Xiu again, and recalling that the person kissing her was not a god but Lin Xiu herself, Saint Raphael subconsciously licked his red lips that still retained the scent of Lin Xiu, and was a little dazed for a moment. How come I didn't see before that Lin Xiu Jun would grow up to be such a handsome man? Seeing Saint Raphael's reaction, Lin Xiu gently raised her hand and kissed her smooth and delicate hand, which was also wheat-colored. Saint Raphael, I have given you a portion of my divine power and the strength of this land. I wonder if you have the confidence to bring me victory? After being kissed by Lin Xiu, Saint Raphael trembled physically and mentally, and finally remembered the real reason why Lin Xiu kissed her this time. Yes, I'd love to. Taking a deep breath, Saint Raphael looked towards Veleslana. Anyway, let's fulfill Lin Xiu's expectations of her first. Just as Saint Raphael raised the replicas of the Lion's Magic Sword and the Silver Magic Sword, Lin Xiu's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Lin Xiu. By the way, Saint Raphael, you don't need to worry too much about this battle. What you should really focus on is after the battle. After the second round of battle, I will assign you a more important task. Saint Raphael. This is Lin Xiu Jun talking to me? Lin Xiu. That's right, through the blessing, I left my divine power in you, so I can talk to you like this. Saint Raphael. Hiss. So, Lin Xiu Jun, you can hear my heart? Lin Xiu. That's right, Saint Raphael. Saint Raphael was silent for a while and lowered his head silently. Because, she had just said something like, why didn't I see before that Lin Xiu Jun would grow up to be such a handsome man? When faced with something they don't want to face, most people choose to escape. So, just a few seconds later, Saint Raphael replied again. Saint Raphael. Okay, I understand. Can you tell me what my mission is after the battle? Soon, the second duel, the duel between the subordinates, began. After thinking it over, Veleslana sent out the wild boar he had just conquered. Although theoretically the wild boar is his true form, since he has no knowledge of himself now, he just treats the wild boar as a subordinate. In order to avoid affecting the outside world, I think we should first find a suitable battle site, right? As he spoke, Lin Xiu looked at Veleslana with a questioning look. That's right, I can use the power of wild wind to form a barrier, but from what you said, it seems that you plan to do it yourself. Veleslana heard that Lin Xiu intended to create the battlefield himself. Yes, I intend to do it myself. Lin Xiu nodded and stepped lightly on the ground. Ang 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 ang. The next second, countless golden dragon ores rushed out from the earth veins, surrounding the area where everyone was from all directions. Since absorbing the power of Athena, the Earth Mother, Lin Xiu's affinity with the earth has increased a lot, and he has become more adept at controlling the dragon veins. Originally, Lin Xiu could only control the dragon veins in southern Europe and maintain a Super Demon King level barrier. And now Lin Xiu can already control the earth veins of the whole Europe, and the level of the dragon energy barrier has also been upgraded from the original Super Demon King level to the initial main god level. Okay, since you have made arrangements, I feel relieved. Veleslana raised his hand slightly, and the next second, a wild boar filled with violent divinity descended from the sky. Chapter 200. The Incarnation of God, White Horse. The Paladin of Dual Swords, Part 1. With Lin Xiu and Veleslana watching, the second round began soon. Since Lin Xiu did not possess true, protective powers, the divine power she infused into Saint Raphael had limited effect. It only temporarily raised her strength to the level of a Demon King, and was unable to fight against the wild boar, which had returned to its original form. Since Lin Xiu didn't demand that she win, Saint Raphael only fought with all her might and didn't use all the means Lin Xiu had unlocked for her. In the end, San Rafael was undoubtedly victorious. However, Veleslana did not look very happy. He had been expecting a battle of equal strength, a battle in which both sides would use their strength and wisdom, but he had not expected that Lin Xiu would be defeated so easily, as if he had not used his full strength at all. In his opinion, Lin Xiu should have more means. Lin Xiu, without resorting to any tricks, effectively gave him this victory. As a victorious military god, he really didn't like the feeling of being given victory by others. In the third round, I hope you won't let me lose the dust. Veleslana obviously did not give up hope on Lin Xiu. Because, in the second match, Lin Xiu did not personally fight, only his subordinates did. He was still looking forward to the outcome of the match between Lin Xiu and him. No problem, I won't let you down in the third game. Lin Xiu smiled and picked up 2 olive branches from the ground, throwing one of them to Veleslana. Using this sword, I will not use any powers, but only divine strength, to determine the winner in pure swordplay. I wonder if this kind of duel satisfies you? Ha ha ha, I couldn't ask for more. Veleslana has been looking forward to the showdown with Lin Xiu for a long time. The next second, the branch in Lin Xiu's hand was wrapped in golden dragon energy. Seeing Lin Xiu enchanting the branches, Veleslana raised his eyebrows and used his own divine power to enchant the branches as well. Originally, he had no intention of doing so, but after seeing Lin Xiu do it, he remembered what Lin Xiu had said, only use divine power, and in the end, like Lin Xiu, he used divine power to enchant the olive branch. The battle began soon. Since both Lin Xiu and Veleslana were ready to unleash their divine power, Lin Xiu deliberately sent Saint Raphael and Erica out of the dragon energy barrier before the battle began. Veleslana had no opinion on Lin Xiu's actions, but just silently waited for Lin Xiu to return. Soon, Lin Xiu finished all the preparations and returned to Veleslana. Please. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, indicating that Veleslana should go first. In that case, I'd be disrespectful to refuse. I'll attack first. Veleslana couldn't wait any longer. He tapped the ground with his foot and suddenly rushed towards Lin Xiu. Even without awakening my ego, can I achieve this level just by relying on my fighting instincts? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. He saw that Veleslana was trying to find his true self through fighting with him. Veleslana's figure seemed to turn into a breeze, and when the olive branch was thrust out, it brought with it a tsunami-like sound of breaking through the air. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and concentrated, the tree branch just 3 inches in front of his throat as if he had foreseen the future. The moment the two branches collided, Veleslana turned his wrist, and the dead branch transformed into a heavy afterimage and flew towards the places where the divine power gathered around Lin Xiu. Left Jianjing, right Zongman, Tanzong. From the perspective of ancient Eastern countries, these acupuncture points are major acupuncture points in the human body. Even gods will be greatly affected when these acupuncture points are attacked. In the mildest case, the circulation of internal power will be greatly affected by CCDC. In the worst case, the internal divine power will be in chaos, the ability to move will be greatly affected, and the person will be slaughtered in the subsequent battle. Veleslana's attack was so obvious that it was obvious that he was planning to test Lin Xiu's upper limit from the beginning. Facing Veleslana's branches, Lin Xiu's terrifying computing power worked rapidly. The next moment, Lin Xiu lightly tapped the delicate branches in his hand, and the branches accurately hit the real attack nodes of each phantom like a calculation formula. Golden sparks exploded as branches collided, and the ancient Greek stone slabs beneath their feet cracked. Ding 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 ding, the sound of metallic collisions continued to ring out. Veleslana found that Lin Xiu's blocking was extremely exquisite. Each time, he blocked the most critical point with the smallest movement. Oh, this kind of computing power. No, calling it calculation ability isn't quite accurate. Is it the product of a fusion of multiple abilities, including self-calculation, heavenly induction, and combat experience? It seems you're still on the road to progress, and are gradually forging your own path. As he spoke, Veleslana suddenly took mysterious steps and attacked Lin Xiu from an extremely strange angle. Is this a random step, or drawing step, that can cause people to react subconsciously? Using this kind of move against me, aren't you underestimating me? The next second, the heavenly Dao sense instantly saw through the illusion, and the branch in Lin Xiu's hand suddenly thrust forward, the trajectory zigzagging as if violating the laws of physics, and directly hit the center line of Veleslana's exposed body. The two figures suddenly separated and reunited, their white robes and modern windbreakers intertwined in the sunlight. While Lin Xiu and Veleslana were having a lively fight, Erica and Saint Raphael also took action on the other side. After being sent out of the dragon energy barrier by Lin Xiu, the two quickly rushed to the location designated by Lin Xiu. At this time, in the north of Italy, a white horse was gradually gathering. Wrapped in the golden sun flame, a platinum fireball released a blazing glow. Obviously, this is the incarnation of God, As the figure of the white horse gradually appeared, Erica and Saint Raphael arrived at the location of the white horse at the same time. According to Lin Xiu's request, while he was fighting with Veleslana, Saint Raphael and Erica were sent out and went to the designated location under Lin Xiu's arrangement to start subduing the remaining incarnations of the gods. Lion's steel, king of swords that cut through 1,000 armors. Pulling out the replica of the lion's demonic sword, Saint Raphael slashed out with the word Spirit and Reinhardt together. Sizzle. The platinum sun flames surrounding the white horse were broken by Reinhardt's words, causing Erica to open her red lips. The power of the word Spirit used by Saint Raphael and the word Spirit used by her were completely on a different level. First, it's the blessing of divine power, then the blessing of the local dragon veins, and finally, Saint Raphael's own spiritual power is much stronger than mine. This is what created such a significant gap. Erica's mood was very delicate, because if Saint Raphael hadn't suddenly appeared, she would most likely be the one doing this job now. I don't know if she is the one who receives the protection of the Son of God, can fulfill the Son of God's expectations and help him achieve his goal, and subdue the incarnation of the God of War during the battle between the Son of God and the God of War. If it were me, considering that my own strength is not as good as that of the paladin Saint Raphael, Shinzi Mu Ren should give me more powerful divine support, right? In other words, I will be kissed by the Holy Sun for a longer time. Thinking of this, Erica recalled the scene when Saint Raphael received Lin Xiu's protection. The Son of God must have some special attack against ordinary humans, right? Even Saint Raphael, who she had always thought was incredibly tough and powerful, showed such a shy girlish attitude. If it were him. No, seriously, what am I thinking? Rather than this, it's better to complete the task that the Holy Sun has assigned to us first. After fighting with her own wild boar, and witnessing the battle between Saint Raphael and the wild boar, Erika has completely understood the gap between herself and the gods. Therefore, if there is a disobedient god like Lin Xiu who does not look so disobedient, and is willing to kill another disobedient god without causing a lot of damage, Erika is still willing to provide help. On the other hand, while Erika was in a trance, Saint Raphael had already moved his work to the next stage. After breaking through the Yangin defense layer on the white horse, the next second, Saint Raphael took back the lion's magic sword. Instead, it was the craftsman's magic sword, Il Maestro. The craftsman's magic sword has a hilt as long as a spear and is a weapon with a saber-like blade. The craftsman's demonic sword, similar in appearance to the Japanese weapon known as the naginata, is one of the twin swords gifted by Saint Raphael, and its name means master craftsman. It is the creator of mysterious beauty and is also likened to the steel that plays beautiful melodies. It hides a special power called magic song. Erika's best friend, Liliana, has a weapon that is exactly the same as the craftsman's magic sword in Saint Raphael's hand. Saint Raphael brandished Il Maestro, and curved waves of light flew out from the craftsman's magic sword, slashing towards the white horse, with a swish, 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 as if playing a parting song. Saint Raphael's movements were as brisk as the cool breeze blowing gently across the plateau. The naginata-shaped Il Maestro attacked relentlessly. Slash, slash. From left to right, diagonally above, diagonally below, directly above, directly below, continuously slashing from all angles, sometimes stabbing the blade in a straight line. There was no pause, and the attacks continued without interruption, like a gust of steel. Along with this slash, Il Maestro played a strange and magical melody, causing mysterious sounds to emanate from the craftsman's steel. If a mortal heard this sound, their concentration would be taken away and they would become sleepy, thus creating a flaw. At this time, Saint Raphael could take advantage of the opportunity to slaughter the opponent at will, which was also one of Saint Raphael's hidden skills. If Reinhardt is the hard magic sword, then Il Maestro is the soft magic sword. It's a pity that the magic song has no effect on the incarnation of God like White Horse. The white horse looked up to the sky and let out a sharp neigh, while a solar prominence ring burst out around its body. Like rocks on the seashore pushing back the waves, the solar prominence of White Horse easily turned back Saint Raphael's magic song. Of course, the reason why Saint Raphael played the magic song was not to use it to defeat Bai Chong. She used the magic song only to mark all lives within the range. After using magic song to complete the marking, Saint Raphael slapped the ground with one hand. In the name of my lord Lin Xiu, and with the energy of the land, may your people be blessed. Chapter 201. He is the one in the Bible. Conquering the White Horse, Part 2. After activating the dragon vein, Saint Raphael used it to temporarily transfer all marked lives into the earth vein. At this moment, the white horse finally rushed towards Saint Raphael. Facing the white horse that was coming from the sky, Saint Raphael raised the lion's magic sword and the craftsman's magic sword at the same time. Golden divine power enveloped him, and Saint Raphael's red lips parted slightly, uttering words of annihilation. Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani, Lord, why have you forsaken me? This is a book honoring David's achievements. Erika was very familiar with the words that Saint Raphael was speaking now. As long as the magician is not the kind of person who only pursues the ultimate chivalry and simply improves his swordsmanship, the book of commemorating David's merits will have a great appeal to him. This is because the book of commemorating David's achievements contains many forbidden spells that can effectively harm divine beasts and even gods. For example, the Book of Records word spirit is said to be a word spirit that can grant the chanter an ancient and powerful curse that can harm even disobedient gods. Another example is the Hymn of Holy Destruction, which is said to be a hymn of holy slaughter that could destroy the ill-fated city of Jericho and wipe out the people and king of Midian from the face of the earth. Erika knew that the rumors were true. Before Liliana was recruited by Marquis Vauban, she and Liliana had learned a few words from the Book of Honoring David during the duel between Saint Raphael and his amnesiac disciple, Godslayer Tony. Although Saint Raphael asked them not to take out the words written down using the magic of copying, Erika and Liliana still memorized a few words with their strong memory. In the original story, the reason why Kusanagi Godu was able to use Erika's weapon to effectively damage Athena was because Erika used Da Zong's word slave to enchant her own magic sword with the privilege of holy annihilation. On Saint Raphael's side, facing the galloping white horse, the strongest female paladin in Europe chanted the word spirit at a rapid speed. Lord, I called out during the day, but you did not answer. I called out at night, but you were silent. Yet you are the God who became a saint and was baptized by Israel's many hymns. My bones are all decaying and crumbling, my heart has turned to wax stone, and my body has dissolved in it. Please abandon me to the dust of death. Dogs surround me, and I will be tortured by the evildoers. In the original story, this is Erika's most powerful spell, called the Word of Golgotha. Golgotha, the planet. Golgotha, in Ace is one of the transliterations of Golgotha. symbolizing the similar death of the Ultra Brothers and Jesus. It is said that the Song of Woe is the hymn that Jesus Christ sang until he was exhausted before his execution at Golgotha. Chanting the spell requires immense concentration, which will lower the surrounding temperature. Ordinary people will lose their sight just by hearing it, and those with weaker bodies will fall down directly. It can easily kill all those gathered around it. It is a word of hatred and despair bestowed on the sword. Therefore, before using this word spirit, Saint Raphael cleared out all the people in the area in advance. Because she knew that the power of the spirit of Calvary's words, she used this time would far exceed her imagination. As Saint Raphael chanted, an unknown will seem to bless her, making the wind of killing and curse around her even more violent. Why is Saint Raphael's condition not right? Why'd I feel that? In addition to the simple divine power and dragon vein blessing, she also has some will power. Wow, Erica's feelings were undoubtedly correct. The word spirit of Golgotha is the word spirit of the Son of God, Jesus, and Lin Xiu, in the DxD world, just happens to possess the persona of the Son of God. As the Knight of the Son of God, Raphael's compatibility with the word spirit of Calvary has reached its highest point in history. Originally, Saint Raphael's strength had reached the level of a paladin, the highest level of demons. If she were to use David's words, although she could not defeat the incarnation of God, she could still cause certain damage to the incarnation of God. After all, even Erica, who has not yet reached the level of a paladin, can cause effective damage to the defenseless Athena after using David's words. Saint Raphael, who was at the level of a paladin, coupled with the dragon vein blessing given by Lin Xiu, could easily deal with Yuuma, who had not yet returned to his original form and whose strength was not even at the level of a Supremo Lord. Theoretically, even Erica, with the blessing of the Super Demon King level dragon vein given by Lin Xiu, would be able to defeat the White Horse. Saint Raphael had his own reasons for using the spirit of Calvary's words to deal with the White Horse. At this moment, feeling the wonderful resonance between the divine power within himself and the words of Golgotha, Saint Raphael had already come to a conclusion. That Holy Son is indeed the one in the Bible. After clarifying this, Saint Raphael suddenly swung down both shoulders in his hands at the same time. Give me help, O one who has become my strength, and give it to me quickly. Save my soul from the sword. Save me from the lion's fangs. Save me from the wild beasts. Let me tell you the name of the Lord. Praise him in the center of the world. Convert to him and dedicate yourself to him. Under the power of Golgotha's word spirit, dark golden waves of cursed energy burst out from the lions and the craftsman's magic swords, flying towards the white horse charging head-on. Boom! Under the influence of the Golgotha spirit, renowned for its curse and killing power, White Horse's legs instantly became weak, and the sun flame surrounding him also instantly weakened. Buzz! The next second, in Saint Raphael's hand, the Naginata-shaped craftsman's demonic sword transformed into a silver divine bow, and the longsword-shaped lion's demonic sword transformed into a silver divine arrow. Drawing the bow, Saint Raphael released a terrifying ultramarine curse power from his body. O mountains of Gilboa, I pray that upon you may the rain of sweet dew fall. Offer the thirsty beasts the offerings they crave. Give up yourself and become the shield of the warriors on the other side, Thor's shield, and fuse with oil, dedicate yourself to this place. The blue curse power continued to condense and sublimate on the longbow. The word spirit that Saint Raphael is currently using is called David's word spirit, Song of the Bow. In the original story, after Liliana uttered David's word, bow song, she actually shot and wounded the eastern sun god Perseus, Mithra. Unlike the words of Golgotha, bow song is a summoning magic. Although it will also cause the surrounding air temperature to drop when used, the difference is that Erica's is closer to the feeling of being forced into a desperate situation, with the despair and hatred in her heart filling the surroundings and making the atmosphere boil. Liliana's is a sorrow that penetrates the heart, like the melancholy and regretful lamentations of the dead, and also like the chants of warriors who are tired of fighting. In general, the words of bow song and Golgotha are both powerful words that have the power to harm the bodies of gods. When using bow song, Turafil felt the same feeling as when using word of Keguda. Sure enough, the answer had been right in front of her all along. Lin Xiu, this Holy Son, is exactly the same Holy Son in the Bible. But what is the situation now? There is no doubt that Lin Xiu has always been himself. He is neither a disobedient god nor a godslayer. Could it be that he was born the Holy Son of the new era, but only now has he fully understood his mission? While trying to do two things at once, Saint Raphael finished chanting the bow song, while thinking about Lin Xiu's situation. Jonathan's bow will not retreat until it drinks the enemy's blood. Thor's sword will not return to its sheath until it gnaws the warrior's flesh, until this body is defeated. O Jonathan's bow, O brave warrior Wu who is as swift as a lion. Run, defeat your enemies, swish, swish, swish. 4 ice blue magic arrows flew out, leaving several graceful traces in the air, and finally landed on the white horse at the same time, leaving 4 wounds on the golden horse's body that were bleeding golden blood. At this moment, under the dual curses of the spirit of Golgotha and Song of the Bow, White Horse fell into an unprecedented state of weakness. 0. Erica. Saint Raphael looked towards Erica. Clear. Dragon. Dormant in the earth, commanded by the heavens, this dragon wine gathers the essence of heaven and earth. In the name of my lord Lin Xiu, to defeat those who destroy the earth. You should come quickly. Boom! Erica held the Prometheus tablet and launched a dragon energy attack in the Prometheus tablet at the same time. Ang 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 ang. Several golden dragon shadows rushed out and passed through the body of the white horse at the same time. After the dragon energy, Prometheus's divine power followed, completely enveloping the white horse's body. Buzz! After a few seconds, the white horse turned into a ball of golden light and flew towards the Prometheus slate, without any response. Success! Success! Erica was overjoyed as she held the stone slab, which was much warmer than before. Although they relied on the power of the Holy Sun, they did succeed in subduing the incarnation of God. Well, it worked. With this white horse, Erica, you should be able to handle a divine incarnation on your own. According to the arrangements made by the Holy Sun, we will act separately from now on. Should that be okay? Although Saint Raphael was asking Erica a question, he simply mounted his horse and galloped towards the sky. Other incarnations of God, Erica held the stone tablet in her hand and rushed towards another coordinate. The other side. Lin Xiu's side. While Saint Raphael and Erica were collecting the incarnations of God, the battle on Lin Xiu's side was gradually coming to an end. The god of war just stood there, the dry branch in his hand seemed to contain a myriad of changes, and he attacked Lin Xiu directly. Lin Xiu also stopped at the same time, with the branch resting at his waist, as if attacking and defending. When their eyes met, a nameless artistic conception seemed to condense into a physical object and collide in the air. The next second, they both stepped forward at the same time. The two olive branches kept colliding, emitting golden sparks. In the end, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a slight, click, sound. Two figures stood intertwined, and the branches in their hands turned into golden powder and scattered in the evening breeze. Chapter 202. Awaken God of War, you are really narcissistic, Update 1. The branch is broken, Veleslana curled his lips in disappointment. Yeah, the branch broke, Lin Xiu still smiled. In his perception, Saint Raphael and Erica had already subdued 3 incarnations of gods, namely, White Horse, Camel, and Goat. There was no doubt that in this bet with the goal of subduing 6 avatars, he had already established an invincible position. Do you want to continue? Veleslana looked at another branch on the ground. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the current draw. No, thanks. Lin Xiu shook his head. Lin Xiu said this because the 3 incarnations of the gods he had just sensed had all been subdued. As for the remaining 3 incarnations of the gods, they must have been completely dispersed and needed more time to replenish their bodies. It shouldn't appear in the short term. Veleslana noticed Lin Xiu's smile. Compared with before, there seemed to be a lot more in Lin Xiu's smile. As the dragon energy barrier was removed and his sense of the outside world was restored, he finally understood the reason why Lin Xiu was smiling. Immediately, Veleslana showed an unprecedented happy smile. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I see, so that's how it is. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Although I was still confused just now, I have to admit that these 10 moves of yours were indeed beautiful. Lin Xiu just calmly watched Veleslana go crazy. After laughing for a full minute, Veleslana's thin body stopped trembling and he recovered from the extreme joy and excitement. You who have broken free from fate, can I ask you a few questions? After the madness ended, Veleslana looked at Lin Xiu. The light was full of admiration and fighting spirit. Before you ask me a question, can I ask you a question? Lin Xiu asked back. Yes, no problem. You are someone I recognize. I am willing to listen and answer all your questions. Hearing Veleslana's gay answer, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched subconsciously. Although he had already imagined what the scene would be like after he defeated Veleslana once, when this scene really appeared before him, he was still a little bit overwhelmed. Okay, then I'll ask you, if I'm not mistaken, you should have recovered your memory, right? Lin Xiu could feel that Veleslana's mind was no longer confused, and only the desire to fight and win remained. If he was only subconsciously pursuing victory before, now he is deliberately and persistently pursuing battle and victory. That's right. Veleslana nodded. Just now, when I was laughing, my mind suddenly became clear. When I came to my senses, all my memories were awakened. After answering Lin Xiu's question very generously, Veleslana began his turn very consciously. Those who break free from fate, unless something unexpected happens, should come from another world. After recovering his memory, Veleslana changed his address to Lin Xiu from a stranger from a foreign land to a person who has broken free from fate. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. To be honest, he was very happy that Veleslana could see this, because it would make it easier for him to carry out his next plan. It's true. No wonder I can't find any thread of fate in you. I really envy you for being able to freely control your own destiny. Veleslana's envy came from the heart. After all, in the divine realm of the God-Slayer world, although the gods are powerful, this power is based on mythological narratives. Once the worlds related to the divine realm change their way of passing on myths, the gods in the divine realm will also change their images. Even the goddess of fate, who controls fate, cannot avoid this kind of change. No matter what, you who have broken free from fate, even though I was in a state of confusion and wandering just now, you have indeed successfully snatched victory from my hands. You have defeated the god of victory, who has never failed. This supreme glory will follow you throughout your life and become the most dazzling light in your life. Although he had some intention of making excuses for himself, saying that he was not in full condition, Veleslana still generously acknowledged Lin Xiu's victory. Because, although he and Lin Xiu had 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw in the 3 games, he did lose to Lin Xiu in the first game. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Xiu deliberately lost the second game to him. Facing the praise from the god of victory, Lin Xiu looked embarrassed. Veleslana, I have to say, you're really narcissistic. He actually wanted others to regard defeating him once as a lifetime honor. It must be said that Veleslana was too narcissistic and arrogant. Although Lin Xiu had anticipated the arrogance of the god of disobedience, he felt somewhat embarrassed when they displayed this arrogance in front of him. Narcissistic? As a god, if he can't even be narcissistic, then he must be a failed god. Veleslana accepted Lin Xiu's evaluation very calmly. Besides, the stronger I am, the less likely I am to be defeated. Wouldn't that make your victory even more glorious? Judging from the results, your best of 3 system was designed to attract my attention from the beginning. First, you must reveal your identity, attract my attention, and agree with me that the winner will be determined by the number of avatars you subdue. Then, challenge me for fun. Although nominally this challenge is just for fun, you put a lot of thought into it from the very beginning. In the first round, you chose a game you were sure to win, just to arouse my desire to win. Then comes the second round. There are 3 main reasons why you chose to have the subordinates of both sides face off in the second round. First, I will take advantage of the opportunity of the duel between my subordinates to grant you protection. Secondly, give me a victory to further stimulate my competitive spirit and thus delay me as long as possible in the third round. The third is to demonstrate to me your dragon energy barrier that can isolate the outside world and protect it from the aftermath of the battle. After all, you've already used the dragon energy barrier in the second round, so it wouldn't be surprising to see you use it again in the third round when you face me head-on. By laying out the plan in the second game, you can completely achieve your goal in the third game. Outside, you will isolate your subordinates and send them to subdue my incarnation. Inside, completely isolated from the outside world, you battled against me, whose desire for victory was intensifying. You didn't even use divine power, but instead deliberately used dragon energy to amplify the olive branch in your hand. Because in this case, even if your followers use the power of dragon energy outside and affect the earth veins, I will only think that the earth veins have changed because of you. It is precisely because I already know this that I am willing to grant you the honor of defeating the god of victory. This is what you deserve. Lin Xiu shook his head, not commenting. Really? You deserve it. Despite what Veleslana said, he could only hear his arrogance and narcissism in his words. Yes, I deserve it. However, now that I have recovered my memory, I will not allow you to take away any victory from me. As for the remaining 3 incarnations, I will subdue them all before you do. Now, Lin Xiu has conquered 3 of the 6 incarnations. If Veleslana can conquer the remaining 3, the score will be 3-3. Really? Then quickly go and subdue the remaining 3 incarnations. But, Veleslana, do you know? The reason you haven't lost yet is because you were weak, Lin Xiu added. Huh? What do you mean? Veleslana frowned instantly. Because you were weak, you were defeated by the god King Mikal. Because you were weak, the recovery time of your 10 avatars is so slow. Because of your weakness, 303, your 10 avatars have not yet fully recovered. Even now, 3 of them are still in a state of energy collapse and are nowhere to be found. If your 6 avatars had fully recovered, I would have already tracked them down and subdued them. You wouldn't have had the chance to subdue them again. So, the reason you haven't lost yet is because you were weak. After Lin Xiu finished speaking, Lane fell into a long silence. Indeed, if his avatars had already fully recovered, then when he and Lin Xiu had a martial arts duel, the remaining 6 avatars would all fall into Lin Xiu's hands. You're the one who broke free from fate, trying to steal victory and leave me speechless. Is that why you said those words to me before the 3 games started? Veleslana remembered what Lin Xiu had said to him before the game started. Although the competition has officially begun, I suggest we have a friendly match first to help both sides get to know each other better. Obviously, the god of war only recognized Lin Xiu's victory, but he believed that Lin Xiu's victory was based on a secret stealing. If it was a head-on victory, the victory would definitely belong to him. Unfortunately, I don't approve of this winning method of starting the game unilaterally without telling the other player. Next time I will let you see my true appearance and true strength. As Veleslana spoke, a strong wind blew beside him. The figure of the young man in white robe gradually disappeared. Veleslana. Before the young military god completely disappeared, Lin Xiu called him one last time. Don't you think it's too boring to fight with only your body? The young god of war nodded. It's indeed a pity, but this is the rule of being a god of disobedience. Unless this rule is broken, before he finished speaking, Veleslana completely disappeared in front of Lin Xiu. Chapter 203 Conceptual Ability Usurping Destiny, The Art of Fate Grafting, Part 2. After Veleslana disappeared, within a few minutes, Saint Raphael and Erica returned one after another. Sir, this is your slate. The blonde girl, like a golden lioness, respectfully presented the slate of Prometheus to Lin Xiu. At this time, Prometheus' stone tablet already contained the 3 incarnations of God: white horse, camel, and goat. The moment he got the stone tablet, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, Prometheus' slate. Quest level: Gold right pointing arrow red. Mission description. The Slate of Prometheus is a powerful divine tool that contains Prometheus' power to steal. In mythology, Prometheus stole fire from the sky and gave it to mankind. Therefore, Prometheus's tablet has the powerful power to steal the power of the gods. Quest requirements. Use Prometheus's slate to steal the power of at least one god. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a chance to evolve your conceptual abilities. Ding. The host's weapon concept empowerment, severing fate, gold, has been upgraded to concept ability, usurping fate, red. Conceptual ability, usurping fate, red. In addition to the upgraded ability to sever fate, you can also usurp the fate of others onto yourself, or graft the fate of others onto your own people. When calculating and grafting fate, the two parties whose fates are calculated must not be too different, except for the host, retaking life, can almost be carried out in the same world. Note: only those who have the host's energy or possess the host's chess pieces can perform fate grafting. This ability is, Lin Xiu rarely showed a hint of excitement. Because, this ability, in addition to ensuring that he could clear the Godslayer world, could also ensure that he could fully utilize the resources of the Godslayer world and all future worlds. In the worlds of Apocalypse and Akame Killer, Lin Xiu had conquered all the female characters in these two worlds. However, Lin Xiu did not make full use of the male characters. Kamuro Takashi transformed into a zombie and was killed by him. Tatsumi did become a general and made great contributions in the war for the Empire. However, because he had not experienced the hardships in the original story, his strength improvement was very limited. But now it's different. With the ability to calculate and graft fate, in addition to the heroine's luck, the luck of male characters can also be fully utilized. Take Tatsumi for example. If I can transfer the power of destiny from Tatsumi to Esdeath, I can definitely create a stronger version of Esdeath. Besides that, it seems that fate grafting can also be used together with fate overlap. Aren't there a lot of residual souls of previous users within the Holy Cross? If we can resurrect them, and then transfer their identities as users of the Holy Cross to the three people who currently share the Holy Cross. Lin Xiu feels that the research value of this route is really great. It's a pity that he doesn't have any suitable research materials at hand now. While thinking about future plans, Lin Xiu, Erica and Saint Raphael came to a hotel. Erica consciously went to hypnotize the front desk staff and helped Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael check in. What else can we do? We can't ask Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael to submit their ids and then pay the money, right? Sir Holy Son, this is your room. Master Saint Raphael, this is your room. My room number is 0721, at the end of the corridor. If you two need anything, you can always come to my room to find me. Erica knew that the Holy Son was very modern, but considering that Lin Xiu's ideas might be different from those of ordinary people, she still took on the responsibilities that she should bear. Yeah, okay, I understand. After receiving the key, Lin Xiu looked in the direction of Lacula Zizola. Although they were quite far apart, Lin Xiu still saw the Sardinia witch, stretching on the sofa, fiddling with her long legs and doing yoga poses. Lord Holy Son, do you have any plans for the future? Erica asked considerately. Well, there are no plans. I plan to visit the witch in Sardinia and give her this stone tablet, because this stone tablet originally belonged to her. Lin Xiu looked at the stone tablet in his hand. Erica smiled awkwardly, feeling very awkward. What a joke, a blank, Prometheus slate, is fine, but the current, Prometheus slate, has 3 incarnations of God on it. If I really gave this slate to Lucalesia Zola, I'm afraid she would give up ownership of the slate on the spot and hand it over to Lin Xiu, right? Could this have been the Holy Son's goal from the very beginning? Erica couldn't help but think. In fact, Erica really misunderstood Lin Xiu on this point. At least before Lucalesia Zola gave up the ownership of the slate, Lin Xiu always recognized that the slate was hers. Even if Lucalesia Zola wanted it, Lin Xiu was willing to give her the stone tablet with 3 incarnations of gods. Because what Lin Xiu wanted from the very beginning was Lucalesia Zola herself. I am his, so does it matter who has the slate? The world of God Slayer is very powerful, and the resources of destiny are also very rich. Therefore, Lin Xiu decided to go back to the DxD world first to study the specific operation methods of fate grafting, and then return to the God Slayer world to harvest resources. Saint Raphael, go and get some rest first. Come to my room at 11 p.m. I need your cooperation on something. As one of the only 3 beings in the world of God Slayer who possess the power of Lin Xiu, Shizuka Kusanagi, Athena, and Saint Raphael, since Athena and Shizuka Kusanagi are not here, Saint Raphael naturally becomes the first volunteer for Lin Xiu's pilot experiment. Yes, I understand, Lord Saint. Saint Raphael replied subconsciously at first. It was not until a few seconds later that she suddenly realized something and raised her head sharply. Huh? What did Lin Xiu just say? Let her go to him at night? Why at night? Hiss, Saint Raphael planned to ask Lin Xiu what exactly she was going to ask her to help him with. Success. Bang, while Saint Raphael was answering in a daze, Lin Xiu had already walked into his room. After hesitating for a long time, Saint Raphael finally did not open Lin Xiu's door. The strongest female paladin in Europe, who has always been calm and composed, showed unprecedented embarrassment and shyness when faced with issues concerning men and women. After thinking for a while, Saint Raphael decided to ask Erica for help. Erica, tell me, What exactly does the Holy Sun mean? Eh? Me? Erika was stunned. What did she ask her for? She was still a virgin who had never been in love? A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Night. The reason why it was a partial grafting was because the experiment was too short and Lin Xiu had not had time to revive the Holy Cross of all generations. Oh my god, however, since you want it, I won't refuse. Because you are the only person of the opposite S*X who has ever made my heart beat. As he said this, Saint Raphael took the initiative to put his hands together with Lin Xiu and slowly sat down. The compass that Saint Raphael mentioned was the compass that Lin Xiu gave them when he asked them to collect the incarnations of God. Before 12 o'clock, Lin Xiu completed the research task of the DxD World. Erika and she didn't have the same information, so naturally she couldn't understand her feelings. If I remember correctly, Saint Raphael used to address the Son of God the same way I do, serve the Son of God. Or, maybe there is. After all, for gods, the meaning of doing this is very different from that of mortals. Back then, I didn't. But now, I do. After all, if I didn't like it, why would I use such a special method to protect you? The time she was talking about was when the two of them fought against the Marquis of Vauban together. Soon, with Erika's witness, Saint Raphael also returned to his room, leaving Erika with a hint of confusion on her face. Saint Raphael, you are very beautiful now. It was the first time that Lin Xiu saw Saint Raphael in his radiant state, and she admired him sincerely. With a sigh, Saint Raphael raised his waist slightly and sat on Lin Xiu, letting his slightly wet long hair fall on Lin Xiu's thighs. Yes. I will check the direction of the compass at any time, Erika replied seriously. Full of doubts, Erika went to carry out her mission. Saint Raphael said nothing, but came to Lin Xiu respectfully and looked into her eyes. Okay, I already know what I have to do. As the symbiote continued to penetrate deeper, Saint Raphael's curvy abdomen underwent obvious deformation. The six-pack abs that were originally slightly prominent became a whole piece. The whole person instantly leaned back, and his long black hair left a graceful trajectory in the air. As soon as he returned to his room, Dasho saw Saint Raphael with a messy look on his face. Finally, after an hour or two, Xiu successfully transferred part of the fate of the Holy Cross messengers of all generations to them. Do you think that the Holy Sun has that intention? Saint Raphael seemed to be desperate and was trying anything possible to cure his illness. After thinking for a while, Erika replied hesitantly. But now, she addresses the Holy Sun as Lin Xiujun. What's going on? After completing the initial experiments, Lin Xiu returned to the God-Killer world. Erika, I'm going back to my room now. If you notice any unusual movement on the Dragon Chi compass, please notify me and Lin Xiu immediately. Mr. Lin Xiu, you haven't liked me since then, have you? In the end, Saint Raphael decided to confirm his thoughts. Sure enough, you are the Lin Xiujun of that time. Saint Raphael reaffirmed his thoughts. The reason why his hair was scattered was because Saint Raphael had taken a special bath before coming to Lin Xiu's room, and his hair was not dry yet. Huh, I knew it. Saint Raphael sighed. She knew that Lin Xiu had deliberately kissed her under the pretext of giving her protection. Hearing that Erika still believed that Lin Xiu was a god, Saint Raphael smiled helplessly and gave up the idea of continuing to consult Erika. In the DxD world, Lin Xiu skillfully stacked 3 generations of Holy Cross users, Yakusta, Waboga, and Lin Saren, on a bed. Chapter 204. Saint Raphael's Confession, The Truth of Saint Sun Lin Xiu, Part 1. Since Lin Xiu had already unlocked the gold level, Succubus bloodline, at this time, Saint Raphael quickly became addicted and fell under this level of close contact. Fortunately, Saint Raphael had experienced countless Shira fields and had undergone long-term training. His mind was quite strong and he was able to retain his consciousness for the time being. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Saint Raphael looked at the young man in front of her who had been connected with her since childhood. Although the two of them were undoubtedly in a relationship, judging by their interlocking fingers, Saint Raphael knew that this relationship was the result of Lin Xiu's unilateral efforts. She herself had never cared much about being in a relationship. If she hadn't met Lin Xiu, she would probably have chosen to remain single for the rest of her life, right? Of course, Saint Raphael had no problem with Lin Xiu half forcing her. After all, it was the first time she felt the kind of feeling that only S*X could bring. Since only Lin Xiu had made her feel that way, and since Lin Xiu was the real person, and given Lin Xiu's strong desire, Saint Raphael was still willing to try things with her that only lovers could try. However, reality is reality, and acceptance is acceptance. Saint Raphael still has doubts in her heart. Therefore, she hopes Lin Xiu can answer her doubts. So, Saint Raphael maintained his bulging belly, slowly changed his body shape, and moved closer to Lin Xiu. Lifting Lin Xiu's face with both hands, Saint Raphael opened his red lips slightly. Lin Xiujun, since we have all come this far, can you tell me what your true self is? Saint Raphael was really curious about Lin Xiu's current condition. Of course, I always tell my people everything I know. Lin Xiu smiled faintly. The next second, he reached out a hand and pulled Saint Raphael toward him from behind her waist. Then, Lin Xiu expertly captured the red lips of Europe's most powerful female paladin. What do you want to ask? Just ask it like this, Lin Xiu asked as he broke Saint Raphael's teeth. Feeling Lin Xiu's movements, Saint Raphael revealed a doting yet helpless smile. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to open her mouth so that Lin Xiu could feel her whole body more conveniently. Saint Raphael. What is your current state? Why do you call yourself the son of God? Lin Xiu. Because, I am indeed the Holy Son. Lin Xiu opened her mouth to respond to Saint Raphael while transmitting the relevant memories directly into her brain. Speaking of which, he really liked the smell of Saint Raphael. I really liked the way this dark-skinned girl, who was so calm in the original story, showed a shy attitude in front of him. After a full minute or two, Saint Raphael finally understood the current situation. Saint Raphael. I see. You are the son of God from another world. I was wondering why I can't sense the presence of the God of the Bible in you. So, the previous you was the state where you hadn't awakened your memories after you threw yourself into this world. Lin Xiu. That's right. Saint Raphael. I never imagined I'd become the companion of the Son of God from another world. But perhaps this is fate. The Raphael in my name, Saint Raphael, is a high-ranking angel from the Bible. Lin Xiu. That's right, so you were destined to be mine from the very beginning. Saint Raphael. You're quite overbearing, Lin Xiu-kun. However, I don't dislike your overbearing ways. Saint Raphael revealed a smile that was both relaxed and infatuated. With her doubts resolved, she could finally fully devote herself to her intimacy with Lin Xiu. As she said, if it weren't for Lin Xiu, she would probably never get married. I'll never experience this feeling in my life, right? At this point, she finally found a man who made her heart beat faster. He was very strong and his love for her was genuine. Apart from being a little fickle, he had almost no other shortcomings. However, in Saint Raphael's eyes, being fickle is not really a shortcoming. Because she always likes to wander around the world, it is difficult for her to accompany her partner wholeheartedly. If he is unfaithful, then let him be. Anyway, Lin Xiu's other many partners chose to forgive, so she could easily convince herself. The only thing that made her feel a little weird was that she had watched Lin Xiu grow up. Not long ago, Lin Xiu was just a cute little boy, but now he had become a mature teenager. This feeling of nurturing further stirred her already volatile mood. Of course, she didn't dislike it, she even enjoyed it. Therefore, Saint Raphael became even more engaged, releasing her feminine charm even more naturally. The other side. Erica's side. Late at night, Erica was looking up information related to the Son of God and Lin Xiu. Erica was indeed still very interested in Lin Xiu's identity as the Son of God. Since she hadn't gotten an answer from Saint Raphael, Erica's choice was her own money. Lady Erica, this is all the information related to the Holy Son and Lady Lin Xiu in the copper and black cross that I collected this afternoon. In Erica's room, a girl in an exquisite maid outfit smiled and introduced a pile of books around her to Erica. The girl's name is Ariana. She is Erica's exclusive maid and is responsible for her daily life management. Although Ariana has no talent for swordsmanship or magic, she has excellent driving skills. In the original plot, she drove a vehicle at a speed of 100 km per hour to escort Kusanagi Godu and Erica to fight against the disobedient Athena. Even though it was summer in Sardinia, Ariana was still wearing the full-sleeved maid outfit that completely covered her upper body. However, her maid outfit is not a traditional, plain style, but a carefully designed and innovative version. With a dark navy as the main color, the skirt and apron are inlaid with delicate lace and ribbons, the neckline is tied with a pure white ruffled collar, and the cuffs are tightened and covered with the same white sleeves, highlighting the neatness and agility of her profession. However, this elegant maid outfit could not completely hide her naturally proud upper body curves. Ariana is not yet as old as Erica, but her breasts are quite full and firm, forming a breathtaking curve on the chest of the maid outfit. The fabric is stretched slightly tight, outlining a full outline. Standing still, with her brows lowered and her hands folded in front of her, Aliana looked like a graceful, well-trained, and perfect maid. Her behavior was full of respect and meticulous care for her master. However, in reality, she is both confused and scheming. Although she will remain loyal to Erica in most cases, she will still play a trick on Erica if the time is right. Originally, Erica was very loyal and lovely except for being confused from time to time. However, due to her frequent exchanges and studies with her good friend, Karen, Ariana's original, confused, character has been added with a touch of sinister. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But fortunately, she is just a little bit sinister. Compared with her good friend Colin, who is the embodiment of sinisterness, Ariana seems a little too pure. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes the scene where Karen unscrupulously read Liliana's novel and unscrupulously exposed her master's XP. Thanks, Ariana. After taking a sip of coffee, Erica devoted herself to searching for information. When Erica was a child, she studied relatively popular materials, but now Erica has become a knight of the Copper Black Cross and is qualified to read almost all materials. 71,717 yen. Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu. On one side is all the information related to the Son of God in different myths, and on the other side is all the information about Lin Xiu since and before his debut. Oh, Master Lin Xiu actually participated in the Marquis of Vauban's divine summoning ceremony? And he even fought alongside Master Saint Raphael. No wonder Master Saint Raphael is so concerned about his affairs. Saint Crown Prince Lin Xiu, since the battle with Marquis Vauban, something seems to be amiss. Erica deduced some information through the information in her hands. The information says that Saint Prince Lin Xiu once took away the broken bodies of the witches after they summoned the gods and treated them. Based on the situation at the time, there should be a few of those witches who could survive. However, after being treated by Saint Prince Lin Xiu, all these online girls still died. Weird, really too weird. Because he took the initiative to come and rescue the Shrine Maiden from Fusang, and even saved Lily along the way. Therefore, the possibility that the Holy Prince Lin Xiu is an evil person can basically be ruled out. Then, why did all those priestesses die? Combining the following information, Erika roughly came to a conclusion. After that, the Holy Prince Lin Xiu began to extensively research various myths and materials related to fate, becoming a scholar with a global reputation. Then, the Holy Prince Lin Xiu began his journey around the world. His footprints were no longer limited to Fusang, but spread all over the world, often appearing in areas with mysterious phenomena. There must be some connection between them. However, based on the information I have, I can only conclude that the deaths of all those witches might be related to the so-called fate. After pondering for a long time, Erika decided to make a phone call. Taking out her cell phone, Erika turned off the airplane mode and called her friend. Hello? Lily? Are you busy now? The next second, Liliana's very impolite voice came from the phone. Erika, how can I not be busy? All of Italy is in chaos right now. What do you want from me? After complaining, Liliana asked again. Nothing, I just want to ask you something about Holy Prince Lin Xiu, Erika replied with a smile. Chapter 205. Liliana's Shyness, Erika Learns the Truth, Part 2. Huh? Lin Xiu Jun. Erika, why did you suddenly mention his name? As soon as she heard Lin Xiu's name, Liliana stuttered instantly. Nothing, I just saw her recently. Seeing Liliana's cute reaction, Erika smiled and raised her plump thighs wrapped in black tights. She suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, she had learned from Ariana that Liliana was writing a novel. She then receives a copy of Liliana's novel from her maid, Karen, and gives her a critical review. Looking at it this way, doesn't Lin Xiu's setting perfectly match the image of the male protagonist in Liliana's novel? A man from the east suddenly appeared in front of her and saved the heroine from danger. In addition to her, the hero also had a childhood sweetheart from Fusang. Aren't these settings based on Liliana's own experiences? It's all Lily's fault. If Lily's plot wasn't so classic and cliched, I would have guessed the prototype of her hero long ago. Huh? You met him, he came to Italy? Liliana's little face turned red instantly, and she quickly found a small mirror and began to tidy up her appearance. Speaking of which, although Liliana, 030, has always had a very high degree of favorability towards Lin Xiu, she has not had much contact with Lin Xiu. Normally, she would get some information about Lin Xiu through Wanli Yayuri. Because of Lin Xiu's existence, the story of Liliana and Wanli Yayuri has also undergone subtle changes. In the original story, after the Marquis of Vauban's divine summoning ceremony, Yuri Maria never saw Liliana again. It was not until Liliana saved her once that Yuri remembered that Liliana was the silver-haired girl who had experienced hardships with her. But now, because Liliana wanted to get information about Lin Xiu from Wanli Yayuri indirectly, after the summoning ceremony, she took the initiative to find Wanli Yayuri, who was also a survivor like her, and formed a pretty good friendship with him. Unfortunately, because Liliana is too innocent and shy, she has never taken the initiative to meet Lin Xiu. She can only vent her girlish feelings by writing novels with Lin Xiu as the male protagonist. As Liliana's best friend, Erika keenly noticed that Liliana was in a bad mood. She raised her thigh and smiled happily. Well, he did come to Italy. I only met him once today. Why, Lily, do you want to meet him too? Considering that Lin Xiu is not in a good state now, it is very likely that she is possessed by a god. Erika will not tell Liliana about this and let her rush to the dangerous place where she is. And, of course Liliana wanted to come over, but as a knight who was not allowed to use the flying spell, she had a heavy responsibility and could not get away. Wait. Liliana suddenly realized something. Why did Erika bring up Lin Xiujun? Why did Erika ask if I wanted to see Lin Xiujun? Regardless of whether Erika discovered the clues or not, Nelia had no intention of letting Erika know what was going on between her and Lin Xiu. If Erika knew about this, she would definitely be teased by Erika in various ways. So, after roughly organizing her thoughts, Liliana replied. Erika, what do you want to talk to me about? Why are you asking me about Lin Xiujun and me? I'm quite busy right now and don't have much time, so if you have any questions, please ask them quickly. If not, I'll hang up. Seeing that Liliana was on guard, Erika's plump and attractive red lips curled up slightly, and she smiled even more happily. Because the unwillingness to reveal information is itself an important piece of information. Licking her red lips with a smile, Erika decided to let Liliana go first because Lin Xiu was not in a good state. Actually, the thing is, Lily, weren't you killed by the Marquis of Vauban a few years ago? What I want to ask is, besides you, those witches, they. A few minutes later, Erika got the answer from Leah. As expected, the witches' injuries weren't serious and could have been saved. But for some reason, even though the Holy Prince Lin Xiu had already treated them, they still died from exhaustion. Is it really because of fate? Then how did the current Holy Prince Lin Xiu become like this, and how did he become possessed by a god? Etc. Liliana suddenly thought of a possibility. What if the Holy Prince Lin Xiu wasn't possessed by the god of disobedience, but instead broke his fate and became something like the Lord of Elves or a divine beast? Not only Saint Raphael, in fact, Erica had also discovered a long time ago that Lin Xiu did not have the aura of disobedience. Compared to the god of disobedience, Lin Xiu's emotions are far too stable. But even the elf king or the divine beast couldn't possibly be a match for the god, right? He must have some more unique qualities. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, Erica's alarm clock suddenly rang. The time has come. Should I go ask Saint Raphael? The time Erica mentioned refers to the time when Saint Raphael entered Lin Xiu's room. As early as the day when she heard Lin Xiu asking Saint Raphael to come find him at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, Erica set an alarm for 11:30. The purpose is to check on Fan Shengler's condition when the time comes. After much thought, Erica decided to go find Saint Raphael. Obviously, besides Liliana, Saint Raphael also knew some information related to Lin Xiu. Besides, Erica really wanted to know the current situation of Saint Raphael. To be precise, the main reason why Erica went to find Saint Raphael was because she wanted to see what Saint Raphael was doing now. Gossip is a woman's nature. A few minutes later, Erica went to the hotel front desk and asked for a key. Then, she came to the door of Saint Raphael's room openly. After taking a deep breath, Erica made up her mind, tiptoed to open Saint Raphael's door, and went into Saint Raphael's room. There's water stains in the bathroom? Does that mean Saint Raphael just took a bath? I have showered, but not in my room. Erica pursed her red lips slightly. Judging from the situation on the scene, the answer was already obvious. Lord Saint Raphael made relevant preparations before heading to the room of Lord Saint Sun. However, no matter which pantheon, is there really a saint who is attracted to women? Or did I misunderstand? Did the Holy Sun really just want Saint Raphael's help, and was Saint Raphael just being sentimental by taking a bath? There seems to be a special emblem glimmering on the table? Near the table in Saint Raphael's room, Erica saw a piece of letter paper engraved with the coat of arms of Saint Raphael. Buzz. Sensing someone approaching, the emblem on the letter paper glowed with a powerful purple light. Is this a triggered sound transmission magic? Just as she reacted, Erica heard the voice of Saint Raphael in her mind. Ms. Erica, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the one to trigger the spell. Since you have triggered this spell and heard my voice, it means I am no longer in my room. Erica didn't expect that Saint Raphael had already anticipated that she would come to explore her room, and she felt a little guilty for a moment. As Erica remained silent, Saint Raphael's voice continued to echo in her mind. I can guess that you must be suspicious about the matter between me and Lin Xiujun, so you want to come to my room to find out. Although I don't want you to get too involved, since you've gone so far as to sneak into my room to gather intelligence, I'll share with you some of the information I do know for now. However, knowing too much might lead to you getting dragged into this situation and making it difficult to escape. If you are willing to take this risk, please touch the emblem on the envelope again. Are you giving me a choice? Erica thought for half a minute, and finally placed her hand on the emblem. Ong, the voice of the envelope glowed purple again. Purple has always been the color of Saint Raphael. Erica's shawl is red, Liliana's is blue, and Saint Raphael's has been purple since ancient times. Soon, the voice of Saint Raphael continued to ring in Erica's mind. Regarding Lin Xiujun's identity, I don't know much. So far, I can only confirm 2 points. First, he is indeed the son of God of Christianity, because, when I used David's word spirit, I felt a connection with him, and the power of the word spirit became extraordinary. Second, Lin Xiujun was not possessed by a deity, he had always been himself. Therefore, he did not possess the aura of a disobedient deity, nor did he behave as frantically as one. By now, I should have gotten the answer in my heart and understood Lin Xiujun's true condition. As for you, Erica. A minute later, Erica put down the envelope in her hand. It's clear, everything is clear, so that's how it is. Combining the information she got from Liliana, Erica came to a temporary conclusion. So, after realizing he couldn't change his fate, Lin Xiujun experienced an epiphany and sublimation while traveling the world, becoming the parent child who descended into the human world in the new era. Just as she came to this conclusion, Erica heard a familiar voice in her ears. She had clearly not heard any noise all along, but now, bursts of female voices indeed reached her ears through the wall. Hiss, hiss, oh, ah. Hearing the sound, Erica frowned instantly. Is this Saint Raphael's voice? Judging from the sound quality, this is indeed the voice of Saint Raphael. However, judging from the tone and content of the voice, Erica found it hard to believe that the voice she heard came from Saint Raphael. What is Saint Raphael doing now? Chapter 206. Miss Aliana, don't you think you should make amends? Pictured as Ariana, what is Saint Raphael doing now? The answer is obvious. Not to mention the clever Erica, even the pure Liliana knew what state Saint Raphael was in after hearing such a voice. Normally, Erica had never heard any sound coming from next door, and she shouldn't hear any sound now. However, at this moment, Erica heard Saint Raphael's voice coming from next door, which was a voice of release mixed with suppression. Erica bit her red lips and listened for a long time. Finally, she made a fateful decision. Just take a look. Taking a deep breath, Erica placed a lens in front of herself and performed the magic of X-ray vision. As expected by Erica, Lin Xiu's room did not have any anti-voyeurism measures. She could see the scene in Lin Xiu's room very smoothly. In Lin Xiu's room, the boy with black hair and black eyes was holding hands tightly with Saint Raphael, who also had black hair and black eyes. Saint Raphael's skin is wheat-colored, but not rough. Instead, it is quite delicate and smooth, as if he had applied some top-grade skincare products. What attracted Erica's attention the most was Saint Raphael's abdominal muscles. Although Saint Raphael's abdominal muscles were not obvious, if he slightly tightened his abdomen, he could still see 6 wheat-colored abdominal muscles. But at this moment, Saint Raphael's six-pack abs completely disappeared, becoming a single, moving abdominal muscle. Erica saw that fine beads of sweat continued to appear on Saint Raphael's moving wheat-colored abdominal muscles, and then slowly dripped down. Finally, slowly, Erica's fair, slender, and delicate little hand reached under her red dress. Normally, Erica would never behave in such an unladylike manner. However, the current situation is indeed not normal. As soon as Erica arrived at Saint Raphael's room, Lin Xiu knew that Erica was next door. Therefore, Lin Xiu deliberately removed the soundproof barrier and other barriers that had been set up. To be precise, Lin Xiu only removed the barrier on Erica's side, and the barriers in other directions remained in their original state. Then, Kun Xiu used all his strength to stimulate his succubus bloodline. Under the full force of Lin Xiu's succubus blood, Saint Raphael's eyes couldn't help but roll up, and his wheat-colored skin appeared a beautiful pink. Of course, the main reason why Lin Xiu pushed it all out was for Erica. Under Lin Xiu's influence, Erica did something disrespectful that she would never do normally, and put her hand under her long skirt. However, what happened next was somewhat beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. Erica was indeed lying on the big bed in Saint Raphael's room, and began to entertain herself with them as side dishes. However, at some point, a black-haired girl in a maid outfit stood at the door of Saint Raphael. The girl's name is Ariana, and she is Erica's maid. She knew that Erica had gone to the front desk to ask for the key, but after asking for the key, Erica never came back, which greatly aroused Ariana's curiosity. At this moment, Ariana received a communication from the Copper Black Cross, which asked Erica to go to the designated location to deal with the arrival of the divine beast. After waiting for a long time, Ariana still didn't see Erica come back. Finally, Ariana decided to find someone herself. However, she searched for a long time but couldn't find Erica. Suddenly, Ariana thought of Saint Raphael's room. Since Erica went to the front desk to ask for the key, is she in Master Saint Raphael's room now? With considerable curiosity, Ariana groped her way towards Saint Ramin's room. Coincidentally, the door was ajar. So, Aliana saw Erica lying on the bed, holding a mirror in one hand to observe the opposite side, and reaching under her long skirt with the other hand. She even heard the voice of Saint Raphael coming from next door. At this point, no matter how dumb Ariana was, she understood what was happening. So, she suppressed her shyness, moved her little feet wrapped in purple stockings, and slowly closed the door. Erica's sighed. Since it was the first time to use a real person as a spell material, Erica was quite engrossed in it, and for a moment she didn't notice that Aliana had already come once and was upset again. An hour later, Erica walked out of Saint Raphael's room, exhausted both physically and mentally. Shortly after Erica left the room, Aliana walked into Saint Raphael's room again. Normally, even Erica was deeply affected. Ariana's curse power was far inferior to Erica's, so she was naturally no exception. The reason she chose to leave just now was because Erica was already in the room. So, after waiting in Erica's room for a long time, when she saw Erica come back, Aliana immediately told Erica that the Copper Black Cross had contacted her. Then, Aliana said that she was sleepy and ready to go to bed, and ran out of Erica's room in small steps. As for Erica, she was exhausted after an hour of manual labor. After roughly recovering from the Copper Black Cross, she lay down on her bed and fell asleep. As for Ariana's matter, although Erica felt that Ariana was a little strange today, she was too lazy to think about why Ariana was so rude today and actually went to bed before she went to bed. After all, she stayed up late today to look up information related to Lin Xiu, and went to bed much later than usual. After Erica fell asleep, Ariana took her place. First, like Erica, Aliana saw Saint Raphael's letter and learned of her judgment of Lin Xiu. Then, driven by strong curiosity and succubus blood, Ariana picked up the mirror used by Erica. Did Lady Erica just use this mirror to perform the clairvoyance magic? Using the magic of perspective through a mirror is not difficult. Even Ariana, an apprentice maid, can do it easily. Aliana didn't expect Lin Xiu to take off her black leather shoes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Since Aliana's strength is much weaker than Erica's, her resistance to the succubus bloodline is also much weaker than Erica's. Although Ariana is Erica's personal maid, her appearance is quite top-notch, not inferior to Erica at all. Ms. Aliana, you've been peeping for so long. Don't you think you should make some compensation to me, the victim? Ariana's feet are slender and delicate, her ankles are clear and delicate, and her curves are soft and distinct. They are impeccable from any angle. Ariana's face is the most direct reflection of her mixed blood. It is amazingly delicate, with both the passion of Italians and the softness of Japanese. Well, it's not nice for me to wear shoes on the bed, but is this. However, when it comes to temperament, Erica is still better. The exquisite little black shoes perfectly complete the overall shape, making the jade feet wrapped in purple tights look more petite and cute, showing the maid style while also showing a strong youthful girlish atmosphere. Because her ancestors have Japanese blood, Ariana's appearance perfectly blends the aesthetic essence of the East and the West, showing both the respectful and dignified manner of a servant and the unique charm brought by her blood. That's right, Purple tights. While a quick glance might suggest black stockings, Ariana is actually wearing purple. This illusion is like the way you might think her hair is black when you first see her, but it's actually a deep navy. Further down, there is a pair of delicate feet also wrapped in the purple pantyhose. The material of the pantyhose gives the girl's delicate purple feet a hazy and noble luster. In addition to being made of premium materials, Ariana's purple silk tights are also made of a unique material. They have a subtle matte finish and tightly wrap around every inch of her skin from thigh to toe. Slowly taking off Ariana's black round-toed leather shoes, Kunsho lightly bumped into Ariana's delicate jade feet wrapped in purple stockings. So, the most powerful female paladin in civilized Europe can also display such a foolish attitude? So, she lay down where Erika had been, smelling Erika's scent, and slowly reached her hand under her skirt. The maid outfit has a knee-length skirt and long purple socks. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. After an unknown amount of time, Ariana woke up again. Above the socks, between the hem and the cuffs, a glimpse of perfectly white skin peeks through, creating a striking contrast against the deep purple. The cuffs, in Liao Zhao's case, are adorned with a subtle lace edge in the same color or a barely noticeable dark pattern, clinging tightly to the legs, preventing them from slipping and emphasizing their slenderness. In response to this, Lin Xiu replied. Looking in the direction of the sound, Aliana and Lin Xiu met eyes. At this time, Lin Xiu grabbed Saint Raphael's ponytail and cast a playful and appreciative look at Ariana. Erika was able to barely leave the scene after releasing her ultimate move, but Ali and Luce didn't even have the strength to leave the scene. A strange ceiling, this is. As soon as she woke up, Ariana heard that familiar voice again. It was Saint Raphael's voice. If you only take a quick look, most people would think Ariana has black hair. However, in fact, her hair is dark blue-purple. The girl's nose bridge was high but not too sharp, and the tip of her nose was delicate and slightly upturned, a fusion of Eastern and Western beauty. Her lips were plump like petals, a healthy cherry red, alluring enough without any embellishment. Beneath her long dark blue hair is a delicate and cute little round face, with a slender and elegant jawline, and her skin is as white and delicate as ivory, with the smoothness and silkiness unique to Asians. However, after watching Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael fight for quite a while, Ariana's lips, originally painted with pink lipstick, had become a little too plump and full from licking them too many times. Her once calm blue-purple eyes also seemed particularly moist and trembling. So she's here now. She is wearing a pair of classic black maid shoes, which are round-toed, flat-soled and made of smooth patent leather, looking warm and shiny. His eyes were large and deep, with slightly sunken eye sockets, giving him a hint of Mediterranean romance. His pupils were the same dark blue-purple color as his hair, or perhaps dark crimson. And so, Ariana fell asleep in the room in San Rafael, on the big bed where Erika had fought. Chapter 207. Thousands of Faces, Alternative Uses of Succubus Bloodline, Part 2. Pictured as Ariana. Half an hour ago, it was Lin Xiu who brought the sleeping Aliana here from the next room using a teleportation spell. What Ariana didn't know was that long before she woke up, Lin Xiu had actually already deeply imprinted the influence of the succubus bloodline into her body. Long before she was teleported here, Lin Xiu had cast a sleep spell on Ariana, putting her into the deepest sleep. Then, Lin Xiu took away Ariana's first kiss while she was sleeping. For a full half hour, while Lin Xiu was attempting to graft fate on Saint Raphael, he also kissed Ariana deeply for a full half hour. During this half hour, Lin Xiu kept his succubus bloodline at its highest level. The reason why Lin Xiu did this was, of course, to obtain more initial ability spaces as quickly as possible. No matter which world you are in, it is always necessary to quickly gain some ability space in the early stages of Advent, and the same is true in the world of God Slayer. Since he had just arrived, his strength was not that strong. Even with the enhancement of Athena's power, his strength was only at the Super Demon King level. This level of strength, coupled with Lin Xiu's own transcendental technique level, should be able to burst out with the power of a major god. It is indeed enough to kill gods, but it is not enough to achieve higher level goals. In order to achieve his goal of killing the completely disobedient god, or even killing the god himself, Lin Xiu needs to unlock at least 2 abilities in advance. First, because of the Dragon Emperor's caged hands. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand can ensure that Lin Xiu can burst out with the strength of at least the peak of the main god level or even the sub-dragon god level. Second, the Disc of Calculation and Seizure. Previously, the reason why Lin Xiu was able to seize Athena's power without unlocking the Disc of Usurpation was because Athena wanted to slightly control him. After intercepting and blocking Athena's power, the system directly injected it into the most appropriate place, which was the Disc of Usurpation, that had not yet been unlocked in Lin Xiu's body at that time. Only in this situation where the gods invaded and triggered the system's self-protection mechanism, could Lin Xiu seize the god's power without unlocking the Disc of Seizure. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu still needed the help of the Disc of Usurpation to kill the gods. After all, Lin Xiu felt that he would never be recognized by Pandora. Furthermore, the system would almost never allow Pandora to modify his body. In general, due to planning needs, Lin Xiu hopes to obtain more initial ability spaces as soon as possible. As for Erika, since Erika is the heroine, she has a strong luck and a strong personality. Even if Lin Xiu obtains the blood of the succubus, if he uses force, the 10th night will definitely not be enough. Erica has always been a proud person. Even though she knew that she was no match for the gods, she could only show superficial submission at best, which was still a long way from true submission. Therefore, Lin Xiu first set his sights on Aliana. As for Ariana, she is pretty and cute, but also a little confused. It is undoubtedly much easier to fool Ariana than to fool Erica. So, while Aliana was sleeping, Lin Xiu quietly increased the influence of the succubus bloodline on her to a considerable level. Of course, if that's all, it's still a long way from reaching the level of a strategy. Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline does not have the effects of hypnosis and control, but to a greater extent, it increases her attractiveness to others. After being promoted to the gold level, Lin Xiu can even have 1,000 faces for 1,000 people, or in other words, 1,000 temperaments for 1,000 people. When facing someone who likes the youthful temperament, Lin Xiu's temperament will be youthful. When facing a person who likes mature temperament, Lin Xiu's temperament will become mature in that person's eyes. Everything else, whether it's mature, heroic, or majestic, etc., are all within the range of temperament changes of Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline. In addition to applying this point in the strategy of conquering the heroine of the plot, Lin Xiu even carried it forward and applied it to the aspect of missionary work. Believers' imagination of the image of God varies according to their personal experiences and ideas. As for Lin Xiu, he has already begun to transform the statues and crosses in the world of Akame / in the world of Apocalypse, making them present the characteristics of 1,000 faces for 1,000 people, thus ensuring that every believer can see the ideal God in his heart. As for the transformation method, it is also very simple. Just use the succubus bloodline on the cross or the statue. As long as one thinks about making non-living things like oneself, and making living things like oneself, while using it, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline can transform the cross and the statue into 1,000 faces. In general, although there is no direct control and hypnosis effect, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline still has a powerful effect in some strange aspects. Of course, Lin Xiu has never liked the succubus bloodline that has the effect of control or hypnosis. The charm of anime heroines comes from their unique personalities and appearances. If these personalities disappear due to the influence of the succubus bloodline, then they are no different from 10 dolls sold by Song Yugai. In Lin Xiu's opinion, doing this is like having fresh meat and vegetables to eat, but turning them into pre-prepared dishes, and then adjusting the taste of all the pre-prepared dishes to the same level. It is simply the most wasteful and stupid thing to do. This can be seen from the fact that Lin Xiu likes to have a chat and date with the saints and nuns before baptism to get a glimpse of them. Lin Xiu didn't think chatting and dating was a waste of time. Chatting and dating not only allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the girl's personality and life story, but also allowed him to understand the main reasons that led to her current state, thus allowing him to more deeply appreciate the girl's charm. This kind of heart-to-heart talk is like the seasonings such as salt and MSG that must be added when cooking. Although it can be eaten without them, the taste is quite bland, which can be said to be a waste of the ingredients. Only by adding appropriate seasonings can the ingredients achieve the greatest effect and bring the greatest enjoyment to people. The same goes for Ariana. Lin Xiu simply used the succubus bloodline to stimulate the girlish side of Ariana's heart, making her more likely to fall in love with others. As for who Ariana will fall in love with in this state, for Lin Xiu, who can be seen as the favorite of different people, it is indeed a question worth thinking about. Just like that, after half an hour of deep kissing, Ariana was placed beside Lin Xiu, and then the sleep spell on Ariana was lifted. Ding! At this moment, Saint Raphael's six-pack abs had been crushed countless times, even his offense, defense, and brain were almost crushed. It was precisely because of this that Saint Raphael had no reaction to Lin Xiu teleporting Aliana over. 0 Ariana. Just like that, when Saint Raphael was held in Lin Xiu's arms as if he were holding a little sister, his black eyes gradually turned completely white and his saliva could not stop flowing out. Lin Xiu finally heard the system's prompt sound. Now, with one more contact surface, Saint Raphael has finally reached the critical point of physical and mental collapse. Because Erica and Ariana had been peeping at her, a lot of time had passed. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, pulled the powerless Saint Raphael towards himself, held Saint Raphael in his arms in the posture of holding his sister in his arms, and kissed him skillfully. Well, it's not nice for me to wear shoes on the bed, but is this? After Aliana woke up, Lin Xiu looked at the slightly blurry girl slowly. A strange ceiling, here, soon, Ariana slowly opened her deep blue eyes. The deep and noble purple stockings form a clever contrast with the tone of the girl's overall outfit, perfectly outlining the slender and well-proportioned lines of her legs. From the plump thighs to the gradually narrowing knees, and then to the slender and straight calves, every curve is displayed to the extreme. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the word of the Son of God, gold. But aren't you busy, Master Lin Xiu? Isn't Master Saint Raphael still? Aliana looked at the bulging abdominal muscles of Saint Raphael and swallowed hard. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, subduing the strongest paladin in Europe, Saint Raphael. Aliana was right, it was not good to wear shoes on the bed, but what she didn't know was that she had actually been lying on Lin Xiu with shoes on during the half-hour-long kiss before she woke up. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments, and monthly votes, work. Aliana could feel Lin Xiu's warmth spreading throughout her body through her feet, making her blood flow faster. Aliana didn't expect Lin Xiu to take off her black leather shoes. In response to this, Lin Xiu responded, "Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 5. Although she has the temperament of a confused girl, Ariana's appearance and figure are still quite top-notch. Ariana found it hard to imagine that Saint Raphael, the most powerful female paladin in Europe, the heroic and powerful saint who created countless legends, would show such a feminine side in front of a man. As she spoke, Lin Xiu slowly took off Ariana's black round-toed leather shoes and gently held Ariana's straight jade feet wrapped in purple stockings. Source of luck. Saint Raphael. The one who made her become like this was Lin Xiu, the young man who was said to be a god, but who seemed not to be a god, but the holy son of the new era. When Aliana said this, she didn't know that she had been kissing Lin Xiu for half an hour, and a lot of Lin Xiu's power had increased in her body. Bite. Slowly, Ariana looked to the side and saw Saint Raphael with his abdominal muscles bulging and his eyes almost rolled back. "Ah, you mean Saint Raphael? Actually, Saint Raphael has almost reached his limit a long time ago? Ms. Aliana, you've been peeping for so long, don't you think you should make some compensation to me, the victim?" Chapter 208. The Sun's Words, Aliana's Allegiance, Part 1. Pictured as Ariana. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, subduing the strongest paladin in Europe, Saint Raphael. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the word of the Son of God, gold. The words of the Son of God. The effect is similar to the youth, power of Eastern military god Veleslana, which can bless people of one's own faction with strength and power. The more devout the user is, the firmer their faith is, and the more users they will receive. Note. In addition to the word spirits provided by the system itself, word spirits from other worlds are also compatible. It must be said that Saint Raphael was very determined. He had already confirmed Lin Xiu's true identity and Lin Xiu had confessed her feelings to him many times, but until now. When his body and mind were completely defeated and his eyes were filled with pink love hearts, Saint Raphael barely reached the standard for the strategy. All I can say is that, just as Saint Raphael said, she really doesn't care much about having a partner. She's willing to be intimate with Lin Xiu only because Lin Xiu is the only person of the opposite S*X who has ever made her feel moved. In this regard, Lin Xiu could only say that he was right to choose to unlock the succubus bloodline first. Otherwise, it would take at least a few days or even months for Saint Raphael to reach the cheese standard. Bang, with a gentle sound, even though Saint Raphael had been well trained, she lay down powerlessly at this moment, and the 077 abdominal muscles in her abdomen gradually retreated, returning to the original state of six-pack abdominal muscles that were vaguely visible. Looking at the fallen Saint Raphael and the entire abdominal muscle in Saint Raphael's lower abdomen rapidly disappearing, Ariana suddenly felt Alexandria. Moreover, if she saw correctly, Saint Raphael seemed to have 3 emblems tattooed on his lower abdomen. Judging from the appearance of the coat of arms, it seems to represent 3 creatures: white horse, goat, and camel. Master Lin Xiu, do you have a habit of engraving emblems on young girls? Oh, I read in a book that powerful creatures have a habit of marking their territories. In other words, Master Lin Xiu has marked Saint Raphael as his territory? If Saint Raphael is a white horse, a goat, and a camel, then what emblem would Master Lin Xiu engrave on me? Rabbit, cow, cat, puppy, or... After thinking for a while, Ariana realized that something seemed to be wrong with her. No, that's not right. Why would I suddenly have such a thought? Master Lin Xiu, are you here to defeat the 2 disobedient gods that appeared in Sardinia? After a long sigh, Aliana lowered her head and asked softly with a blushing face. The reason for her blushing face was that after Saint Raphael fell, Lin Xiu put her hands back on her jade feet wrapped in purple stockings. Besides, what made her feel even more embarrassed was that she actually wanted Lin Xiu to keep touching her and even increase the contact area. Lin Xiu noticed Aliana's emotion and silently followed Aliana's mood. He moved one of his hands from the one on her feet to the other on her calf. After the succubus bloodline level was raised to gold, Lin Xiu could already read the emotions of the opposite S*X through contact with them, and even change their emotions. Although Lin Xiu couldn't fully understand every word Aliana said, he could still make it clear that Aliana wanted him to continue. Of course, if he directly injected his divine power into Aliana's body, or gave it to the chess pieces, Lin Xiu could hear Aliana's inner thoughts when he wanted to. Just like that, Lin Xiu admired Ariana's cute shy look while feeling the unique touch of her purple stockings, and said, "Aliana, calling me that, does that mean you already know about that?" "Yes, I already know. Master Lin Xiu, your current state is not that of a god possessing you. From the very beginning, you have been yourself." Aliana nodded firmly. She didn't have as many thoughts as Erica. After hearing the rumors about Saint Raphael, she easily believed what Saint Raphael said. "That's right, I have always been myself and have never been possessed by any gods," Lin Xiu admitted directly. "Huh, so that's how it is," Ariana nodded, not quite understanding. Even with her magic attainments at the level of an apprentice magician, she could sense that there was no aura of disobedience on Lin Xiu's part. "If that's the case, then why did you come to Italy, Master Lin Xiu? Is it really to pacify the gods of Sardinia? Lady Erica told me that the young war god is not yet in his full form." "Lord Lin Xiu, Do you have a way to defeat him and restore him to his full form? Although she understood that Lin Xiu was not a disobedient god, Aliana still had doubts about whether Lin Xiu could defeat the god. Well, although I am confident that I can defeat it, however, before facing the gods, I need to accumulate more strength. That's why I wanted to seek help from Shin Raphael and you, Lin Xiu replied. Eh? Master Lin Xiu means that Master Saint Raphael and I can help you become stronger? It was the first time Ariana heard such a statement. Yes, although it's a little hard to believe, you can indeed help me become stronger. As for what happened, if you, Ariana, want to know the whole truth. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took advantage of Aliana's daze and suddenly pulled Aliana into his arms, taking back the girl's red lips that he had kissed for half an hour. Before Ariana could react, Lin Xiu had already snatched her first kiss. Well, it was indeed her first kiss in every sense of the word. Although Ariana felt that there was nothing to complain about the fact that her first kiss was with Lin Xiu, but wasn't it a little too fast and too sudden? Ariana subconsciously wanted to say something, but it was this subconscious action of opening her mouth that allowed Lin Xiu to take advantage of the opportunity. As she and Lin Xiu became more intimate, Aliana completely forgot what she had intended to say and threw herself wholeheartedly into a deep kiss with Lin Xiu. A few minutes later, it was Lin Xiu who took the initiative to let go of Aliana, whose eyes were filled with affection. There was no way around it. Ariana's willpower was far inferior to Saint Raphael's. If this continued, the two of them would become a fait accompli. In order to ensure that Ariana's favorability reached the required level, Xiu decided to have a conversation with her first. Although simple physical therapy is also possible, it depends on whether Lin Xiu has time. If Lin Xiu had a few days or even more than 10 days of free time, he wouldn't mind using time to hone his favorability to a satisfactory standard, just like Asia did back then. After exhaling several breaths of fragrance, Ariana finally realized what had just happened, and even more so, how proactive she had been. Although it was indeed Lin Xiu who took the initiative at the beginning, but in less than 10 seconds, the situation was completely reversed, and it became a state where her control over Lin Xiu was far greater than Lin Xiu's control over her. After a long while, Aliana cast a complicated look at Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, you are such an honest person, only after his memories are awakened, only when he possesses the ability to break his fate like he does now, can he truly fight against fate. Through the deep kiss just now, he also told Ariana that he could become stronger by being with girls. Then, Lord Lin Xiu, why did you choose me? Why not Lady Erica? Well, it can indeed be understood from this perspective. After all, she had been with Erica since she was a child, and she never expected others to put her above Erica. On the one hand, Erica is quite proud. Even if she reluctantly agrees to this, she will inevitably have some resentment in her heart. Through Lin Xiu's memory transmission, Ariana learned about Lin Xiu's experience. That's why I came to Saint Raphael and you, Lin Xiu told the truth. Although Ariana knew what Lin Xiu wanted to do to her, she didn't understand why Lin Xiu did it. She was already very satisfied to get such a response. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Okay, I'm willing to be Master Lin Xiu's helper, and I'm willing to believe that Master Lin Xiu likes me. Hearing this, Aliana's helpless look became even more helpless, but she also felt a little relieved. If you have any grudges in your heart, you can't be a help to me. When Ariana thought about what Lin Xiu was going to fight against, she felt her middle school spirit burning. After hearing Lin Xiu's explanation, Aliana smiled with a hint of helplessness. He has been practicing since childhood and is a genius. The reason for saying this is that through the deep kiss just now, Ariana already knows what she needs to know. Instead, he brought her here, Master Lin Xiu, do you know that when you say this, it's like saying that I'm much easier to deal with than Master Erica. Well, speaking of which, she is now old enough to be in the 2nd grade of junior high school. If she hadn't become a maid and apprentice magician of the Red Copper Black Cross, she should be studying in a junior high school now. So that's how it is. You only recently awakened to your destiny, and became the son of God walking the world. Anyway, at least Lin Xiu didn't cheat on her, right? Master Lin Xiu, I, Aliana Yushan Alirudi, hereby swear to be your maid and provide you with all the assistance I can as you travel the world. Destiny, sitting on Lin Xiu's waist, Ariana, wearing waist-length purple stockings, slowly lifted up her maid's skirt. So, now there was only one question left in Ariana's mind. As she spoke, Ariana slowly lowered herself. Her belly bulged like Saint Raphael's, her deep blue eyes rolled back slightly, and her sparkling toes curled up adorably in her purple stockings. It was not until he awakened his true memory that he understood that at that time, no matter whether he intervened or not, those witches would still die under the guidance of fate. In her opinion, she should not be able to compare with Saint Raphael and Erica in terms of strength or charm. Why didn't Lin Xiu take advantage of Erica being next door to get Erica over? Aliana thought it was nice to be liked by Lin Xiu. However, even so, when faced with certain situations, one will still be helpless. 4.6 However, it can also be understood from another perspective. That is, your personality, Ariana, is much gentler and more emotional than Erica's, Lin Xiu replied. Chapter 209. Grafting the Fate of the God Slayer, Saint Raphael's Complete Return, Part 2. Obviously, Aliana's strength is far inferior to Saint Raphael's. Not only is his strength inferior, but he is also far behind in terms of mental fortitude. Therefore, Ariana's ability to hold on is much shorter than that of Saint Raphael. Just half an hour later, two hearts appeared in Aliana's eyes, and her two purple silk jade feet closed behind Lin Xiu, and the whole person passed away. Fortunately, when Ariana was defeated, Saint Raphael gradually came to his senses. While I was asleep, had Lin Xiu Jun already done this? Looking at the petite maid with long dark blue hair lying on Lin Xiu, Saint Raphael sighed helplessly. Although she didn't care whether Lin Xiu was the only woman with her, when she really saw this scene, she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind. Is this what they call a woman's heart? It's really amazing. Saint Raphael never thought that one day he would have such a female competition idea towards a girl who was much younger than him. However, things have come to this point, and Saint Raphael is willing to accept reality. Anyway, according to Lin Xiu, the more girls he has relationships with, the more abilities he can unlock. If she were alone, she actually felt a little unsafe. Originally, Saint Raphael actually wanted to persuade Erika to join him. However, since Lin Xiu had already taken the initiative to find Aliana, Saint Raphael temporarily gave up the idea of looking for Erika. In fact, in terms of physical strength, Saint Raphael had recovered more than 10 minutes ago. The reason why she didn't speak after recovering was mainly because her brain was no longer in a state of chaos. Just as Lin Xiu had described before, not to mention Saint Raphael's six-pack abs, even her brain was about to be crushed by Lin Xiu's symbiote without a single wrinkle. One can imagine the physical and mental experience she felt during this period. Of course, in addition to the extreme experience brought by love between men and women, there is another thing that she cares about very much. Saint Raphael propped himself up slightly and looked at his lower abdomen, his mood slightly dazed. The entire abdominal muscle that originally existed on her lower abdomen had disappeared, and in its place were three emblems that contained powerful strength. White horse, goat, camel. Lin Xiujun succeeded. Did she successfully graft the incarnation of the god onto me? As soon as this thought came to mind, Saint Raphael came to a conclusion. No, Lin Xiujun did not succeed. Saint Raphael could sense that although the three emblems were now within her body, their power was constantly draining away, flowing into the Prometheus slab that originally housed the incarnation of God. Saint Raphael, this experiment was indeed not completely successful, but it was not a failure either. I can only say that it achieved the experimental results I expected. After noticing Saint Raphael's gaze, Lin Xiu said slowly. Mr. Lin Xiu, could you please tell me in detail? Saint Raphael only knew that Lin Xiu intended to transfer the fate of the incarnation of God onto her, in order to achieve the result of letting her gain the power of the incarnation of God. As for what this result meant now, she was not really sure. Saint Raphael, in fact, I expected that the power of the incarnation of God would return to its original state over time. This experiment will be considered a success as long as we can complete the result of transplanting the incarnation of God. After all, your compatibility with the god's avatar isn't great. The fact that you can temporarily transfer your fate and abilities already demonstrates the feasibility of this. If you really want the experiment to be completely successful, you have to find some existences that have a deeper connection with you. Lin Xiu gave a conclusion to the results of this experiment. So that's how it is. But I don't have a very deep connection with other beings more powerful than me. Saint Raphael frowned. If possible, she would have liked to have gained the power of the incarnation of God so that she could become stronger and be able to better help Lin Xiu. However, things did not go as she wished. No, you are wrong, Saint Raphael. There is a person who is both powerful and has a deep connection with you. Perhaps, you can try to start from him. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. As Saint Raphael said, if she wanted to become stronger, she should use fate grafting to plunder some beings that are stronger than her, such as the god of disobedience. However, she didn't know that Lin Xiu's fate grafting was never intended to allow his harem to gain the power of gods. To obtain the power of God, disc of usurpation is enough, and fate grafting is not necessary at all. What Lin Xiu really wants to obtain through fate grafting is actually the luck power of those male characters that were wasted before. On Saint Raphael's side, there happens to be a male character who has a deep connection with her. It's both powerful and has a deep connection with me. You mean that B******** D disciple P. Sin Raphael finally remembered her B******* D disciple who had become a godslayer. Although she had not been Tony's master for long, just over a month, and Tony's swordsmanship had already reached perfection, but no matter how you looked at it, there was a master-disciple relationship between her and Tony. No, Lin Xiujun, although that disciple is indeed a bit of a B******* D, I don't want to become stronger by grafting the fate of my own disciples. Saint Raphael subconsciously refused. Lin Xiu had anticipated Saint Raphael's rejection and smiled and shook his head. Saint Raphael, don't you think this world is unfair and ridiculous? Logically speaking, a miraculous being like the Godslayer, who slew gods in mortal form, should absolutely not be bound by fate. However, in reality, all Godslayers are born with the destiny of being Godslayers, and only then do they become Godslayers later in life. The God Killer who broke the law that mortals cannot fight against gods is actually bound by fate himself. Don't you think that such a world and such a principle are a bit ridiculous? Saint Raphael was a little moved, but she was still unwilling to do such an unjust thing. Such a world is indeed a bit ridiculous, but even so, I can't graft that B****** D disciples. No, Saint Raphael, you are wrong. Lin Xiu shook his head again. Precisely because this world is so ridiculous, you should seize the fate that binds Tony. Huh? Why? Saint Raphael expressed confusion. Because, after doing so, the fate of both of you will change, and both of you will be able to escape your original fate. Saint Raphael was silent. She felt that what Lin Xiu said made sense, but her morals still did not allow her to do such a thing. Seeing Saint Raphael in such a dilemma, Lin Xiu used the trump card he had prepared long ago. If Saint Raphael's previous actions were helpless actions based on the 2 points of Lin Xiu needed him, and Lin Xiu was the opposite S*X he felt attracted to, then Saint Raphael's current service to Lin Xiu was completely sincere. She knew very well that Lin Xiu said and did this just to take care of her feelings. Lin Xiu's soul trembled as he felt the fullness of Saint Raphael. After a long period of cooking, he finally cooked Saint Raphael to its most delicious state. Some things can be given up, and more things can be compromised. Of course they are unwilling to be bound by fate. Wait, Lin Xiujun, what do you mean? Saint Raphael suddenly figured something out. Because her chivalry is itself the shining point of her personal charm. Lin Xiu really couldn't do such a thing as letting the girl change her principles and destroy her shining points just because of him. Could he say that the reason he said this was to arouse Saint Raphael's guilt and move her so that she would become his wholeheartedly? As he spoke, Saint Raphael took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu and offered the young knight's red lips. What I mean is that your disciple, Salvatore Dani, probably also agrees with this. A sincere kiss can only be regarded as one of her insignificant responses. Saint Raphael, do you think that all god slayers are willing to be bound by fate? Lin Xiu had said this to this extent, and Saint Raphael had no reason to refuse. Okay, that's more appropriate. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. To avoid any problems during future, fate grafting, experiments, should we do another face-to-face test? His 6 weed-colored abdominal muscles were flattened again, but even with his eyes rolling up, Saint Raphael still took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu and gave her a kiss of love. However, if it was a belief that had been upheld throughout one's life, such as the 277 chivalric principles that Saint Raphael had adhered to throughout his life, Lin Xiu was unwilling to let her give up because of him. If Dong Ying himself is willing, then there is nothing wrong with her taking on Dong Ying's fate. In this way, she can also be regarded as taking on the responsibility of helping Dong Ying fight his fate. Lin Xiu really took her feelings and thoughts into consideration and didn't treat her as a tool. Therefore, she should respond to Lin Xiu's feelings. It's nothing. If it weren't for you, I would have found someone else to conduct this experiment. Lin Xiu gently lifted Saint Raphael's smooth chin so that she could feel her temperature and humidity more comprehensively. Lin Xiujun, I think your emblem has faded a bit. The person who didn't want Saint Raphael to give up the chivalry he had adhered to all his life because of him was Lin Xiu. Both Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael knew that the experiment was just a pretext. Saint Raphael simply wanted to use it to respond to Lin Xiu's concern for her. But now the person who uses this to completely gain Saint Raphael's body and mind is also Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was very happy to see the heroic Saint Raphael showing a shy posture in her arms. This kind of contrast was one of the many cute points that Lin Xiu pursued. This kind of delicacy is exactly what he has been pursuing. While kissing Lin Xiu, Saint Raphael said to Lin Xiu in the most intimate manner. I'm sorry, Lin Xiujun, for making you worry about me. If you're still worried, we can tell him about this first and then proceed to the next step. How about that? Yes, it is my honor to receive Lord Saint Raphael's act of service, Lin Xiu whispered in Saint Raphael's ear. Moreover, he really didn't like his woman to give up what she originally insisted on because of him. After half a night of hard work and conquest, Lin Xiu finally completely won over Saint Raphael, the strongest female paladin in Europe, both physically and mentally. Chapter 210. Gorgon Stone, Another God Appears, Update 1. The next day, at 7:58 in the morning, in the hotel, in room number 0721. A blonde girl named Erica was wearing her favorite white lace lingerie, lying on the top-notch bed. Normally, Erica's favorite sleeping position is sleeping naked. She likes the feeling of freedom and unrestrainedness when sleeping naked. However, yesterday's situation was rather special. Yesterday, Erica used Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael as the materials for a long period of non-chanting water magic, and her energy was somewhat overdrawn. Therefore, not long after her maid Eliana said goodbye, Erica fell asleep without even taking off her underwear. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm clock woke up the beautiful blonde girl who looked like a painting, and she instantly jumped up from the big white bed. Huh? It's 8 o'clock. Why didn't Ariana wake me up? Erica found it strange because normally, her maid Eliana should wake her up at 6 o'clock every morning. Ariana. Ariana. After calling her maid several times, Erica got no response. So, Erica had no choice but to get up and make herself a cup of coffee. Really? Could it be that Ariana overslept? Erica glanced at the pile of books on the desk and decided to forgive Ariana for oversleeping today. After all, if she hadn't wanted to look up information related to the Holy Sun and Lin Xiu, the two of them wouldn't have stayed up so much later than usual last night. Half an hour later, Erica finished her cappuccino and looked at the clock with a frown. You haven't gotten up yet. What the hell is wrong with Ariana? Forget it, I'll go wake her up. If she doesn't get up now, she'll miss breakfast at the hotel. Erica, who thought she was very generous, decided to wake up her maid herself. Because she really didn't dare to wake Lin Xiu up by herself. She had witnessed the battle between Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael last night. If she went to wake Lin Xiu up today, what if she saw another lewd scene? Although the scene last night was already quite decadent, at least Lin Xiu didn't know she saw it, right? If she really had to stare at it in front of Lin Xiu, Erica was worried that she would find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At times like this, Ariana is very important. If Ariana had gone to wake Lin Xiu up, her predicament could have been avoided. To sum up, Erica made a decisive decision to wake up Ariana herself, and then let Ariana wake up Lin Xiu and Saint Raphael. Speaking of which, Saint Raphael said that Lin Xiujun is not some disobedient god, he has always been himself. If he had always been himself, how could he possibly possess power comparable to that of a god? Could it be that he truly had become an awakened one, or son of the last two heavens, while being an ordinary person? Confused, Erica went to the next door. Her maid, Ariana, lived next door to her. Dong dong dong, no response. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. Still no response. Really, Ariana is also sleeping too soundly, isn't she? With a sigh, Erica used the unlocking magic to open Ariana's door. With a click, Ariana's door was opened. Then, Ariana's figure came into Erica's sight. However, Aliana's condition at this time was somewhat different from what Erica had imagined. Erica discovered that Ariana slept with her clothes on, which means that Ariana was still wearing the maid outfit. Not only did she not take off her maid outfit, Ariana didn't even take off her black leather shoes, and just stepped on the big white bed. The only difference in her clothing was that there was a small hole of several centimeters in Ariana's one-piece purple silk tights. After reading those relatively normal things, Erica was stunned for a moment by the amount of abnormal information. The reason it was abnormal was that, at that moment, beneath Ariana lay a young man of extraordinary beauty. His name was Lin Xiu, the unusual being she had encountered yesterday, who she suspected was a god or the son of God. But now, the Holy Son was in her maid's room, hugging her in the most intimate way? Erica's lips twitched slightly as she watched the two people still kissing. Goodness, what kind of state would it take to maintain this position until morning? At this moment, Ariana seemed to realize something and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Lin Xiu in front of him, Mr. Aliana showed a loving expression, and then was immediately enveloped by an unprecedented shyness. Because, yesterday Lin Xiu took her to her room specifically and said that as punishment, she should stay next to Erica's room, but not make any loud noises to wake Erica up. It would be fine if it was just a normal state of being separated by a wall, but at that time, Lin Xiu directly turned the wall between the two rooms into a state similar to one-way glass, allowing Ariana to see Erica, but Erica could not see Ariana. So, in this state of excitement, shyness, and agitation, Ariana lost consciousness while kissing Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was too lazy to move the already asleep girl, and they remained in this state until morning. But just now, the maid Aliana woke up. However, she didn't wake up because Erica opened her door. To be more precise, it was because Lin Xiu's rhythm made her react. After sensing Lin Xiu's rhythm, she woke up with heavy eyelids. After waking up, Ariana noticed the open door. Huh? Aliana moved her head slightly stiffly and met Erica's gaze, who was standing at the door in a daze. Hiss. When Ariana found Erica standing at the door, her whole body tensed up instantly, and her sparkling toes curled up into a ball. Fortunately, after meeting Ariana's gaze, Erica slowly closed the door, preventing the situation from becoming more chaotic. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Xiu took a breath and slowly opened his eyes. With his perception, how could he not sense Erica's arrival? Erica would not have opened the door without his permission. In other words, everything that happened at the scene was deliberately instigated by Lin Xiu. After Erica arrived, Lin Xiu experienced strong physical and mental fluctuations. These physical and mental fluctuations turned into the dragon vein rhythm of the symbiont and were transmitted into Ariana's body. Only then did Ariana open her eyes when she felt that she was being opened up. Saint Raphael, actually, just this morning, the Copper and Black Cross sent a report saying they had discovered traces of the gods. She could understand waking up late for something like that, but why didn't she get up until noon? If no one else got up, and she was the only one who got up, wouldn't she have gotten up in vain? Having said that, it was impossible for Erica to call Aliana and Lin Xiu again. Erica. In other words, it's another god that appeared, the one who suffered a mutual defeat with the young military god, Saint Raphael added. On the other hand, she was simply embarrassed. Erica was worried she'd see something even more exciting than the previous scene. While the previous scene was lewd, it was still. If she saw something moving, Erica really didn't know what to do. No matter what, when it comes to dealing with gods, Erica thinks of Lin Xiu first. However, from yesterday until now, Master Lin Xiu's dragon energy compass has not produced any response. In other words, Erica looked at Saint Raphael, then glanced towards the entrance of the restaurant. On the one hand, she was worried about disturbing Lin Xiu. Regardless of whether Lin Xiu was a god or not, with the strength Lin Xiu showed now, she had no right to disturb Lin Xiu. Soon, the time came to use it. During this time, Erica was waiting in the restaurant. Since Ariana was wearing pantyhose that reached her waist, to be precise, Lin Xiu placed his hand on top of Ariana's pantyhose. Song meant that this position was right at the waist. Yes, next time for sure, next time for sure. Lin Xiu nodded, then skillfully placed her hand on Ariana's waist. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Erica, let's have lunch first. Lin Shujun said he needs some time. Saint Raphael came to the restaurant and got himself a meal. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Saint Raphael, is this all you're going to eat? This is lunch. Erica couldn't help but say, no Qian Zhao. Next second. Well, just eat this little bit. Saint Raphael nodded with a slightly subtle expression. It is said that it is the Gorgon Stone, which contains the terrifying divinity of the Starless Night. Lin Xiu knew very well that Aliana was just pretending to be coquettish, because as early as last night when she fainted in Lin Xiu's arms with her eyes rolled back, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability spaces is 6. Burp. Well, now she finally understood why Saint Raphael only ate so little. Really, how could she not notice that Saint Raphael's belly was 10 times bigger today than it was yesterday? In order to avoid embarrassing Saint Raphael, Erica kept her eyes on the stones sent by the Copper Black Cross. Really, Master Lin Xiu is such a bad guy. Although she said the words of blame, Aliana still took the initiative to embrace Lin Xiu and offered her red lips. Source of luck. Ariana Yushan Alirudi. After a small burp, white snot flowed out of Saint Raphael's delicate nose. After Erica left, Aliana turned to look at Lin Xiu again. After discovering that Lin Xiu had woken up, Aliana sighed helplessly. Master Lin Xiu, if you ever have the idea of provoking Master Erica again, please let me know first. Aliana said that her little heart really couldn't bear it. Feeling Lin Xiu's familiar rhythm, Aliana licked her red lips helplessly. Fortunately, after 11 o'clock, the San Rafael gang got up, which made Erica breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! The longer she waited, the darker Erica's face became. After getting through the vomiting period in San Rafael, Erica began to hand over business. Chapter 211. God King Mikal, The Charm of Erica, Part 2. Pictured as Erica. When Lin Xiu got up, it was already past midnight. The hotel's dining area had not yet closed, so Lin Xiu dined with Erica and Saint Raphael. The reason why I said 2 people is because Aliana is relatively weak, and she has been soaking in her body last night, plus morning exercises. She is really a little bit tired. All I can say is that it's a good thing that Lin Xiu chose the immortal body this time, which resulted in Lin Xiu's symbiote itself having a strong breath of life. Otherwise, after last night's gameplay without unlocking the blood infusion method, Ariana wouldn't have the slightest desire to get up, let alone morning exercise. Really? The presence of a god appeared on the seashore? Lin Xiu, while eating a sandwich, listened to Erica's report. In short, yesterday when they were sleeping, divine power belonging to the gods appeared on the coast of Sicily, Italy. Judging from the nature of the divine power, it did not come from the young god of war. That is to say, the other god has finally revealed his whereabouts, right? Lin Xiu crossed his legs and looked at Erica. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, you guessed right. Erica nodded. In that case, let's make some preparations first, and then go and defeat the god of Sicily. Speaking of this, Lin Xiu also remembered that the first god that Kusanagi Godu dealt with after becoming a godslayer was not Athena, but the ugly god Mikal. In the battle with God King Mikal, Kusanagi Godu and God King Mikal died together. Kusanagi Godu was beaten unconscious by the God King's hammer, and the God King's physical body was destroyed by Kusanagi Godu's white horse, leaving only his spirit body. It was precisely because he hadn't completely defeated God King Mikar that Kusanagi Godu still only had the 10 incarnations of God of War of Leslana when facing the goddess Athena. Otherwise, if he had the power of God King Mikar, he would have been much more capable when facing Athena. Athena is the goddess king of the underworld, and Mikal is the god king who also possesses the characteristics of the god of the underworld. If one can obtain Mikal's power, the resistance to the power of the underworld will be much higher. It can only be said that the 2 gods that Kusanagi Godu encountered at the beginning were 2 top-notch. One was a top-level god of war, and the other was a god king. They were much more valuable than the gods killed by other god slayers. Lord Lin Xiu, are you ready to fight against the gods now? Erica was stunned. Just now she was still complaining in her heart that Lin Xiu only knew how to be intimate with Aliana, but Lin Xiu immediately gave her a swift and decisive response. What's wrong, Erica? You seem to have an objection to my decision to attack the gods, Lin Xiu asked with a smile. No, Lord Lin Xiu, you certainly have your own reasons for making this choice. I just suddenly remembered that you still have a bet with the god of war that has not been completed yet, Erica reminded softly. Ah, you were talking about this, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. I don't intend to beat him in the bet. After all, he's a very stingy person. Although he will certainly admit my victory, he will still think about giving it his all next time. Instead of letting him find excuses and opportunities to come back, it's better to defeat him in his prime and make sure he doesn't find any excuses anymore. Besides, there's no point in defeating him when he's not in his prime. I really don't have the time and energy to do such a boring thing, Lin Xiu explained. So that's how it is. In that case, Erica Blantyre would like to congratulate Lord Lin Xiu in advance on his victory in the War of Gods. Erica knelt on one knee and replied respectfully. Regardless, Lin Xiu's relaxed attitude did allow her to put down the burden on her heart. Judging from Lin Xiu's spare time, he undoubtedly has the confidence to deal with these two gods. In this way, Erika only needs to give Lin Xiu as much help as possible. In any case, Lin Xiu, the King of Swords, seemed much easier to get along with. The only problem was, she was worried that if she stayed with Lin Xiu for too long, she would be eaten by Lin Xiu. After all, Ariana had been eaten, and Erika, who thought she was much more charming than Ariana, naturally felt a strong sense of crisis. The next second, Lin Xiu's words verified Erika's thoughts. "Erika, in what capacity are you congratulating me on my victory in advance?" Lin Xiu chuckled and asked. In response, Erika placed one hand on her chest, her eyes fixed on the fire, and replied with great seriousness. "Of course, I congratulate you as your follower. After all, I haven't received your approval and am not yet considered your knight." Clearly, Erika was hinting at something. She was asking Lin Xiu if he would be willing to let her become his knight. Lin Xiu likes women like Erika who are smart, beautiful and know how to deal with current affairs. The only problem is that her loyalty may be real, but it comes from the correct choice after judging the situation, not from her heart. Of course, even so, it cannot be said that Erika is not loyal. Lin Xiu is not so narcissistic as to demand that others be completely loyal to him and devoted to him after just meeting them for a few seconds. Under normal circumstances, Erika's display of loyalty would be enough to gain Lin Xiu's approval. However, considering that Erika is the heroine and a girl with a rather arrogant personality, Lin Xiu decided to continue to have an in-depth communication with her. After all, if the relationship between the loyalist and the loyalist is just superficial, it is still far from Lin Xiu's ideal state. Putting down the coffee in his hand and wiping his mouth, Lin Xiu looked at Erika again, his eyes full of aggressive admiration. In any case, Erika is still very beautiful. In terms of feminine charm alone, Erika is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Lin Xiu likes Saint Raphael because she likes the sense of conquest and the contrast of turning the heroic female paladin into a wild cat under her crotch. Lin Xiu likes Ariana, simply because she likes confused girls and maids. She also likes Ariana's unique, dark blue hair and purple tights that can be mistaken at first glance. When seeing Ariana for the first time, many people will subconsciously think of her as having long black hair and black stockings, but a closer look reveals that she actually has long dark blue hair and purple stockings. Lin Xiu likes this unique charm with a sense of design, CCDI. As for Erika, even if you discard all of Erika's temperament and characteristics, and only look at her appearance, Lin Xiu thinks that Erika has a goddess-like appearance. Her waist-length golden hair, like a golden waterfall, was flowing and smooth, gleaming with the brilliance of molten gold. A few strands of hair casually clung to her smooth forehead and slender neck, adding a touch of lazy charm. The red dress and the blonde girl have always been a perfect match that can be called a work of art. Erika's red dress was crafted from a rich, premium crimson fabric. The strapless top perfectly supported her bust, highlighting the full and graceful curves of her bust. The hem was an elegant A-line, with a high slit that revealed a glimpse of her slender legs as she walked. The tulle material gave the dress a dynamic, light feel, creating a soft and sensual look. The strong contrast between her long golden hair and the crimson dress not only highlights the whiteness of her skin, but also gives the overall look a dramatic and gorgeous tension. When she turns her head slightly, her hair undulates like waves, drawing graceful arcs in the air and emitting a faint fragrance. Under the skirt, a pair of slender legs and feet wrapped in white lace over the knee socks are even more eye-catching. The socks are as delicate as a second layer of skin, tightly wrapping every inch of her skin from thigh to toe. The color is pure snow white, forming a clever contrast with the tone of her overall outfit. The white over the knee socks perfectly outline the slender and well-proportioned lines of Erika's legs. From the plump thighs to the gradually narrowing knees, and then to the slender and straight calves, every curve is displayed to the extreme. Above the socks, between the hem of the skirt and the sock opening, a small area of absolutely white skin is vaguely revealed, forming a subtle visual impact with the white lace edge. Looking down, she was wearing a pair of bright red high heels, pointed toes and stilettos, covered in glossy patent leather. The shoe had a simple upper and thin laces wrapped around the ankle, firmly securing the shoe, allowing for a steady and silent walk without sacrificing her elegant demeanor. The exquisite and luxurious red high heels perfectly complete Erika's overall look, making her feet wrapped in white stockings look delicate and fragile. At the same time, the bright red design also reveals the passionate and confident side of her personality. Of course, without Erika herself to support it, a simple dress suit, no matter how beautiful it is, will be a little thin. Against the backdrop of the burgundy dress, Erika's porcelain white skin glowed with a pearly luster, her azure eyes were like the deepest waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes gave her a noble aura that looked down on everyone. Coupled with the proud figure outlined by the dress and the slender legs wrapped in white stockings and red high heels, she exudes a natural and sexy charm that transcends her identity at all times. Lin Xiu has seen countless women and can clearly know the charm of various beautiful girls. In Lin Xiu's eyes, Erika has a peerless appearance that combines the temperament of a blonde girl goddess, a blonde noble girl, and a blonde female knight king. When she wore a formal dress, she was a graceful and well-trained aristocratic daughter, her manners full of innate pride and impeccable etiquette. When she wears a knight's outfit with a bronze black cross, she is a female knight who dares to challenge the gods. When she puts on her school uniform, she can be a young girl again. No matter what the occasion, Erika can always show the temperament and charm that matches the occasion. Generally speaking, Lin Xiu really likes Erika. The reason why he chose to conquer Ariana first instead of Erika was very simple. On the one hand, as Lin Xiu said when he was doing it with Ariana, Erika's strategy is much more difficult than Ariana's. If you only get Erika's body but don't complete the strategy, you won't be able to unlock the initial ability space. On the other hand, just as Lin Xiu said when he was in Saint Raphael, Lin Xiu had no habit of wasting. The more attractive the girl was, the more Lin Xiu wanted to cook her until she was delicious before eating her. If you eat Erika now, it will undoubtedly be half-cooked. However, Lin Xiu also knew that since he had already eaten Saint Raphael and Aliana, it was time to get on with Erika. Chapter 212 Erika wants to know about the 7th God Slayer. At this moment, looking at Erika who was asking for the knighthood from him, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. You know, Erika, I really like you, don't you? And? Hearing this, Erika's purple eyes trembled for a moment, and then, Erika suddenly remembered something, smiled helplessly, and reached out to touch the folded hair by Juban's ear. Master Lin Xiu, do you mean that you like my pretty good body? Erika said something that she would never say under normal circumstances. Normally, Erika would definitely say something like, it is Erika's honor to be loved by Master Lin Xiu, in a relaxed manner. But now, Erika said something that was provocative in every sense with a slightly resentful look on her face. Obviously, Erika's implication was that Lin Xiu was the kind of man who only liked her body. Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled and shook her head. Well, the body is only one aspect, of course. After all, if your charm isn't up to par, I won't pay much attention to you even if your personality and abilities are good. But if I have to say it, I actually like everything about you. All I mean is. Erika subconsciously expressed her doubts. Her everything? To be frank, she really couldn't believe Lin Xiu's 190 words. Liking someone completely? At this point, no girl would believe such a thing, right? Besides, how long had Lin Xiu known her, and how much did he know about her, yet he liked everything about her? Wasn't that a bit irresponsible? Having said that, Erika's doubts only lasted for a moment. For some reason, she subconsciously had an urge to believe Lin Xiu. All means the past, present, and future, everything about you, your appearance, your temperament, your courage, your knowledge, your honor, your loyalty. Everything that makes up you. If an ordinary person said this, Erika would definitely not believe it easily. But now, since it was Lin Xiu who said this, it was worth discussing. Lin Xiu is the son of God, so it is normal for the son of God to know the life stories of others. However, judging from the report sent back from the Copper Black Cross, it seems that this saint's son is hiding something deeper. Erika remembered the report she received this morning. The report said that the Copper Black Cross had confirmed the power of the Dark Goddess in Lin Xiu. After discussing with the other 6 magic societies that ruled Italy, the 7 major magic societies unanimously decided to hand over the Gorgon Stone to Lin Xiu. How are the Holy Sun and the Dark Goddess's power connected? Erika only felt that there were more and more mysteries about Lin Xiu. If I guess correctly, the goddess he kissed last time was the goddess Athena. Regardless, it was an ironclad fact that Athena was not dead. If that was the case, it would be impossible for Lin Xiu to seize Athena's power by killing the gods. In other words, Master Lin Xiu seized Athena's divine power through his last contact with Athena? Erika could only come to this conclusion for the time being. Although she couldn't hear what the two were saying at the time, she saw them kissing and then Athena left with a hint of shame and anger. After a little thought and reflection on Lin Xiu's peculiarities, Erika smiled helplessly. She immediately categorized Lin Xiu as someone who loves the world. If he were the son of God, then loving the world was normal, right? The reason why Erika thought this way was because Lin Xiu did not consider her as the first target. If Lin Xiu had chosen her as the first target, she would certainly have believed him. However, since that was not the case, and since Lin Xiu's initial choices were Saint Raphael and Ariana, that means everyone is equal in Lin Xiu's mind. However, since Lin Xiu said he knew everything about her, Erika had no intention of hiding her thoughts and boldly expressed them directly. Master Lin Xiu, could it be that because of God's love for all people, you love everyone in the world equally? Erika thought for a moment and asked. Well, in a sense it is true. But I only like pretty girls, Lin Xiu corrected with a smile. Lin Xiu knew the reason behind Erika's reaction, therefore, he also understood Erika's response. So, the next second, Lin Xiu slowly raised his hand. Erika, come here. Yes, Erika replied with great loyalty. Since she has expressed her willingness to become Lin Xiu's knight, she should express her loyalty to Lin Xiu. Then, the blonde girl came to Lin Xiu very respectfully, knelt on one knee, and lowered her proud head slightly under Lin Xiu's hand. Perhaps, after reading this, you will understand why I say this. As she spoke, Lin Xiu slowly placed her hand on Erika's forehead. Buzz, the golden light kept flashing, and the information flow poured into Erika's brain king. Lin Xiu had input into Erika nothing but parts of the novel and anime. Godslayer. Of course, it was only parts of the novel and anime. Lin Xiu certainly couldn't have told Erika anything about a deep friendship between her and a man named Kusanagi Godu. Erika looked at Lin Xiu eagerly. This is my observation of the world. If I weren't there, your world would be what it is today. Speaking of which, Erika, do you know anything about fate? Destiny? Erika's purple eyes were startled for a moment, and she instantly caught the key words. Destiny. This is the field that Saint Prince Lin Xiu plunged into after failing to save the witch. Sure enough, he discovered something in this field. Erika, do you know why I said I like you so much? Besides your stunning looks, I also admire your proud demeanor, your quiet wisdom, and your courage to face even the gods with fearlessness. However, if I were not here, your fate would most likely develop as in the image I conveyed to you. I really don't want to see you at the mercy of fate, and I can't let you have anything to do with another man. So, I must change your fate. Erika's lips curled up slightly. She was very happy that Lin Xiu was willing to tell her so much. On the one hand, this proves her importance in Lin Xiu's eyes. On the other hand, this also proved her suspicion. Lin Xiu had indeed researched and discovered something to become something like a human, or enlightened being. Master Lin Xiu, can you tell me about the matter of fate, in a credible way? Erika looked at Lin Xiu expectantly. Facing Erika's gaze, which went beyond the realm of a subordinate, Lin Xiu smiled, put down the coffee cup in his hand, and told the story. It's natural. Since I'm saying I want to break your original fate, I need to tell you what your original fate is. Even more so, I need to tell you about the things you can't do and what you might encounter after breaking it. In short, Erika, you, Aliana, and Saint Raphael are all bound by the fate of your world. This world, I will temporarily name it the Godslayer world. In the Godslayer world, the god of disobedience, the goddess of fate. Soon, with Lin Xiu's explanation, Erika finally understood the so-called fate. In short, in the world she lives in, whether it is ordinary life or Godslayers, everyone has a predetermined fate. Destiny exists linearly. No matter what efforts an individual makes, no matter how great the changes are, in the end, fate in the world will correct it everywhere to make it transform in the direction it was originally supposed to flow. Even the God-slayers who were the most flawed in her mind and killed gods with their mortal bodies were able to achieve the feat of killing gods because they had the innate destiny of being God-slayers. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. This world is really a boring and a-hole world. Erika raised her fair and smooth chin and laughed at the boring world she lived in. Erika has always strived to kill gods, become the king of God-slayers, and surpass her ancestors. But now, Lin Xiu actually told her that becoming a God-slayer wasn't about hard work, it was about fate. Doesn't this make all her efforts so far seem ridiculous? Although it was ridiculous that she originally wanted to kill God. But now, knowing that she couldn't become a God-slayer without the God-slayer's life, Erika's original efforts seemed even more ridiculous. There is no doubt that after listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Erika developed a strong desire to follow. She wanted to follow Lin Xiu and fight against this F***ed up world together with Lin Xiu. And just at this moment, ding ding ding, Erika's phone rang. Before Erika even opened her phone, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. This was because he had already seen through the surface of the content that Erika's phone had suddenly received. 5.6, Red Copper Black Cross. This is a message to all members of the Red Copper Black Cross Magic Society. Just now, a Fuso named Kusanagi Godu murdered the god of disobedience, who was suspected to be the god of storms. Below is a photo of new King Kusanagi Godu. All members of the Red Copper and Black Cross are requested to exercise extreme caution when encountering a youth who resembles the new king, and not to do anything that might anger the new king. As for the content of the text message, this message is not new. The Copper Black Cross will send a similar message after the birth of each new king. The last time Erika received such a message was when the Sword King Salvatore Tony became a Godslayer. However, after seeing the new king's name, Erika's heart was instantly filled with turmoil. P.S. There are some hints in the previous part, and I believe many people can see that Kusanagi Godu is not the same as the Kusanagi Godu in the original plot. He is no longer the same person now. He is the result of the interference of the will of many related worlds in the world of Godslayer. Of course, all the girls belong to the male protagonist, even Kusanagi Godu's mother Kusanagi Masaya. Kusanagi Godu adopted her. Kusanagi Shizuka was his biological daughter. Kusanagi Godu is just a tool used to advance the plot.